Test 1, 2.
Okay, hi, Kelsey. Can you hear me? You can see me? We're good? Okay, great. Yeah, they should all be in the, you just drag them over from the,
So we're good to turn this off here? We're good?
I think so. Okay, testing. Can you hear me, Kelsey? I'm talking directly into the mic. Hopefully you can hear me. This is mic number 2. Testing, testing. Can you hear? Thanks. Hi, this is Michael, just making sure that you can hear me. And here, I'll just get on here for a sec. And we are just getting set up here. So going to run a Zoom. Okay, I'm going to try the other mic. This is the other mic, just trying the other mic here. Can you hear me? Okay, that's good. So this mic is good. Is this mic good? Okay, thanks so much for gathering, and apologies that we've had a couple of technical issues, but I think we're getting there. I just want to make sure that you can hear me and to welcome all of you both here physically and also online to Discovery Lab. I'd like to acknowledge our sponsors, including Jen and the Adept team for supporting our event here at Edmonton Unlimited. It's been wonderful to be able to get used to this space, and we're getting there. And also ERIN for supporting our events. We're going to ask, is Janice here? Hi, Janice. Thanks so much. And I would also like to acknowledge, of course, the First Nations, the Métis, all the Indigenous peoples for whom this has been a homeland, for their for making this beautiful river valley a wonderful home that we've been able to share as well. We want to respect that it is their homeland and thank them for their engagement and their generosity. Janice, thank you so much for your support. It's been great to have the support of ERIN, and I'd invite you to come to the stage. And if you could just get the slides lined up for Janice there. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So I put together a little slideshow, but you know what? I'll tell you a little bit about the ERIN, but we're just so proud and happy to be able to support initiatives and events that go on in Edmonton in the innovation space. So basically what the ERIN is that we are funded by Alberta Innovates, and we are a coalition of organizations that represent the people in our innovation space here in our region. And so our mission is to build a cohesive and collective ecosystem that supports the entrepreneurs and the innovators in that ecosystem, whatever it may need, be it access to resources, access to capital, to clients, and to community. And so we do that in a number of ways. And one of the ways in which we do that is we actually fund events like this one. I'll just have you switch to the next slide. So I wanted to give just a really quick overview of our region because people don't often realize that we actually are not just Edmonton core. We also encompass 5 of the municipalities that surround the Edmonton region. So Lamont County, Sturgeon County, Parkland County, Leduc County, and Strathcona County. So if you're working with innovators in that space, or if you are from that space, we also have some access to resources for folks there. The really quick fact that I like to give is that there are 8 regional innovation networks across the province. So Edmonton is just one of those 8, and we're not a service provider. So we're not here to deliver services. We're here to make sure that entrepreneurs get access to the resources and to those services. And so we provide wayfinding and funding to those services to make sure they are what the entrepreneurs need. Next slide. This is boring. Oh, awesome. Thank you. This is just a little bit of our org structure. If people are interested, so myself and just a couple other contracted people are the only paid people. The rest of our organization is run completely by volunteers. And so they sit on a number of our committees. And if you have questions or interest in, where the money comes from and how it flows, where decisions are made, I'm happy to provide that for you. This was supposed to work, but it's not. So if you could click through, thank you. So we make our impact in a few ways. We have funded programs. So we fund, for example, the Experts on Demand program here at Edmonton Unlimited. We do community initiatives. So that is grants that are available for organizations and people to run programs or events that have an impact on the community. We do have a membership program, which is free, and it's basically an opportunity to have your voice heard within our committees. You can apply for some of those grants, and we're also working on some other benefits for members. And then this is just an example of some of the things we've funded in the past. Our fund is currently closed, but it will open again in April. And so these are some of the initiatives that we would fund to help our entrepreneurs in the ecosystem. So for example, the YEG Startup Awards, every year we've funded that program, as well as the Innovation Hub at K-Days. And like I mentioned, some of the programs here at Edmonton Unlimited. And finally, I mentioned membership. If you're curious about membership, if you want to understand more about it, if you want to be a part of kind of the voice of the community toward Alberta Innovates, you are more than welcome to join. There is no vetting process or anything like that. So we would love to have you. But I just want to say a great thank you to Michael and the team at Discovery Labs for putting this on. I know what kind of work goes into this, and good luck to all the folks today that are pitching. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's great. There's an off button just underneath the top. And I'd like to introduce Jen Reed, who's been a close colleague at the University of Alberta and is now leading the ADEPT program. And she'll say a few words, I hope, about the ADEPT program. And she's going to be chairing our next session, and that'll be online. So I'm glad that you came here. You'll be able to see, I think, the slides on the screen because we're going to be putting them through the screen. So Amina, maybe start to get ready, and I'll give the floor to Jen, and maybe you can pick up that mic and turn it on the stem there. So we do have also, while we're moving ahead, there are evaluation pages, and you can either use a physical page if you wish to evaluate the pitches, or you can do it online by clicking on the company name under pitches. You might have that information. If you have any questions, let me know, and I'll make these available. Does anybody want any hard copy at this point? Okay. All right, thanks. I'll hand it over to you, Jen.
I think I'm using this mic, not this one. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Michael. Thank you to the whole Discovery Lab team for putting together these events, which are so useful for bringing together innovators with the great group of advisors and investors and ecosystem partners that you've built as part of this Discovery Lab initiative. We're pleased to support today's event and very thankful to the Discovery Lab team for putting this together, giving us an opportunity to highlight some of the incredible work that's being done in the health tech ecosystem, including medical technologies and diagnostic devices. So just a few words about ADEPT to kick this MedTech session off. So ADEPT is a program that was launched 3 years ago in partnership with the University of Alberta, University of Calgary, and Alberta Precision Laboratories. So the partnership with APL is really a key asset of our program and allows us to uniquely focus on laboratory-based diagnostics and point-of-care testing. We guide innovators through the health innovation pipeline to align their technologies or provide guidance around what the health system needs are, and advice and guidance around achieving the various different steps that are required to traverse the health innovation pipeline. We work with SMEs and innovators at any stage, so ranging from still based in an academic laboratory to an established SME. We've also worked with a number of multinational companies that see the benefits of working with the Alberta diagnostics ecosystem and leveraging the healthcare resources that are available. I'll be here all day, so reach out at any time if you'd like to hear more about the program, the innovators that we're working with, some of our strategic priorities in terms of building up innovation capacity in the Alberta system. And just after lunch, Dr. Michael Mengel will be joining us. He is the principal investigator on the ADEPT program, a professor in the Department of Laboratory Medicine and Pathology at the U of A, and North Sector Medical Director for APL. He'll be providing a presentation on the role of APL in the diagnostics ecosystem. So stick around for that. And again, feel free to reach out or connect with me at any time if you'd like to learn more about the ADEPT program. So I think we're ready to move into our first session now. So with that, while we're getting the slides set up, I will introduce our first presenter. So this session is focused on biotech and medical technologies. Our first presenter is Amina Majid, COO and co-founder of D2 Type. And she's going to present to us her mobile app that has been developed to prevent and reverse type 2 diabetes in at-risk individuals. Okay, it'll just be a moment or two while we get the slides set up and running.
Hello? Could I start now? Do you have my screen? Hello?
Amina, if it helps, I'm also online, but I don't think they can hear us. I can see and hear you, but
Do you have my screen?
We're here, same thing. I can see and hear you, but I'm not sure if they can see and hear you.
yeah.
So in this case, are you going to share the screen?
Yeah, we are sharing your screen.
Okay, so I will stop sharing a screen.
Okay, I apologize. We might need to go on our screens. Just having a bit of a technical issue here. Yeah, I'm gonna need a feed.
She should be able to share her screen. Screen
Okay,
share is open.
I will do now. Can you see it?
Yep, we can see.
Okay, just tell me when can I start?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes?
Great. And sorry, we're gonna start in a minute. I apologize for having a technical difficulties here. And we can see you, we can hear we can see your slides and we can hear you. So I think we're basically going to be good to grow. Yes, so please go ahead, Amina, and start your
Okay.
presentation.
Okay, no problem. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Amina, CEO of D2Type. I'm joined by Hamid, our CEO. At D2Type, we are transforming diabetes care with our innovative AI-powered program. You likely know someone among your family, friend, or colleagues affected by diabetes. The reality is alarming. 1 in 3 people live with some form of diabetes. In Canada, that's 11.7 million lives, and in the US, 130 million. Annually, in North America alone, diabetes management costs $450 billion. Over the last decade, the market share of diabetes medication has doubled. More than 70% of anti-diabetic drug sales are for new generation of medications. Despite the news on social media about the new medication miracles, lifestyle management remain the foundation of effective diabetes care. D2Type is built on an extensive foundations. As co-founder, we are both medical scientists with over 30 years of experience for managing diabetes. Our track record of success in clinical setting is impressive. Our solution has been confirmed by clinical study in over 75,000 patients and published in prestigious medical journals. Now we are bringing all that experience to D2Type to make it scalable. At D2Type, we are passionate about leveraging our extensive experience to provide an accessible, equitable, scalable, and sustainable solution for diabetes care. Our solution is to leverage digital tech, including AI, combined with life coaching, to bring lifestyle management to home, make it convenient and available anywhere and anytime. D2Type offers personalized sales coaching and utilize digital tech to monitor lifestyle metrics. With the power of AI, our platform can predict the likelihood of diabetes and provide recommendations based on individual needs. Our mobile app has been designed for users in iOS, Android, and PWA, and now published in App Store and Google Play. At D2Type, all innovation focus on using cutting-edge technology to bridge the gap between medical and life sciences, transforming them into practice. Through integrating digital technology, we have developed a scalable service that empowers individuals at risk for diabetes to manage their condition effectively. However, combining these three distinct ecosystems present unique challenges, each with its own set of approaches. Addressing these challenges is important as we strive to seamlessly integrate these services into actual practice. Our main competitor provides non-comprehensive service, only focusing on some aspect of diabetes management with disruptive, unnecessary intervention to busy schedule. Our program is designed to keep participants motivated and engaged through regular feedback, interactive lessons, peer groups, and gamifications. D2Type is standard by offering personalized solutions that require minimum disruption to busy life. At D2Type, we encourage modest lifestyle changes that lead to lasting improvement in health. We have two business models. In B2B business model, we are partnering with health plans to offer our services to mid to large corporations, allowing at-risk employees to gain self-confidence in managing their condition. In B2G business model, we collaborate with healthcare systems aiming to implement our services in healthcare setting. Our revenue model is flexible and designed to cover the need of our user and partner. This includes subscription-based plan, milestone achievement, and enterprise licensing option. Regarding value proposition for employers, D2Type offers a cost-effective program that increases productivity and reduces healthcare costs with a return on investment in less than 1 year. And for healthcare system is estimated to save $20 billion over 7 years by investment of $150 million. As shown in this slide, we conducted our beta test last summer and we were fortunate to receive approval and funding from BC Ministry of Health. We finished the pilot and result will be published soon. With this progress, our TRL has reached level 8, meaning our product has been tested in real environment and is ready for commercialization. Our latest achievement includes completing paid pilot with BC Ministry of Health, securing our first US provisional patent, and reaching an initial agreement with the BC Health Authority to expand our solution. Next, we will revise the app based on feedback to make it more user-centric and implement advanced AI for personalization. In terms of go-to-market, we aim to finalize our agreement with the BC Health Authority by January and secure a deal with the health insurance company early next year. The result of our paid pilot funded by BC Ministry of Health highlighted significant achievement in weight loss and improved blood glucose level, as evidenced by hemoglobin A1C reduction. This outcome confirmed the effectiveness and scalability of D2Type solution, positioning it for broader implementation. To drive D2Type's growth, we have engaged a team of highly experienced consultants. A diverse, talented team and dedicated partners have been key to our journey. We aim to raise $1.5 million to invest in expanding our market reach, building a strategic partnership to penetrate the market, and implementing our cutting-edge AI. We have been aiming to extend our reach to other healthcare systems, private health plan, and mid to large companies. Our service have received interest from various stakeholders and ongoing communication show promising opportunity. So we anticipate significant financial growth with an assumed annual subscription of $60 per month. We aim to achieve ARR ranging from $720K to $40 million. This translates to multiple 20 growth over the next 3 years. Please join us to support people at risk before losing another life. Thank you so much for your attention.
All right, thank you so much. Can you hear me, the Zoom participants? Okay, if you could
Yes.
ask your question, that would be great. I'll just check the chat space. There's probably been a couple questions there. All right. Do we have any questions from the audience here? Feel free to ask a question. Can you hear me over there? I'm going to ask questioners to come here. I apologize. I think it's probably a bit simpler. We're running off this computer right now and had 2 computers. So great presentation. Can you clarify again, Amina, what is it that you're looking for that would help you the most right now with your project? What kind of advisors, for example, are you looking for to take the next step?
Actually, as other, same as other startups, we look for 2C, customers and capital. So for the customers, as we are based in BC, we would be grateful to be familiar with the ecosystem in Edmonton and Alberta to expand our reach. Is it possible to Hamid also answer the questions?
Sure, that's helpful. Thank you. Any other questions from the Zoom room? And Kenneth, I see you're ready to go next, so thank you for queuing up. Any other questions here? Just wondering about your data. How are you dealing with the big data flow and the analytics? Do you have partners to continue to help process and extract the most utility out of your data?
Actually, we have just a dedicated team in the software engineering team and also a data scientist. But one of the things that we are looking for is expanding our expert teams, especially for advanced AI, because we have already implemented augmented AI to help our life coaches to make it a scalable solution. But we need to more focus for the advanced AI for personalized notification and also for providing the predictive tool in terms of diabetes trajectory going to be more complicated or going to reverse based on the data that we are collecting. But we have just our own team, but we need to expand this. And it is the thing, it is one of the reasons that we are looking for some investing.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the crowd here? I'll do one more quick question. Otherwise, I'm just wondering about or John, you want to come here and ask that question? We have a question from John Porter here, who's been a great attendee at our events, and we appreciate your time.
Thanks. Yeah, I just have one, two questions into one. In your measurement of, do you measure medication management? Is that part of what you're looking to do? And also, are you looking at long-term patient behavioral changes? Because I know that that's always an issue with many lifestyle changes that are, physicians have been telling patients that for 50 years, and it's kind of the hardest thing to adhere to.
Okay, did you hear the question, Amina?
Yes, thank you so much for your questions. Regarding to the medication, it is one of our target, but not for this pilot that we have run. Because for that pilot, our primary endpoint was to show the effectiveness in terms of changing lifestyle metrics, because it is only for 3 months. But for the long term, it is one of our targets, because based on reducing hemoglobin A1C, it's obvious that is going to reduce the medication consuming that any patient has. And also, one of the main issue that you completely mentioned about the effectiveness in the long term, and it is one of the reasons that we our own differentiation is making modest lifestyle changes. It is not a weight loss program, although that we are looking for losing weight, but it is personalized, and we only with 5 to 7% weight loss, it is more than 60% reduction in the in diabetes risk. And for that reason, we based on our experience and our evidence that is published for all of the features that we put it all together in this app, we are going to make it modest lifestyle changes for lasting effect. And for that reason, there is 3 main issues that we address. It is, first of all, is engagement. The second one is commitment. And the last one, how we can make it sustainable. And it is the thing that we are trying to make it possible. And our program should be for 1 year. It is starting, and then we are going to make the maintenance. And it should be based on the changing lifestyle behavior, not being provided a fat diet or anything that is vigorous.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just running a Zoom poll here. And if those of you in the audience in the Zoom space could answer those questions, that would be great. And then we're going to share the feedback. And if you're in the room, you can also, here at Edmonton Unlimited, you can fill in the forms either online or on paper. There is a question in the meantime from Becky. Becky, do you want to ask your question or should I ask it for you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I can do it. Hi, Amina. Really nice presentation, interesting product. I was just wondering, have you looked into whether you need any regulatory approvals from Health Canada or FDA before you start selling the product in either the US or Canada?
Actually, we have just our research, and in the US market, all of our competitors that are very successful in terms of the business, they don't need, because our program is a lifestyle in sort of the lifestyle modification, and don't need to have the FDA approval. And also in Health Canada, it should be not in the medication category, and for that reason, it should be under lifestyle management, and no need to have the FDA approval or anything. Although that we have complied with any digital health addressing issue like PIPEDA and also HIPAA.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any last questions from the Zoom room, our virtual guests today? That was great, Becky. Thanks for that. Any other questions from the audience here? Okay, I'm going to end the poll, so just make sure you've entered your data. This is just the initial snapshot, and I'll share the results. And here we go. And I'm just going to take a snapshot of this, but I'll just show you that. So that's amazing. The pitch quality was great. And I have to apologize for the technical difficulty, but Amina, you did a fantastic job. Thank you so much for presenting and for your flexibility with our systems here, and for the audience for asking questions. I'd like to now move to our next speaker. Jen, do you want to just say a couple words of introduction? And Kenneth, if you can start to share your screen.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Kenneth Toe, and I'm sharing my screen. Hopefully you guys can see that now.
Thanks, Kenneth. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, fantastic. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Kenneth Toe. I'm the CEO and co-founder for ViewsML, and I'm going to tell you guys how we're transforming precision medicine and spatial biology using AI with virtual biomarkers. So unfortunately, 20% of the world's population will be diagnosed with cancer. Now, the good news is 1/3 of those will be treated with precision medicines, and almost all of which rely on biomarkers. Now, biomarkers, in terms of the results, can take up to weeks to receive back from diagnostic labs, and there's variability between the interpretation by pathologists of these results. So the question is, how do we get to the right treatment for the right patient faster? Sorry, can you still hear me?
Sorry, we lost you here for a second.
Okay.
This is good now.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, all right. So the question was really, how do we get to the right patient with the right treatment faster? And in terms of detection of biomarkers, the wet lab process called immunohistochemistry uses antibodies to visualize these biomarkers underneath the microscope traditionally. And as I mentioned, it takes up to weeks, and therefore the process is slow, it's expensive, and the results vary. So our solution is using AI to virtualize this antibody and IHC process, resulting in a predicted output within seconds, and therefore giving back 100% of the time, 50% of the budget, as well as a richer data set, reflecting a 15x ROI. Now, Once that algorithm is developed for a given biomarker, then all we require is a digital H&E as an input. And from there, once it's processed through our model, we provide that predicted visual output that you see on the bottom left, that virtual IHC. And if you compare that with the physical IHC, you can see there's very nice correlation between the two. So this patent pending solution has actually been in license with exclusive worldwide rights from Dartmouth in New Hampshire. So ultimately, our mission is really to create the world's first and most robust virtual biomarker library set. Now, from this biomarker library, this virtual biomarker library, there's a multitude of different use cases that can be applied into things such as translational research for us to be able to provide researchers with richer data sets, and importantly, to preserve the consumption of rare precious tissue. Downstream from that, we can get into things like patient selection and clinical research, as well as ultimately the virtualization of different diagnostic assays for things like patient triaging, stratification, and we're certainly partnered with a number of different institutions in those type of collaborations. But really, translational research targeting biopharma is our beachhead market that we're currently in market with a commercial product with. And it's really a land and expand strategy. So starting on the right-hand side, we have a paid pilot contract with the top 10 pharma, and happy to announce that actually we've completed that pilot. They've gotten budget approval to expand up the scope of that project. So we're moving on to a phase 2, if you will, with that pharma. In the adopt bucket, we've also contracted with the paid pilot with a top 5 pharma. The idea there is once we virtualize those initial set of biomarkers, we move them into the expand category to hopefully expand up the scope of that relationship. And in the sort of the land category, if you will, we have started contracting with another pharma. In this case, we've already fully executed a master services agreement and now going through budget negotiation. And then behind that, we have a whole host of leads within our sales pipeline. Ultimately, what we are targeting is strong revenue growth through to 2029, targeting 67 million. And to the extent of creating this virtual biomarker library, happy to announce that we've actually just partnered with a tier 1 US healthcare system that brings us full access, unfettered access to their tissue repository library to build this biomarker set. In terms of the competitive set, I would say really the only direct competitor is Pictor Labs. But what I could say across the board is we really are the only company that offers this virtual biomarker spatial prediction that delivers the per cell level sensitivity that customers expect, but at the same time, importantly, fitting into their existing pathology workflow. There really is no other company that does that. In terms of the team, myself, I've actually previously founded a company directly in this space, in addition to multinational experience. A couple others on our team. This is the co-founding leadership team. Our chief commercial officer has 1.6 billion in sales behind his belt. And Chris is a board certified pathologist and also an ML engineer by training and the inventor of the technology. In terms of our next step on the financing side, we will be opening up a new round in the first half of 25 to accomplish 3 things. Number 1, scale that virtual biomarker library. 2, drive revenue in that biopharma flywheel. And number 3, continue the development of those virtual diagnostic assays that I mentioned with those collaborators. We did complete a pre-seed round earlier this year, and you can see some of the investing partners across a number of different functional spaces that they contribute to. So with that, I'll stop there. Happy to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. Any questions? Just wondering about expanding into Alberta. Is there anything that Alberta can provide?
So yeah, we are actually having some really good discussions with APL, with Jennifer and Michael, and exploring collaboration there. And you know, I think we have a couple ideas, and we're hoping you know, something will materialize from a R&D collaboration perspective. We do have an active collaboration with another researcher at the University of Calgary. But yeah, we're always looking for partners in that regard.
Okay, any questions from people here? You're probably getting a bit of feedback. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay. I'm going to just try this. Is this okay? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Just wondering about sourcing biomarkers more broadly. It's great that the U of A and Calgary are helping out, but looking more broadly in terms of getting access to novel markers for novel therapeutic areas. How social are you in terms of trying to integrate data from the community?
Yeah, we're pretty open. We are establishing partnerships everywhere from the US through Canada, even into Singapore right now. So we're pretty active on that front, and we'll continue to be. So we're very open to that.
That's great. Just wondering how you do quality control on so many different biomarkers.
Yeah, so we have a panel both internally. So our CSO, Chris, he's a pathologist. Our medical director is a pathologist. And we also have an arm's length pathology panel that also helps review the virtualized output. The other piece to that, statistically, we correlate sensitivity versus specificity between both our virtualized output in comparison to the equivalent physical output. And typically what we achieve, it's called a ROC curve, area underneath the curve. We typically achieve somewhere between 0.85 to a little bit above 0.9, which implies somewhere between 10 to 15% variability compared to physical. What I will say is physical IHC, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the literature shows somewhere between 15 to 30% variability. So we're well within the gold standard.
Great. There's a question from Carla. Do you want to answer your question, Carla?
Sure. Question on how you're prioritizing what indications you're going after. So in rare indications, for example, tissue preservation is absolutely critical, and I can see it having perhaps higher value in certain indications than others. How are you prioritizing that?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think this is going to be an important one as we continue to roll this out. Oncology has been our predominant focus initially. So breast, lung, colon, and prostate. But we have been starting to get into other areas like neuroscience, diabetes, and in particular fatty liver on the preclinical side. As it relates to rare indications, we haven't really explored that, but we'd be interested.
Thank you for that question and answer. There's another question in the chat.
Would you like me to just answer that?
Yes, please.
Okay. So as it relates to the percent accuracy, I assume you're asking as it relates to our predicted virtualized outputs, and it's a little bit of echo on my side. Oh, and so it's somewhere between 0.85 to 0.9, or you could say 85% to 90% depending on the biomarker that we are targeting. Just looking at the second question, how many types of cancer can so there's no limitation in terms of the cancer types. We really can virtualize, from what we've seen and from what we've tried thus far, we can virtualize across any therapeutic area, any biomarker, and really any species, actually. But we are prioritizing, within oncology, we're prioritizing breast, lung, prostate, and colon. And then cost of diagnosis for patient. That's a little bit to be determined. Our business model, so not on the clinical side, but on the translational research biopharma side, there's a certain cost up front in terms of virtualization of a particular biomarker, and then it switches to a SaaS-based model at $25 per virtualized output, if you will.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? That was a great answer and great questions. Are there any other questions before we close out this first half of the biotech session? Just wondering, maybe you can address, you can maybe see that there's been some feedback already. Your IP position, can you say anything more about the IP position, how you plan to strengthen that going forward? It is a competitive space.
Yeah, so we actually have two patents that have been filed. The second one builds atop the first one. There's a PCT that's out now. We're hoping the first patent to be granted, probably not this year, but first quarter of next year. The second one, like I said, the PCT just went out. So we'll be building that position. But I think, quite frankly, as we start building out some of these more specific use cases as it relates to these virtual clinical diagnostic assays we're creating, it's probably going to be a combination of patents in combination of trade secrets. We've done a pretty robust search, and there's merits both ways as it relates to software algorithm development. It's not strictly a patent only solution, I would say.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks so much. I think I'll close out the session. Jen, did you want to have any words to close? If not, I'd like to thank you so much for chairing and putting up with the tech glitches. I want to take a 5-minute break. Can you hear me? I think I'm going to turn this. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I want to thank everybody also virtually for putting up with the technical issues. I'm going to just share the results here. I'm going to end the poll to finish out the session. So you've done very well as usual. That was a great pitch. Pitch quality was excellent, despite our limitations here. You pulled through, so thank you so much. Really great scores there. Okay, so maybe you can all see that. I will send these results around as well, but just to show you, the teams are getting great questions, great feedback already. And if you're in person here, feel free to fill out the form either online or on the paper. And we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll get some coffee here, and let's rejoin at 10:40 or so if we could. And Fluidome, if you could get ready to pitch your screen in 5 minutes, that'd be great.
Sure. Thank you, Michael.
Make it food break now.
Yeah, we'll do a food break now. If people want to grab some food, we do have coffee and pastries. So we can necessarily fit in a minute or so. And right now, let disappear and see if we can. Should be good. Yeah, the mics. We are recording now. Okay, so we were good.
As long as you're talking online here. You did?
Okay.
We're fine. They're hearing you.
So you're gonna have people have. Maida, can you hear me?
Yes. Can I start?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Great. I'm gonna use this mic and I think I get a little bit of feedback.
Yes.
So I'm gonna stand a bit further away. Can you still hear me?
Yes. Perfectly fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah. It has a little bit echo, but it's fine with me.
Okay. I'm gonna talk slowly. So apologies. We are still having coffee and I'm gonna try and gather the troops. So 2 secs. And I'll get the people back.
Sure.
Yeah, that would be great. So we're about ready to go with the next pitch. If people could find their seats here, Fluidome is going to talk about their chip technology, and then we'll have another break soon. So more coffee, and you're welcome to come and go and grab coffee as you need here. We're really excited to hear about our next pitch, about a new product line, I guess, that Fluidome is developing. Feel free to start in about 1 minute. I just want to invite people also to continue to ask questions in the chat space. So just put your questions there and either ask yourself, or I'll try and ask a question if necessary as well. And I apologize, we're a little bit behind schedule, but I think that'll be okay, hopefully for most people. All right. I think people are pretty much gathered here. Okay. Could you just test your pointer as well, just to make sure we can see something? Oh, perfect. So yeah, we can see that. That's great.
Awesome.
I'm going to invite you to go ahead and start your pitch. We've got 26 people online, so I think we're going to watch you as well. From here, we've got about a dozen people here as well. So go ahead and kick off if you're ready.
Thank you very much, Michael. Sure. Hello, everyone. This is
Can you
Mehdi.
just, I just want to make sure that people can hear you. I am not
Can you
hearing
hear me now?
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
All right. Go ahead again and start now.
Sure. Hello, everyone. This is Mehdi Mohammadi. I'm CEO and founder of Fluidome and Biochip Tech. Can you hear me very well? Because I see a little bit feedback from my side.
Apologies. I think there was a bit of feedback there. Sir, we're still just perfecting the system. Okay. Go ahead and start from your first slide again.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Mehdi Mohammadi. I'm CEO and founder of Fluidome and Biochip Tech.
And everyone in the room.
Should be audio.
Oh, okay. You can still hear me online there?
Yeah.
Okay, so far we're having a bit of an issue trying to see how best to make sure everybody can hear.
No worries. Let me know as soon as this can start.
If for some reason the audio isn't going through.
Have it right there, right?
Yeah, but it's not going through our system.
So you've
We're
got to just set the output here. Is it the audio settings?
No, but that's your mic. It shouldn't be what you're hearing, but it should be like
Okay.
whatever sounds coming through here should be, you should be able to hear it through this mic. It should be coming through our system. So
Yeah.
go to settings. I don't know how to navigate your computer. No, that's fine. I checked that one already. So settings.
Is it only your laptop or is it the audio to LC?
Okay, can you speak to the mic on your computer for the first pitch for a minute?
Can you hear me now?
We're not hearing you.
Can I start?
We're hearing him on the computer system for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's a problem from their end.
Yeah, looks like they can't get it transmitted to the audience.
Okay, you can hear my mic online. The problem is that people in the room here can't hear. So apologies. We're going to try and spend a few more minutes here just trying to sort this out.
No worries.
Okay, can you speak to your mic again, our speaker?
Can you hear
Okay,
me?
just keep speaking. We can't hear you yet.
Can you hear me? Let me know.
Yeah,
Can you hear me now? Michael?
Okay. Getting feedback here. Can you hear me online?
We are hearing you.
Yes.
Can you
we
hear
can
me
hear you.
online? Just give me a thumbs up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thumbs up, you can hear me online? Great. And I think the one issue is that the people here might not be able to hear you because we're getting our speakers connected. Your slides do look good, so that's great. In the meantime, does anyone have any questions for the first presenter of our next session? Maida, I'm going to keep talking here. Oh, actually, can you speak to your computer, Maida?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, nothing.
Nothing?
Okay, we can't hear you. Unfortunately, our speakers aren't picking you up yet.
No, because that would be.
Does anyone here have a question for our speaker before they start?
Can you hear me?
Or if you want to just ask in the chat space, feel free to have a conversation or grab another coffee.
We're going to start having an issue with timing here.
Yeah, I think so.
I've got a hard stop, so it's gonna be.
You are presenting, Robert?
Yeah.
Shoot. Always the tech.
Okay, apologies. Still
Shouldn't be
working on it
hard.
here.
You should just tie from the computer straight to the sound system of the
Yeah,
auditorium.
so, yeah.
Shouldn't be complicated.
Or if they have a laptop that they can just put in the Zoom and just connect the mic, and it should be fine.
Should be. And where are you, Maida?
I'm in Calgary.
Okay.
What about you?
Lethbridge right now. I'm
Lethbridge.
usually out of Sylvan Lake, Alberta, but Lethbridge right now.
Is it cold now?
Yeah.
It's crazy today. It's just minus 20, 25.
And the problem is the microphone he's carrying.
We have a little bit of feedback. Are we okay?
Yeah, it's feeding.
Okay, can you speak to your computer again, Maida?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Don't use the handheld microphone. You're getting the feedback through your handheld microphone. Use the computer microphone.
Michael, can you hear me?
Okay, we're good.
Michael, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Michael, you have a feedback. So if you can use the computer mic, I think you can remove it.
One.
I'll be able to hear you online. I'm muted. If I unmute him, then they will be able to hear him. What's feedback? What's causing the feedback? Should have tested it yesterday. We have to wait, then were they here online?
On this chat to mute the Richard Roy and then unmute it when we need to. Without it affecting everybody else, because that's like the only.
Can they, can he unmute me from here?
Yeah, you can unmute from here and here.
Okay, so we
Go on
can,
the screen and.
No.
but I still think it'll just get
Sign.
feedback whenever it needs to
Fine.
off.
Oh, okay.
Unless it was before. Oh, it's because, okay, we need to mute. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard doing the pressure. Sorry, guys.
Right now, this is picking up from here,
Okay,
right?
all right.
Because the mic is not working for the audience, the online audience.
Originally, this was, from what I was understanding is.
Okay, people online, can you hear me? Maida, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Yes.
Great. I think I'm going to just see. Can you speak to the mic again a little more, Maida?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect.
Yeah, sorry, we're going to just continue to work as we were. So if everybody's ready, we're going to kick off now. And Maida, go ahead and start your pitch whenever you're ready. Thanks so much for your understanding.
Sure. Hello, everyone. This is Mehdi Mohammadi. I'm CEO and founder of Fluidum and Biochip Tech. A little background about Fluidum and Biochip Tech. Fluidum was founded in 2020, and main focus for the company was metabolomics and microbiology research market. We developed 4 main products that could simplify workflow and study of metabolomics and microbiology by converting multi-step workflow to single step and adding QC QA to the system to make data repeatable and reliable. Also, using this device make metabolomics cheaper, faster, and easier. We start to sell this product over last year and create revenue, and receive very positive testimonial from customer and core facility in North America and Europe and Asia. So, but in Fluidum, we expand our application and develop new technology for personalized medicine and point of care application. And we commercialize this technology under Biochip Tech, which is new division of Fluidum. So in Biochip Tech, we are developing new advanced electrochemical biosensor integrated with the microfluidic system for detection of the biomarker in short period of time, and which could improve diagnostic for elderly patient and patient in a remote area. The current challenge for the traditional method for rapid diagnostic is it's very expensive. It's time consuming and need highly skilled personnel to proceed with the diagnostic process, and also is less accessible in remote area, which impact on the clinical decision making and also the quality of the diagnostic. So to address this existing challenge, we develop ultra-sensitive molecular imprinted polymer electrochemical biosensor integrated with a cutting-edge microfluidic system, and along with the customized software for reading and quantification of the result. So we already validated this technology for different biomarker, including metabolomic and also metabolite and the protein biomarker for detection of different disease. So it's designed to be very fast, user-friendly, cost-effective, and portable, and also is compatible with the different biofluid, including blood, serum, urine, and saliva, and make it ideal point-of-care application for patient in remote areas. There is a clip that could help to understand what we have and what we offer. So basically, this white cartridge is microfluidic, including a biosensor and with a reader. And the app is compatible with any smartphone, iOS and Android. So once we select the biomarker, we add the blood. So red blood cells separated from whole blood and transfer the plasma on top of the electrode, functionalized electrode for a specific biomarker, and give us a quantified result. And we are working on this, that this result could be transferred to medical doctor computer for decision making in remote area. The global market for biosensor is around $29 billion, and 71% of this market is electrochemical biosensor. And Out of this market, $2 billion is in Canada, mostly for medical application and research market. So our strategy for commercialization of this biosensor is to target the research market and academic lab and core facility, which don't require normally regulatory approval. And our next goal is for clinical lab in Alberta, including DynaLife and APL, to implement our diagnostic technology. And we will gain traction in Alberta, and we will expand our customer base to other provinces and then to the US market. The approach to market, so far we developed the technology that is working and functional, and we are working with a 3 partner for different application, and we are developing MVP, but still we haven't finalized the application yet. We will developing the fully functional MVP to make sure the result is repeatable and reliable. And also after collecting feedback, we will enter to research market. And for a diagnostic market, we will need 510(k) pre-market notification along with the QC. We have a QC developed in our lab, but we will expand the QC development and process. And we will partner with clinical and pharmaceutical company for clinical testing and mass production. Our end user personnel would be a researcher mainly, and also after getting regulatory approval, healthcare professional, patient with chronic condition, and also field worker. So our strategy for production and also selling is getting partner, forming the partnership with lab like Advanced Center of Diagnostic in Calgary, and also partner with the mass production company. So our strategy for sale is direct sale to research and clinical labs, similar to Fluidum, our original product, and also after getting regulatory approval, licensing approach for the point of care application. So far, we create the core technology for point of care application, and we validate multiple. We will validate it for multiple biomarker, including protein, hormones, and metabolite for a large variety of the detection of different disease. Also, we developed the QC protocol. We patent our technology, still is under review in Innovate Calgary. We publish our result in prestigious journal over the last 2 years, and we are working in 2-3 more manuscript peer review article to be submitted next year. So we are defining the application, and we are looking for a strategic partner for a specific application, and also looking for seed funding and non-diluted funding as well. And after developing the MVP and testing and validation, followed by testing, beta testing and clinical testing, we are looking for entering into a diagnostic market. Our multidisciplinary team with PhD and postdoctoral expertise in field like biomedical engineering, biosensor, and analytical chemistry, working together for more than 3 years for this technology. So Dr. Stephanie Bishop is our metabolomic head, and Dr. Atif Rafi is metabolites and proteomic expert. Dr. Mohammad Reza Farrukhnia is our macrofluidic expert, and Dr. Bahare Baba Miri is our biosensor lead. And we have a great advisory team, including Dr. Ian Lewis, Dr. Amir Sanati-Nejad as our scientific advisor, and Dr. Mohammad Zari in Pfizer for business as a business advisor. To accelerate our growth and maximize our impact, we are looking for funding for technology refinement and clinical validation and regulatory approval mainly. And we are looking for a strategic partner, whether it's research or industry, for developing new application, and also we are looking for a clinical setup for testing our point of care platform. Thank you very much for your attention, and please connect me in LinkedIn or let me know if you have any question. Michael, I think you are muted.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Any questions from the audience, either online or here in the room? We have a question here from Jen. Jen, I'm going to ask you to come to my computer and ask here on my screen.
Hi, Mady. It's Jennifer Reed from the University of Alberta and the ADEPT program. Great presentation. You mentioned that you have validated a number of different biomarkers with your biosensor platform. I'm just wondering if you can talk at all about the clinical indications that you are thinking about prioritizing for your validation studies.
Sure. So the biomarker that we used is metabolomics biomarker for infection diagnostic, but we are expanding for other biomarker from TBI or other kind of things, mostly for proving the technology is working. And once we targeted a specific application, then we are working mostly on clinical setting to make sure that is repeatable and reliable. But so far, the result that we got for the metabolomics is equal. The limit of detection is equal to mass spectrometry. This is what we want to know at this stage to make sure that the result that we get is repeatable and reliable and is accurate enough to develop the point of care application. Michael, I think you are muted.
We have one more question here.
Sure.
Hi, Jillian McLaren with the TELUS Community Safety and Wellness Accelerator. Just wondering what your competition is like and what your competitive advantage would be against other companies that are local, like BioStream, that have been in the market with this for a few years.
Sure. Good question. So yeah, obviously electrochemical sensor is not new technology, but MIP biosensor or molecular imprinted polymer is novel, and we are working on the multiplex biosensor, which could increase the application for these. Our competitive advantage in terms of the technology is this technology is robust even in room temperature. Most of the biosensor is antibody based, which degrade in the room temperature and is not robust, and is sensitive enough through the advanced material science that we use for the coating, which could increase the limit of detection. And also, in the same time, we are detecting multiple biomarkers at the same time that could help us for decision making or decision tree, and to give overview of the large spectrum of a patient condition for the doctor. So these are our competitive advantage compared to a well-established biosensing company right now in the market.
Okay, great. Sounds impressive. Feel free to ask questions online as well. And thank you for filling out the Zoom poll. And I'll share that with you in a minute. Just wondering about how feasible it is to get strong patents given the competition in this space. How are you, do you own the patents? Are they owned by the university? And what kind of advice do you have to get strong patents in the area of diagnostics? It's generally been a difficult space to protect and deal with competition that might be larger and more deep-pocketed. Any advice for anyone in this space?
From me or from other people in the Zoom?
Well, I think from your perspective, you've been
Yeah.
at this for a while and you know about the competition.
Sure.
Maybe if you can talk briefly about what your perspective is in terms of securing your competitive advantage and locking down the IP. I think it's probably a mixture of different types of protection. How successful have you been so far? Are you looking really more to partner or to really get your own product line out there to have to defend on your own?
So that is a great question. So IP is a huge topic in entrepreneurship and innovation. But what we are considering right now is mixture of the trade secret and the patent that we are developing in Technology Transfer Office in University of Calgary, so that we could cover the design, the material that we are using, and the innovation. And also there are some secret sauce that we consider as a trade secret to develop and protect our idea, to make sure it give us time to go to the market and we can secure, we can protect it. For some of the design patent, I think is a challenge in the diagnostic area from my perspective, because I see some postdoc or researcher go with the design patent, and then after a couple of years, a pharmaceutical, they make another design, then they could not protect it anymore or come up with a new formulation or new design. Then I think IP is very important to consider before starting the commercialization, and also talking to the officer or patent officer would be very helpful. Or Technology Transfer Office from the university would be very helpful and helpful in this route.
Okay, thank you. That was great. I know it's complicated and it sounds like you've got a good solution there and good advisors. Any other questions from the crowd here or online? Feel free to answer any questions that pop up in the chat space. I think it's been quiet here. So I'm going to thank you, Nita, for a great talk and wish you all the best and lots of new connections, hopefully, from this event. And I'll invite our next speaker to share their screen.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, thanks again. I'm going to share that with people later. I just captured those results. Marwan, thank you very much for coming online. Can you just speak to your mic for a second? We can see your screen. It looks great.
Yeah. Hello? Can you hear me?
That's perfect. Thanks so much.
No worries.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Yeah. So good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to given the opportunity to present our work at Alkeronix, where we are trying to pioneer small molecule antibiotic discovery to tackle the problem of antimicrobial resistance. I wished to attend the meeting in person, but I have some commitment in the morning, but I'm going to come afterwards. So if anybody has any question for me, so I'll be more happy to answer them. So as everything else and many things in this life, antimicrobial resistance is a silent pandemic. It is growing, a lot of people talking about it, but no one is really taking strong actions against it. So in terms of antimicrobial resistant mortality rate, so there have been approximately 4.7 million deaths in 2021, and this number is expected to reach 8.2 million per year in 2050. If we just extrapolate the number to given the current exponential growth of the mortality rate. So if we can solve the problem of antimicrobial resistance, we are expecting to save 11.1 million lives by 2025, and additionally 92 million lives by 2050. So in terms of economic impact, so economy is losing a lot of money because of antimicrobial resistance. So it has been forecasted to reach approximately 100 trillion USD could be lost due to the the bacteria developing more and more resistance against existing antibiotic solutions. So there is an urgent call of actions, infection prevention, responsible antibiotic use, as well as development of new antimicrobials. And this is a really challenge because the vast majority of antibiotics we have been using for the last, let's say, 50 to 70 years are actually antibiotics that have been discovered up to the 80s. And there have been a development void from the 70s to the early 2000s. Nobody is really working on antibiotics, even though we know there is a serious problem that is coming. It could be a pandemic, as the COVID pandemic. But yeah, because of a lot of issues, regulations, and lack of funding, so there is no real new development in the antibiotic space. So at Alkeronix, we are trying to build our own platform that is supposed to accelerate the discovery of novel antibiotics using an AI antibacterial drug discovery engine. So traditionally, when you start a new program, you start screening to find novel compounds, find some hits, optimize them, go to preclinical and clinical studies, and finally you have an approval in place. At Alkeronix, we are aiming to shorten essentially the first two steps of the discovery. That is getting initial hits and getting candidate lead structures to move into IND enabling studies as well as the clinical phases of drug discovery. And we are hoping to make the entire drug discovery process for novel antibacterials faster, lower stage attrition risk, as well as cheaper. So in our pipeline, we are working mainly on the main platform, that is TargetX platform. And as an application of this platform, we are focusing heavily into programs. The first one is a program ALK-001, which is against C. difficile. Second program ALK-002 is against Acinetobacter baumannii. TargetX is designed or is going to be highly adaptable to new threats, both emerging, for example, an existing bacterial strains that gain resistance, as well as new bacterial species. So our focus is to develop targeted therapies to reduce cross resistance to other bacterial species. So in terms of what we are trying to build, so our TargetX is a platform, is an engine. So think about it as a foundation model where a lot of data is coming through it. This data could be from other models. It's like physicochemical properties, ADME models, bioactivity prediction models, some experimental data. And the power of TargetX is to digest all of this information and design new molecules. Not only designing them, it can even execute them. We are still building. We are still in the first stages of the platform development, but at the next stages of the development, this is what we are going. So we are going to make TargetX completely automated, hopefully, so that we can make reuse of the data that we have already produced for other programs, use this information knowledge that we have generated for the other programs, and this will help us target new pathogens, new bacterial threats much more effectively. So the first program that we're working on right now is C. diff. So C. diff is one of the most opportunistic pathogens. It has approximately 6% to 30% mortality rate. If left untreated, it can cause severe pseudomembranous colitis infection, which is life-threatening, especially in the elderly. And there are a lot of emergent resistant strains for this pathogen right now. So there is an urgent call of action, and we have identified unique variance factor, unique targets on this that will help us to tackle or to kill the bug, preventing it from causing the pathogenesis that it usually causes. Second one is program is Acinetobacter baumannii, which is listed as one of the most critical pathogen by the recent, most updated WHO list of critical and high priority pathogens that people has to take actions against. Infection caused by Acinetobacter can cause up to 50% mortality rate in hospitalized patients, and all sort of infections can happen due to Acinetobacter, from septicemia to cellulitis, facial ulceration, and so on. Again, we are targeting essential virulence factor in Acinetobacter baumannii with the help of the platform that we are building. So there is a significant market opportunity for Target X because usually large pharma companies prefer not to invest a lot of research funding for initial stages, and they prefer to acquire successful firms or biotechs. For an example, so Roche recently licensed a beta-lactamase inhibitor from an Edmonton-based biotech company called Fedora Pharmaceutical for $750 million as milestone payments, as well as annual sales royalty if the compound has been approved. Our key customers could be other pharma company, governmental health organizations, the health system in North America and worldwide. The market is big. Currently, it is estimated to be approximately $50 billion worldwide, and it is estimated to grow exponentially to $85 billion by 2033. So in terms of our platform development, because right now we are working in two programs as well as making the prototypes of our platform. So our initial stages of validation, hopefully they can end by 2026, where we can identify novel lead structures and start clinical studies in animal models as well as IND enabling studies. And once we have a platform, we can engage with new programs, and you can see that the life cycle of the first two stages of the drug discovery should be much shortened once we have a working platform. So in terms of investment, so currently Alkeonix is funded jointly by an API fund to support initial operation by $500,000 Canadian dollars, and we're looking to get a seed investment of $7 to $10 billion. This will help us prototyping our platform, do preclinical investment studies, hiring people, as well as taking care of additional targets and pathogens. The real asset of Alkeonix is a team. We have teams that cover the entire spectrum of drug discovery, from computational science, that is myself. We have world-renowned expert in microbiology and drug discovery. We have Dr. Peter Hockey. We have Dan and Darin and Mustafa. These are renowned scientists in the field. And we have, on the business side, we have Andrew, and as our CEO, I'm sure everybody is aware about, at least he met Dr. Michael Houghton once, who is a Nobel laureate, and he is the one who is supporting this program from the beginning. And we'd like finally to acknowledge the API and Li Ka-shing for their generous support, and we need your investment to help us move along this journey. And thank you so much for giving me the chance to talk.
Thank you so much. Any questions from our attendees online or in person? We have a question here. Feel free to come by, and this is from Rakesh.
Great talk, Marwan. So in early 70s to I will say early 80s, a lot of companies try to use the machine learning, right? Like Pfizer, Eli Lilly, Roche, everybody.
One second. There was no machine learning or AI at this stage. This is a fairly new area.
No. What I mean to say, a lot of people tried to discover the antibiotics. So I don't know how you are trying to do it. If you are just using the synthetic platform, then where it is going to reach? What is the a roadmap for the discovery of your discovery?
Yeah. So we are going to merge traditional ways of antibody discovery, starting from finding hit structures, optimize them to leads using traditional methods. But incorporating AI will help us to reach our goals much faster. For example, we don't have to make every single compound that a chemist will dream of making. We just, by using a lot of data from our existing programs, as well as data from public data sets or data that we pay for it, we can find what we are looking for much, much faster. We can only focus on compounds that are known to be soluble, compounds that are known to for example, go through the bacterial cell membrane, because there is a big concern about some compounds, even though they are very potent in vitro, they don't really show any effect in vivo, because the bacterial cell membrane is shielding the pathogen from the antibiotics. So we're planning to use a lot of these models to find or to do multi-parameter optimization for these molecules.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the Zoom room or the audience? It is an amazing space that you're looking into, a lot of progress on AI and bringing it all together. So we wish you all the best. I'm going to try and keep us on schedule. We're a little bit rushed for time here because we had some delays earlier. I want to suggest that we skip the break. We're going to have lunch here in about half an hour. And I want to ask Rebecca if she is available. And I'm also going to just run the poll as well while we get set up. So if you could just unshare your screen there and then let Rebecca share her screen.
Can you hear me? Any issues hearing me or seeing my screen?
Actually, we're going to just start in about 2 seconds here. And I'm just going to close this off. And I'm going to run another poll here for our last speaker. Erwan had a great talk, and I want to give him some feedback. And so if the audience could just give Marwan some feedback on his presentation on AlcureNex, that would be great. And Rebecca, we're going to start with your talk in just about 1 minute, if that's okay. We'll just let this roll. And I want to thank you for coming in. I guess you've just come in from California. It's been a busy week for you. So thanks so much for agreeing to give a pitch. Can you hear me okay, Rebecca?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. So I think we're going to be good to roll. And I think we've got that feedback. That's great. So I'm just going to capture this and then we're going to start about 10 seconds, okay? Okay, that's great. Thanks for your patience, Rebecca. You're good to go. Feel free to start your presentation whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I'm just, so you see the screen, everything's okay. I'll just get going then. So hi, I'm Rebecca of Kumu. Now, incoming legislation is shaking up the single-use plastic landscape. Think extended producer responsibility, banning of toxic chemical additives like PFAS, and saying no to greenwashing. So there's obviously growing pressure for change. But what the world really wants in a solution is accountability, transparency, and collaboration. And you'll see these themes throughout Kumu. At Kumu, we're not PLA, PVA, PHA, or even PBS. We transform food, plant materials, and minerals into bioplastic alternatives, literally food like seaweed, fruits, and gums. And since we don't want to waste food, we also found a way to make it circular too. And this is how we do it. Think of any single-use plastic product. We see it as a combination of three components: form, features, and time. Could we mimic all the forms using our ingredients, such as the thin films and the foam? Yes. Next, now, what features do these forms need? Generally, it's some level of water resistance, texture, color, etc. By using a custom blend of plant additives, we're able to modify its properties. Finally, time. How long does it need to perform or last? Okay, so our competitors generally make their own products. It's expensive to offer and support multiple product lines, but that's how we're different. We work with manufacturers to help them make their own bioplastic products. We don't carry any stock. We're purely IP. Our ability to customize provides market flexibility. Why then is our obtainable market so small? It's because our process requires collaboration with manufacturers and customers. We create the formulas, the manufacturers test the prototypes with their customers, the customers pilot the product. If product production and pricing are all good, the manufacturer has a new product to sell and we get paid through licensing or royalties. So strategically speaking, we want to work on multiple products to prove that our formulas work in many commercial applications. So our revenue is actually a case of and then expand. Although we start in packaging, it becomes the gateway to more complex verticals. Our goal is to become the global leader in innovative bioproducts through collaboration. We already signed our first MOU. We filed our PCT application this summer. It includes the forms with customizable features and the process of recovering the main biopolymer for reuse. In other words, if mold and bacteria don't eat it first, we found a way to recycle it. We hope to sign our first joint venture and prove commercialization by next year. We're looking for strategic investors who either have plastic manufacturing expertise or connections. With your investment of $500,000, we can protect our IP in select markets such as the US and EU. And also we'd have funds to market and grow our team. Once again, I'm Rebecca of Kumu. I am a strong generalist with a background in microbiology, software, marketing, and franchise development. Now, what pressing, nagging, single-use plastic problem do you have? Let's go tackle it together, shall we? Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there's any questions from the audience here or the Zoom room. And we've got about 20 people here that also enjoyed that very much. That was really to the point.
Thanks.
I have a question about what fundraising is like in California versus in Alberta. What's been your experience so far?
Whoa. It was a tiring 3 days, let me tell you. And I've met people from around the world, Japan, South Korea, all corporate partners. I'm still processing, digesting, but I've had a lot of requests generally from end customers with very unique product applications that they would love to see and require. Like, for example, I met a medical plastic manufacturing company that came up and asked me to if I could supply foam products, but it has to operate at -20 degrees Celsius and stay soft. And then they need 10 tons of it. I was like, wow. So I'm still processing. Thanks.
And congratulations on going to California and making some really great connections. What could we do here in Alberta to really support you and keep your company here and great people like you that are trying to address sustainable solutions at a time when the world really needs to kind of continue to focus on the real issues?
Oh, this is a tough question. I've asked for support from Alberta, from Calgary, from Canada. And to politely put it, some things need to change so it's more inclusive.
Great answer to a tough question. And I think inclusivity is really what we're about. And I think trying to find out specifically what we can do to help you. I think going to California is great. You can get lots of input really quick. In some ways, Alberta can be less expensive, but also there's less money flowing into great companies and new ventures. In terms of universities and collaborative networks, is there kind of any other side benefits that we could continue to try and work on better in terms of whether it's collaborations on polymers or manufacturing, made in Canada kind of approaches? Are there things there that we could do better?
Wow, you hit me with the toughest questions that I've tried to dodge. So, okay, I'll dig into it. So, as soon as I was patent pending, I immediately went to NSERC to try to get myself an IRAP representative, for example. And one of the requirements was you needed 2 full-time employees. I actually don't have a background in chemistry. My background's in software, and you'll see a lot of the software principles added to material development here in Kumu. However, I didn't qualify because I didn't have the 2 full-time employees, and I am completely self-funded. So it's just little quirks like that, I mean, if you just looked at the tech, looked at where I'm at, what I needed help with, that would have been hugely and immensely helpful for me, and to further develop this tech in Canada. So I don't mean to isolate that one incident. I apologize. Like, I know you're trying to help, and I want to stay Canadian. I love Canada. That's why I've been trying to do this all myself. Like the PCT, it's all under me. I am I have full ownership of this. And so long as I can retain that, even if I'm going to the States, even if I'm going to the world, as long as I can stay neutral, it will still be Canadian tech. And I would love support of Canada for that.
Thank you, Rebecca, for that. Ray has a question.
Yes, hi. My question is about just the core technology. Is it related to specific feedstocks and how they're used, or is it more about your inherent ability to work with clients and design something based on their requirements?
So for the first one, I literally cook in the kitchen. So I'm using alginate, pectins, and gums. It's what I add in to cross-link it that gives it the different properties. Now, because of that, because I'm able to, for example, if you could see, this is like a vinyl, one of my vinyl alternatives. You could use it probably as a Band-Aid, but what would you like? Would you like it to start absorbing, for example, in the field, if you have a burn victim and you need it to absorb exodus, and all you need to do is, as soon as it's in contact with fluids, it starts absorbing, but gently, once you arrive to the hospital, you could just add water, it washes right off. So what I'm trying to demonstrate here is what's the application, right? So that's one. Or if you want to use it as a leather, then I can alter the material to be thicker, the texture matters, the color matters, and suddenly we have a leather alternative that's completely made from food.
Thanks very much for that. There's also a comment from Jonathan on the chat space, Rebecca, to get in touch about export issues. I think we had better move. Did you have a question?
I have a comment.
Okay, we've got a comment here as well. Feel free to introduce yourself and ask on the mic here.
Hello, Rebecca. My name is Benji Atlazi. In regards to your comments, I would like to volunteer myself. I'm a chemist, McGill graduate, PhD. Let me know if you need any help. I'd be more than happy to help you and get your project going. So volunteer free of charge. I can provide you a couple hours a week, get your company going. So thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, connect with me on LinkedIn. I'd love to chat.
That's great. And that's what we love to see is collaboration. So thanks very much, Rebecca, for a great talk and being so open and honest. Hopefully that really pays. And I wish you all the best. I want to switch in about 10 seconds to Robert, our next speaker. And I'm just going to share the poll results and then capture that. And then Robert, you're good to go in about 5-10 seconds. Okay, thanks so much. And just to let you know, we are going to share email addresses with the participants. It is a private meeting, but we want to help you connect and collaborate. So do reach out to your colleagues. Robert, can you just say hello for a sec?
Test 1, 2, hello.
Great. Robert, thanks so much for presenting. And you're welcome to start presenting as soon as you're ready. Just go ahead and start.
Well, hi, everybody. Rob Syke here from a hotel room in Lethbridge, Alberta. I am a veteran entrepreneur with 2 public exits, exiting a 20-year build to Trimble, and another one, a robotics company, to Raven Industry, primarily working in the agricultural sector and the technology sector. I'm here today to talk to you about leveraging an LLM model that we have built for the farm equipment and the heavy equipment sector. Visor Pro can be thought of as a personal assistant for everybody in the equipment dealership. And so we refer to our AI as Vi. So give Vi a try, say hi to Vi, Vi is your AI, ask Vi why, all of those things. The pain at the dealership level, whether it's a construction, forestry, trucking, farm equipment dealership level, is real. The pain is real. Tight labor markets, especially in the rural area, mean that recruitment and retention are very difficult, especially in rural marketplaces. Employee burnout, you keep going back and asking more and more questions of your more seasoned veterans. By the end of the season, quality of life is really compromised. Service margins are always under pressure, and the dealerships are always looking for ways to increase team utilization. This is another area that we're tackling. And of course, customer frustration, especially in the agricultural sector. Farmers waiting half a day, 2 days for an answer is a very high level of frustration for the customers. And so we've addressed this head on with Visor Pro. Our application is dealer-centric, so we are concentrating on building the model for the dealer, very much dealer-focused. We are short line friendly, and what that means is it not only handles their major lines, but it also handles their short lines. And in many cases, these dealers could be going upwards of 15 to 20 different portals. And we're colorblind because we pull everything together in a single repository, 10 times faster, building their dealer brain. It leverages the knowledge of their internal and external responses. It's like a personal assistant for everybody. The first thing we do is build a vault. This vault is exclusive for the dealership. It's secure, and it encompasses their OEM manuals, their short line manuals, their service bulletins and technical manuals. Work order integration is something we are releasing tomorrow. Multimedia, multimodal support, as well as internal communication. This has all been designed to increase the level of support for the service team inside of the dealership, ultimately meeting for happier customers. So this is what we're all about: dealer-centric, short line friendly, colorblind. Our roadmap is to provide a digital solution for the dealership as a personal assistant for everybody in the company, structuring the dealer vault for speed and accuracy. And this is all built, and I'll show you this in a second. Tomorrow, we release Dealer Brain, which captures the experiential knowledge and wisdom of their team inside their vault, along with work order integration and legacy documents inside of their vault. This is all going to lead to something called Dealer Asset, where we turn the digital tools that we're building into additional revenue streams for the dealership. Think enhanced work order flow, think greater revenue in the service department, think about leveraging this for enhanced warranty claims and external revenue sources through subscriptions, etc. So what I'm showing you now is live. This is all built. Visor Pro allows you to put all of your documents from all of your lines into one manual, main line and short line. You simply choose the model that you're working with, and you put that in, you select the model, and you ask your question. Then you ask, where do you want to extract the sources of information from? And the answer comes out in seconds. There is no fabrication of information. It documents everywhere the answer comes from, along with references and safety practices. You can expand the references. And now what we're adding in right now is the ability to capture the brain of the dealership by putting in annotation, building that experiential wisdom. Legacy documents can be captured in. Error code and false code messages are also built into the system, and we're just getting started. So this is what we've built and launched and are commercial with Visor Pro. We are operational in Canada, the US, Australia, and we've got quotations out in Argentina right now, and we're seeking international expansion in the UK. Our dealers are saying through Visor Pro, we're increasing efficiency of our technicians and ultimately supporting our customers better. And Brian Torgerson in Montana, Wyoming said this is like manufacturing time. Our customers include the largest New Holland dealership in Canada, Mazer Group, the largest New Holland dealership in Australia with McIntosh and Sons. We've got business in Indiana, Michigan, and all through Canada. And like I said, we're expanding now into Latin America. We own all of our IP. We own our team. We're fully commercial since January. We've got over 700,000 in ARR. So what I'm looking for right now is full scaling into a multi-sector global market with a total addressable of well over 20 billion. Our leadership team comprises of myself, Brock Moyer. We've got very seasoned board members. Brock comes from the Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute in Edmonton. His background is physics and data science and AI. And so we've been together for now closing on over 4 years, 5 years as a team. In 2025, we'll be seeking an A round in 2025 for around $5 million to expand geographically with our footprint. Multi-language capability is something we're rolling out in the next 6 months or so. And sectors, we're talking about agriculture, construction, forestry. Today, I'm talking to a trucking company in oil and gas. The EBITDA of our model is north of 60%. And here on the screen, you're just seeing a snippet of our revenue projections based on agricultural only. And you can see that the EBITDA target by 2027 is north of 70% EBITDA. This is a very profitable business. So in summary, leading edge technology, proven technical team, known address point that pain point we're addressing, and a very, very large multi-sector applicability. And I'll stop it there, Michael. That's the end of my presentation.
Thanks so much, Robert. That was great, very clear. Any questions first from the virtual crowd? I thought that was very clear. We're going to kind of keep it short because we're going to have lunch here pretty soon. But I want to congratulate you on a great talk. Any additional expertise that you want the money to come along with? Any particular advisors that you might be looking for in addition to the cash?
Well, in addition to the cash, that's a big question. In addition to the cash is really the king. And I'm like the previous speaker, very frustrated with Canadian ecosystem. I mean, if I want 100,000 or 150,000, I can find it. But we're in scale mode right now. We need somewhere between $2 and $5 million. I haven't found that in Canada. I got to go down to the United States. We just finished closing our seed round with another $1.5 million. All of that came from US investors. So Canada is really falling behind in terms of investing in the kind of entrepreneurs that you're profiling here. From a standpoint of help, sales probably. I need more. I need somebody in the construction sector. I could use somebody in the forestry sector to create additional sales in those sectors.
I just want to follow up on that because I think this is becoming a theme now, and it's an important one. We want to help you, Robert, as well as the other speakers, in terms of getting the valuation into the Canadian investor community so they understand the value of your proposition and the cost of scaling and the importance of the investment at this time. What can we do to better help value your company for the banks and the investors and the angels so that they can actually see that this is a real opportunity for them to make money as well as for you?
Well, the first thing is valuation. The last investment that we got in was a simple formula. Take our top line annual recurring revenue, multiply by 17. That's the valuation they placed on our AI company. 17x of top line. So this is a great big opportunity for companies like ours. The problem in Canada, again, is investment. People are sitting on their hands and not investing in companies. I've encouraged the province of Alberta to build an investment tax credit. We had an investment tax credit. My company should either be in British Columbia or Saskatchewan, where there's a 45% investment tax credit. This doesn't cost the government anything and de-risks the investors that want to put money into my firm. So again, this is one of those problems that we face as Canadian startups.
Okay, Robert, we're going to get that message out for you. I want to thank you for your honesty. This is a great proposition, and I really wish you the best of luck with finding the right kind of investors in a timely fashion. And hopefully the province of Alberta and Saskatchewan will also see the value, and it'll all come together for you this year. You presented twice. It gets better and better, and really looking forward to seeing how this goes for you. Thanks so much, Robert. Just unshare your screen if you could. I'm going to Zoom poll, and we're going to, sorry about that. We're going to run a little Zoom poll here and get that data to you and to the investors. So please give Robert your feedback, either directly by email or the chat space, and give him an evaluation of what he's got today. He's got a great scalable product by the looks of it, but feel free to answer all those 5 questions. And if you're in the room here, there's also sheets to give an evaluation. And when we get these evaluations, they do go to investors and to the government, so they understand what really is available here in terms of quality investment opportunities. While we're doing that, I want to tell the audience here, we do have lunch available. And if anybody would like to have lunch, I'm wondering, you can just go grab lunch and eat at your desk. We can catch up, or we can take a break, but then it'll be running a bit late. Are people okay having lunch while they watch the next couple pitches? You can just kind of come and go. We'll just keep on rolling because we do have about 4 more virtual pitches. Okay, Robert, we've got some great feedback for you here. And I'm going to ask the next speaker, Hamid, to get ready to share your screen. And I'm just going to put those results out. Okay, you've got some great results there, Robert. I think you have a lot of support on your scalable product. And yeah, I think you've got a very investable team. So congratulations on that. There's always things to work on. And I think, but overall, that pitch was amazing. As usual, you've got a great team. So I'm going to say congratulations, Robert, and I'll share that information with you as well afterwards.
Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Okay, Robert, thanks so much. And so, Hamid, if you're ready to share your screen, or you have, yes, thank you. Do you have slides? You can also just roll through this and talk through it as well if you wish.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Hamid. Feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I can start. So my name is Hamid Abdurrahman. I am a pharmacist here in Calgary. I own Canvita Canada since 2015. The purpose of Canvita is to we specialize in vegan halal products, like healthcare products. It's vitamins, supplements, cosmetics. And we started this because we found a big niche market in Canada, not only in Canada, in US and other countries, that they are looking for vegan and halal certified products. So we started 2015 with Canvita with 2 products, and then we scaled up to 43 products. We started in Canada, then we went to the US, we went to Middle East, like 6-7 countries, and we expanding in other countries in Africa right now. The major problem is we are dealing with third-party manufacturers. And that was a big obstacle for us because the same manufacturer is dealing with a loss of other brands, like it's private label. So we found that all the time we are out of products because the manufacturers put us end of the list because they have Costco, Walmart, other big brands. So we are thinking to open a manufacturer in Calgary, Alberta for cosmetics and supplements. After that, we found that okay, there is pharmacare coming in Canada, which is the medicine. During the COVID, we found huge shortage in medicine in Canada because Canada here we depend on importing medicine from countries around like US, India, China. Unfortunately, in Canada, we don't manufacture 90% of our medicine. So our idea started that, okay, we have good connections, we have good understanding of the market. So we are looking for, to open a medicinal manufacturer, pharmaceutical manufacturer here in Alberta. It will include vitamin supplement, pharmaceutical products, prescribed medications. So all the formulation that Canada has a shortage on it, that include all therapeutic categories. And that will help us to be in Canada without, like, if anything happened like COVID again, we will not be waiting for 6 months to get just Tylenol to be in the shelf. That will we have huge need here in Canada, plus the government is supporting these projects. So we are not only in Canada, but we will expand all over the world, lots of countries. We have Canvita already there, but just on the vitamins and cosmetic, but we want to expand in the pharmaceutical as well. So our operation, what we are looking for 40,000 square foot to have GMP compliant manufacture facility. We're gonna scaling the pharmaceuticals, as I mentioned that, and we will have a certified manufacturer, FDA approved, Health Canada approved, and other international regulatory bodies. Our target audience will be the healthcare providers, pharmacies, and their consumers. We have a digital marketing team. We have sales rep in the ground. We have a contract with big pharmaceutical distributors. Our financial plan, we are looking for $50 million in funding to open a manufacturer here in Alberta. It will include the facility construction, 25 millions, R&D 10 millions, and 5 millions regulatory approvals. This is the revenue. The first year, 3 millions. Second year, 5 millions, 8 million, 12 million, 15 millions. And we are open for people to be shareholders in the company. This is all what we are looking for. We have partnership with the University of Alberta for R&D. We have pharmaceutical distributors on ground. We have government program funding coming. So, and this is what we need, the investor support, like to help us to get this big facility here in Alberta. Because once pharmacare will be in Canada, hopefully 2025, there will be another huge shortage of medicine, which we would love to support the Canadian with the medicine they need. Any questions?
Okay, Hamad, thanks very much. That was very clear. Any questions either from the chat or just unmute yourself if you wish. I'm just wondering about your experience in the space in terms of product development. Have you had products out there? Do you have revenue so far?
Yes, we do have the vitamins and cosmetics. We are doing very, very well in that. We have big revenue, like $2 million a year almost. But this is just only for the vitamins and cosmetics. But our dream is the pharmaceutical.
Okay, so you're looking really for, is it investment to undergo that transition?
Yes.
And then, okay. And so in terms of your product, is it all within one company? Like you currently have vitamins that are generating a lot of revenue, and this is another product within the same company, is that correct?
We have different products under the company. So like we have private label coming, like we have Colin Fresh. It is one of the biggest distributor in Canada. We are their private label manufacturer for their own brand called Health One. Not only Colin Fresh, we have other people from overseas, even like from Saudi, from Emirates. We manufacture for them here in Canada under our license.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think you could clarify that maybe in your plan like for the investor deck, they're going to want to see you've actually had a great track record. You're already out there selling and got great customers that you might be able to transition into a new product line. So I would say you've done a great job presenting. But I think in terms of polishing it for the investor to really see the value that you are presenting, that would be my advice. That could be a bit stronger, but
For sure,
well,
medicine all the time is the biggest investment in any country. This is, people will not stop taking medicine. So, and all the time in Canada, we have huge shortage. So that's why we think to open a manufacturer for medicine. And instead of opening manufacturer just only for supplement and cosmetics, but if we open a big umbrella for pharmaceutical, that will serve like the vitamins, the cosmetics, and the medicine as well.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the chat space? Feel free to ask. And I am going to just ask people here to take maybe we'll do a 5-minute break to grab some lunch. And then our next speaker, Pankaj, if you could be ready to speak in about 5 minutes or so. And I'm going to run the Zoom poll in a minute here as well. So just hold on if you can online. But the people here physically, feel free to grab some lunch and enjoy that during our coming talks.
So it's not open from here?
So just to say, we are running a Zoom poll now, so feel free to give your feedback to our last speaker and to Hamid and the Canvita team. I really appreciate your giving that feedback online and your patience while we just grab some lunch here. And we're going to start rolling with our next talk again in about 4 or 5 minutes or so. So that feedback is coming in fast and furious. Very much appreciate that. I'll collect that and share that in about 2 seconds. Okay, for those of you who are online, thanks for staying online. We're going to have our next talk. I think you can probably hear me. And so Pankaj is going to begin in about 5 minutes or less. And then Kate is also going to give her talk. We do have one change to the schedule. We're going to try and get back on time. Neurosense Technologies is unable to speak today. So we're going to have catch up 15 minutes from one of the in-person speakers who will also be on Zoom, I presume. And so we should be able to catch up and get back on time soon. So thanks for hanging in there. You can always come in and out of the Zoom space if you wish, but I appreciate you staying online. And we will again share these videos after the event as well as the scores so you get that feedback. If you wish to ask me any questions, feel free to ask now. Otherwise, I'm going to go grab some lunch. Ray, I want to thank you for the hands up and for your great question, and all of you for reaching out. We've had an honest discussion today about the real issues, the tough issues that companies face. And it's by working together and really understanding those genuine needs and opportunities that I think we can move forward. So thanks again for your help today and for reaching out, offering advice to the presenters. So thanks again.
Yes, okay. So keep that muted.
Okay, we're looking forward to hearing our next presentation on Farmers Legacy Biotech. And there you are. Great to see you, Pankaj. And if you could just share your screen. People have got a bit of lunch here. I hope other people online as well have had a break. We can see your screen and maybe just full screen that. And then we're gonna be good to go. Maybe just say hello so I can make sure I can hear you.
Hello. So good.
Yep, that's great.
And is my presentation moving, right? Everything okay?
Everything's good. If you could just full screen your PowerPoint, that would be great.
So can they hear you online right now?
Yeah, you can hear me okay? This mic is working?
Yeah. Okay. Do you know that consumer product industry faces a dilemma when selecting a vegetable oil?
2 secs.
Balancing.
Can you full screen your PowerPoint? And just go to slideshow, top left.
No, I did it.
I'm not seeing it full screen yet for some reason.
Now?
No?
You have to go into slideshow.
Yeah, hit the slideshow button.
Yeah, see,
Top.
this is slideshow. I hit it.
Okay, I'm seeing presenter mode with your slides 1 through 5 on the left-hand side. So if you could possibly just click on slideshow at the top, or maybe you have to switch your screens if you have 2 screens on. Okay. So I'm not seeing anything change on my Zoom.
Ask him to stop sharing and then reshare his.
Okay, maybe I'm gonna just have you unshare. And then can you share again one more time? Great, perfect. So Pankaj, thank you so much for presenting today. Great to have you here to present Farmers Legacy Biotech, and we've seen your pitch before, so we know it's a great story. And we look forward to hearing about your updated plans today. So go ahead and start whenever you're.
Basically, I am not able to change slide now.
Oh, okay. Well, I can see your first slide. You can't advance with your.
No, I can advance.
Yeah. Just try one more time, maybe. This is a great talk for a lunchtime presentation. So over here, we're enjoying some lovely butter chicken, actually, I think. So hopefully everyone's enjoying their lunch.
Yeah, I can do it now.
You can do it now? Perfect. Well, great. Thanks so much for your patience. And we look forward to hearing your talk. I can only see the presenter mode, but I think it'll be okay. We can see the slides. And so feel free to start your talk. Can you just roll to the next slide for a sec? Just so I can see your second slide, because I only see the first slide.
Yeah, I can move it in my computer.
Okay, I'm only seeing your first slide. I can't see your slides advance. did you send me your slides by any chance?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just see here. Are you sure? Not sure I see your presentation. Can you email it to me?
I will try it for the last time.
Okay, let's just see here.
What is that question?
Okay, try and share one more time. Okay, do you have it?
What is
Okay.
this farmer? Is
Okay.
that this one?
Now you're able to move? You're
Yeah,
able to
I'm
see?
seeing one slide. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do a swap, and we're going to try and work with you for the next pitch. I'm going to ask Kate if she's available. Kate, are you? Oh, great. I can see your second slide now.
Oh, you can see it now?
Well, I could see your second slide in presenter mode, not full screen mode. Kate, thanks so much for hanging in there while we try and get this sorted. We'll try one more time, and if this works, we will hear the farmers. Okay, now I see your third slide, Pankaj. That's great. So just go to your first slide. It looks like you can advance. We can hear you. All is good. We're not on full screen mode, but I think we're just going to go with it, and I think that'll be fine. Okay.
So
do we go here? All good. So just go to your first slide.
I'm on my first slide.
Oh, we see your third slide.
This is my third slide.
Can you go to number one? Slide one.
Yeah, I am in number one.
No, I see slide number 3. Your solution slide.
Now?
Nope, nothing's moving. I think we're having an issue here.
Now I can move, see if it can be done.
Okay, yeah. Okay, now you're good. So that's good. Okay. We can see slide 1. And if you're ready to go, I'm going to suggest that you start your talk now, and then we will have questions in 10 minutes. So go ahead and start your talk as soon as you're ready.
Do you know the consumer product industry faces a dilemma while selecting vegetable oil, balancing health, availability, and sustainability together? While fluctuating canola prices negatively impact farmers, Canadian farmers, and processors. My name is Pankaj Purwar. I'm a BTech from Chemical Technologies from one of the premier engineering institute and MBA from University of Victoria. I founded Farmers Legacy Biotech after having a experience as a product and processing expert in multinationals like Marico and Unilever. So Farmers Legacy Biotech is a plant breeding company that has introduced medium chain fatty acid specifically found in coconut oil to canola. With this, we are able to provide healthy, available, and sustainable vegetable oil for industrial applications. The seed price in 2023 seen a major decline, impacting farmers and processors. And consumer product industry is prioritizing availability over health and sustainability to drive profits. When there is a priority of having a healthy oil, industry uses blend of 3 or more oils. So our solution is Brahmola that will help farmers earn a premium of $50 and processors earn a premium of $100 at the same time, providing health, sustainability, and availability for vegetable oil to the consumer product industry. We have a balanced fatty acid profile, almost very near to World Health Organization recommended saturated fatty acid to monounsaturated fatty acid to polyunsaturated fatty acid ratio of 1:1.3:1. So currently, canola seed price is valued at 14 billion, with specialty canola like high erucic acid canola and high folic canola, which makes around 2.5 billion market share. So Farmers Legacy Biotech is targeting 100 million of the specialty canola oil with Brahmola. So talking about different applications, so I will talk about FLB proprietary blend for infant formula that comprises of 80% Bramola and 20% another Canadian oil, meeting all the regulatory requirements specified under Codex Alimentarius to be used in infant formula and provide more balanced profile than the current blend used in different infant formula blend. So our FLB proprietary blend will make the oil blend more simplistic because handling two oil is easier to handle multiple oils in manufacturing and buying setting. And at the same time, it doesn't require palm oil, which help product to be more healthier and more sustainable. Deep frying oil, deep frying industry either relies on saturated fats like palm oil or high monounsaturated fatty acid rich oils like high oleic oils. So high oleic oils are more sustainable than saturated or hydrogenated oil, but they lack the health benefit of medium chain fatty acid rich like coconut oil or polyunsaturated fatty acid rich canola oil. So Bramola breaches that gap by providing a balanced fatty acid profile that has all the healthy ingredients and good for deep frying applications. We have already raised $250,000 grant to develop our product, where I have raised $100,000 for friends and family and $150,000 from government grants. And the product development was achieved through partnership with academia and government. Now we are working with National Research Council to do the trial registration and seed registration work to get approval from Canadian Food Inspection Agency to work on the regulatory risk. And at the same time, we are trying to pitch our product to different industry partners so that we will reduce marketing risk by strategic partnerships. In terms of our yield model, so we will rely on the contract breeding for generating initial seed. Then we will undertake contract farming and processing with contract with the processors. So in total, we will have a total cost around 110, and we are hopeful that we will be able to sell oil and meal at total cost of $140. That will give us a profit or say commission of $30 per ton of canola seed. In terms of our break-even, we will be breaking even by 2030 and start generating revenue by 2027. When we will start generating revenue by 2027, we are looking, till then, we are looking almost like a $1.5 million. Our team comprises of Dr. Marcus Samuel, who is professor at University of Calgary. He is responsible for lab support and plant transformation work and providing technical advisory service to Farmers Legacy Biotech. Whereas I am CEO, I lead market development, fundraising, integrating intellectual property and AI into our business, and developing industry strategic partnership for commercializing this technology. So our ask currently is $100,000, which will be used for expenses for the trial registration trial, which will cost around $200,000. IRAP has already put $100,000, so I am raising $100,000 to make it the entire $200,000. In 2026, we will be raising $250,000 so that we can cover for seed registration cost of $500,000. And then we are somewhere expecting $1 million for Bramola commercialization in 2027. So that's all from my side. Now I would like to have more questions regarding the benefit, how Bramola will provide industry with an option where they can have balanced fatty acid profile with availability, sustainability, and health integrating together, and how it's gonna help farmers and Canadian processors to maintain the profit, and at the same time creating a win-win solution for the entire Canadian canola industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's a question in the chat space. Could you respond to that, please?
Okay.
Is Bramola a new canola variety? Just want to clarify what the actual product is, the composition or the
Yeah,
derivation?
Brahmola will be a new canola variety. So it will have almost like 30% of saturated fat with 22% medium chain fatty acid. Then almost 45% of oleic acid, which is monounsaturated, and then 25% of polyunsaturated fat, predominantly omega-3 and omega-6, which are also known as linoleic and alpha linolenic acid. So Brahmola is open pollinated canola variety that will be provided to the farmers for I would say cultivation and processing. So this has to be done through contract farming. So that's why we are connected to a partner who can do farming and processing for us.
Okay, Kelly, thank you for that question. Did that answer your question? Any other questions from the virtual community or here in person? I'm just wondering what your experience is. We've heard from the other presenters about challenges in raising funds, and you've done a great job raising money from family and friends. How has that translated into either investor or angel interest or bank loans or whatever it is that you might need? What could we do to improve the next raise for you, your experience? Any thoughts on that?
So friends and family is like a future share allotment. That's what we discussed. So basically, if this doesn't work out, I need to give the money back. We have really found a reservation, not from the government side, but from the angel investors and venture capitalists to support a venture which is pre-seed. So I think when risk profile is high, it is difficult to find investors within Canadian ecosystem. That's what we have experienced. So next way forward is we are applying to different accelerators and incubators within US so that we have more access to the investors in US, and then we will know that how that pan out in the future. But before, like so far, I understand that there is a bit of a investment available, but the experience will tell us whether that's reality or that's just a, I would say, the gossip kind of stuff.
Okay, any other questions? I'd encourage anyone either in person or virtually to ask. I'm just wondering about industry. Sometimes industry can be resistant to changing their process or product line. What have your discussions been like with the industry partners that you're looking for? Are they receptive to the changes? I mean, the health benefits, certainly that makes sense. But are they willing to change practice and will they make money on this?
So basically, industry gonna make a lot of money because when the contract processing is involved, you are making money from farming as well as in processing. So that's why we are connected with one of the biggest processors in Canada, and they are willing to partner with us, but they would like us to do marketing for our product ourselves. They see a lot of potential in our product, and there are not too much of, I would say, change which is required on a processing setup. There will be a bit of a challenge, but that's not something which require a huge amount of capex to overcome. So within a current setting, they will able to do it. The only thing is getting to a final product, say where currently industry knows there is a problem. That industry knows that when palm oil is in infant formula, there is always a chance of 3 MCPD and ethanol in the product, which can impact the infant health. But there is no solution to remove the entire palm oil from the system because it is one of the major component in infant formula and there is no solution available. So industry knows there is a problem, and when we are saying there is a solution, but still there is a bit of a doubt at the moment till we don't get approval, say like a GRAS approval from US. Where it is evaluated that Brahmola is good to be used in infant formula. So I think once we get all the regulatory clearances, industry will be more receptive to work with us.
So I've just got a question about your intellectual property strategy. I think working with industry partners makes a lot of sense, but they also might have their own, processes that they're trying to optimize, maybe their own products that are similar. How are you protecting your IP, or what's your approach to trying to make sure that you don't get squeezed out, basically, and that you can continue to generate revenue from your the products that you're developing?
Yeah. So basically, we have applied for patent for our technology in August this year, and now we got the money for creating a IP strategy from Elevate IP. So now we have submitted our IP strategy, asking for more fund to patent our technology in Australia, Canada, and US. That's what our market is. We have a very strong IP in per se. We are protected by patent as well as seed breeders' right, or say plants breeder right. So both of them will save our IP for 20 years. Say if I have a patent and I will have a plant registration or plant breeder right after 5 years, then we are protected for 25 years for our entire technology. And as per the strategy work done, looks to be a unique product in the market and very high chance of getting the patent granted in Australia, or say North America and Australia.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, either from the chat space or here? I'm just wondering about your team, what kind of expertise you're also looking for to build out your team in order to really negotiate those contracts or get to market with your customers, or whatever else. What kind of expertise are you looking for in terms of part-time advisors, let's say?
So we will look for negotiating the contract with the jump plasm which we got, as well as the university. So we want the royalty terms to be specifically favorable in FLB favor for commercialization, because if we have all the favorable terms coming in, we have a higher chance of getting funded from the investors. So there are a lot many, I would say, things involved, and we are just working step by step to get or to move across the challenges we are facing.
One last chance for questions. We do have your pitch results there, and I will share those with you later as well. But great talk, and thanks again for sharing your story, and I wish you all the best. Kate, are you available and ready to share your screen? Hi, Kate. Nice to see you. Feel free to share your screen, and I think we're ready to go.
Amazing.
Terrific.
Okay, you guys can see my screen?
Yeah, I think you're good to go.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much for having me, everyone. I'm Kate Popeil, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of What's the Deal? Our mission is simple. We help restaurants turn downtime into dollars. And with margins tighter than ever, we built a platform that fills empty seats by connecting restaurants with deal-seeking diners when they need them most. The response has been incredible. In just a few months, with zero ad spend, we've onboarded over 50 restaurants and attracted over 5,000 active foodie users. These numbers prove our platform is scalable and solves a real problem. Here's the challenge. Only half of restaurants' operating hours are actually profitable. And owners spend heavily on social media to bring in customers, and 81% of them actually rely on it. But returns aren't always guaranteed. And at the same time, 80% of diners say they are more likely to try a new spot if there's a deal. It's inefficient, frustrating, and never ending. Restaurants lose money on empty tables while diners hunt for deals. We're more than a tech platform. We're content marketing specialists who connect restaurants and diners at the right time and place. And by combining data-driven strategies with professional marketing, we give restaurants access to tools previously out of reach, helping them fill their seats and boost revenue. At the same time, our expertise drives viral growth for the platform, bringing in hungry diners and fueling organic expansion. The result? A steady flow of customers with restaurants when restaurants need them most. For restaurateurs, it's less work and better results. For foodies, it's fun and free, and a great way to discover new places and deals. And unlike traditional advertising, our solution is immediate, measurable, and affordable. So why are we different? I want you to imagine you're a restaurant owner. The night is slow, the lights are on, the grill's sizzling, and your staff is twirling their thumbs in the corner. Instead of sending staff home or closing early, why not create a fire deal on What's the Deal? Set your parameters like time and geofence range, and send out a special offer via push notification to foodies in your area to fill your seats. It's customers on demand. We're targeting a $119 billion market and 27 billion spent on with 27 billion spent annually on restaurant advertising. By offering a more effective alternative, we're positioned to claim a meaningful share. Our team has the perfect mix to make this happen. I have years of experience in the restaurant industry, on the operations side and in business development. Leo has expertise in restaurant marketing and operations. And our CTO, Lee, is building a stable, scalable platform for growth. We are raising 1.5 million in our pre-seed round. This will allow us to scale to 10,000 restaurant subscriptions and 150,000 foodie users. This will build a $1 million in monthly recurring revenue ahead of our 5 million seed round. What's the Deal is changing how restaurants drive revenue. With strong early traction, a massive market opportunity, and clear growth plan, we're ready to scale. So join us in transforming downtime into dollars and creating a win-win for restaurants and food lovers alike. I'd love to connect and share more. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. That was really clear and a great story, especially as we're enjoying our lunch here. Wondering if there's any questions from the chat space or from here in the room. I think, you know, your brand is so important and it's very nice and clear. You do what you say, what's on the tin. But just wondering about international growth. What is your domain that you're going to pursue for that, and how will you go overseas into other countries, other languages? What are the barriers there?
Yes, so we have our eyes on the US market. The population density, the amount of restaurants, the just reception to this kind of technology is huge. So we've identified the top markets that we want to get into there. So that will be very high on our list. We're not overly worried about language barriers and converting things. That'll come a little bit later. But our US is definitely where our focus is next.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the audience, either online or here? Just wondering what your experience has been in terms of trying to raise money, because this, you know, to develop all the analytics to really understand your customer, it can be expensive, I guess, to build the platform so that you know what they like when they like it, and can optimize all that communication via different channels, I suppose. What has it been like to raise money? What kind of funding are you looking for? What can we do better here in Canada?
Yes, so we are completely bootstrapped. Everything's been built internally. We've just started speaking to investors, but I have been in the game long enough to know the landscape is kind of tough. So we ideally would take US dollars and work with US investors. They just have a bigger and better appetite, and they're not as risk averse. So we're definitely looking to raise money in the States, but also looking to connect with Canadian investors, get their feedback, and also see what's here in Canada.
Okay, great. That's very honest, and we like that. I think you're chasing the big market first. It's also a pretty aggressive place. Do you have customers in the US, or are most of your current customers based here in Canada?
Based here in Canada, but we did go to Palo Alto. 500 Global took us in the springtime. So we talked to investors there, talked to restaurants there, and that's what made the decision for us to want to be there and to raise there. Lots of great feedback, lots of interest from all parties.
Great. One last chance for questions from the audience. I think that was a great pitch, really clear answers, and a really high quality deck. I'm just going to run a poll here and give you the feedback. And let me see here if I can, whoops. Let me launch a new poll, and please give Kate your honest feedback on the 5 points. And if you're in the audience here physically, if you can either fill out the form online or the hard copy, that would be great. Is there anything else you're looking for to build out your team there, Kate? You've got 3 great people. You've done a lot together to bootstrap your way up. What do you need to, what kind of advice do you want for the next level?
Yes, any introductions you can make, anyone out there. We'd love to talk to people. We'd love to talk to more restaurants, be able to help more restaurants, and actually shout out to Leo and Lee, who are in the same room as you, so they can probably hear me.
Sure, you've got a great team and they get around. That's great. And great space here to hear your story. Great. I guess just to probe a little more, like you're going to the US, Palo Alto. I hear this all the time. It makes me wonder, like, we're really trying to keep you guys here, trying to get those investors and angels willing to participate equally, at least in terms of investors. Are you looking for a group of investors? Is there anyone in Canada so far, any networks that are working well for you that you want to say, yep, that is working in terms of a way to find either advice or connection to cash or what have you?
I'm kind of turning over every stone at the moment, going through my LinkedIn constantly, trying to just pull at threads. So just leaning on the communities that I am a part of, Edmonton Unlimited, Alberta Innovates, the Scale Up Gap program, just trying to find those investors through connections. But it is hard without a warm introduction. So we plan to stay headquartered in Edmonton always. We are very loyal to this space. It's about collaboration over competition, and we wouldn't be able to start a company like we did anywhere else. So ideally, we would take Canadian money if the opportunity is out there and the investors are out there. So yeah, if anyone knows anyone, send them my way. Oh, Michael, you're on mute.
I got two mics here. I keep on changing. Three mics for me, I guess. But in any case, do fill out that Zoom poll to let Kate know about how you feel about how she's doing. I'm going to just ask about IP strategy, because I know this is a complicated space to really lock down your expertise and your knowledge. Clearly, there's a lot that you generate as you go along. But is there anything from the outside that really strengthens your case for those initial investors looking to take a shot on a new company to make sure that you guys can continue to grow in a secure way without losing your edge as the competition finds out that this is a really viable strategy to connect consumers and the establishments that make great food? So just a simple question: what's your IP strategy?
Right. So it's first to market strategy. It's we want to get into the top spaces that we want to be in as quickly as possible. But we have been working with Amy as well to integrate AI and machine learning into our roadmap. So we're collecting the correct data right off the hop. So we are building out some really interesting strategies around that. But yeah, it's a first to market play for us.
Okay, great. That's perfect. I think it's a strong way to finish. I want to thank you for your time presenting today. If there's no further questions, I think we're going to move to the next talks. But thanks again, Kate, for a great talk and for your commitment to Edmonton and to Canada here. So thanks again, Kate, for a great talk, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thanks. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Okay. And I think that concludes the virtual part of our talks. So those of you who are online, I'm hoping that you can still watch the rest of the show here. We're going to transition. I think, where are we on the schedule? We're getting close to back on schedule, actually. Irene, are you online or are you in the building? Okay, so Irene is here and she has sent me her slide deck, which is great. So just bear with us as we, I'm just going to download her deck here. So 1 second. Okay. So I'm going to download Irene's, she's sent me her pitch, and we're going to probably roll off of this here computer, or we can work off her computer possibly as well. But I just want to kind of see.
But you want me to go back to turn the mics on that we're recording the mics?
Well, I think this is, we just got to get this up now. So let me see what I can do. If I want to get it up to the
Share here, actually.
Oh, actually, so you are on Zoom sharing your screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so all we need to do is make sure that mic is working.
But you want it recorded?
I want all this recorded,
Okay,
yeah.
so I gotta go to the back then.
We are still recording this.
So where does this go?
The speaker. So, okay, you can hear me now. And what I want to know is the people in the Zoom room, can you hear me? So we've got 19 people in the room. I just want to make sure. Can someone tell me if you can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, you can hear me, great. So I'm going to move to the lectern, and I just want to make sure you can still hear me. Can you listen?
Yeah.
Can you still hear me? Whoever said that.
You still here?
Still hear me? Still hear me? We have two mics running right now. So I can hear.
Maybe gives a thumbs up.
Yeah. Okay. So.
If
Would you be willing to speak from here? Just with this mic? Actually,
No.
what I'm gonna ask you to do. So, whoops, it ain't. Keep this all together.
okay, good.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you to come here. I'll give you a chair if you want a chair, or you can stand. We're gonna do that. So, people who are online, I think you can hear me now. I'm gonna turn off my handheld mic. And tell me if you can still hear me. Can you still hear me, Kate, or anybody else online? Can you hear me?
Also turn on the.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Yeah, why don't you turn on the audio in your computer?
You'd have to turn the.
Yeah. Okay, good. We're almost there. Kate is going to, or Irene is going to turn on her audio on her computer, and that should pick her up as well. Okay, Irene, go ahead and speak.
All right, just testing. Can everyone hear me? Perfect. Great. Good afternoon. You'd have to turn yours off.
So, Irene from Sciences. Put on your video.
Sure.
Perfect. Okay. Very good. So.
Yes. Perfect. Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for the, I think, sorry, you'll have to turn off your, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for the opportunity. Let us pitch today. I'm Irene Harmson.
What we need is, so. Thanks.
No worries. All right, we'll try this. Can everybody hear me? Okay, and hopefully online as well. All right, hopefully third time's a charm here. I'm Irene Harmson. I'm the co-founder and chief technology officer at Cove Neurosciences. And I'm here to talk to you about Cove. We're a precision neuroscience company that addresses the unmet need for objective biomarkers of Alzheimer's disease to accelerate and de-risk clinical trials. What are we without memories? This question touches on the core of our identity and our experiences. Memories are stories and shape who we are. They form the bonds we have with others, allowing us to share experiences and our emotions. Memories are vital for learning and contribute to our sense of self and continuity over time. Memories, they hold our joys, our triumphs, and even our sorrows, making us fully human. Alzheimer's disease significantly impacts memories and often in profound ways. Alzheimer's disease affects 1 in 13 Canadians, and everyone in this room probably knows someone or is affected within their family themselves. 1 in 113 Canadians over the age of 65 are affected. This amounts to over 450,000 Canadians. And the national economic burden of Alzheimer's disease is over 40 billion Canadian dollars, with the prevalence and societal costs rapidly increasing with our aging population. And despite the fact that Alzheimer's disease is the 21st century's most challenging health problem, viable treatments or disease-modifying therapies are severely lacking. Clinical trial failure rates remain high for Alzheimer's disease, and few, if any, new drugs are being produced. Only 2% of drugs tested for Alzheimer's disease reach the market, and this is short of the 15% average for all other brain-related disorders. There's major barriers to the success of neurologic drug development, such as inadequate patient selection, lack of clinical efficacy, and inadequate methods to measure brain function. This is where Cove comes in. We have a product, Cove Connect, and specifically rolling out Cove Connect Alzheimer's. This is an EEG-based software solution specifically designed for pharmaceutical companies to accelerate and de-risk clinical trials for Alzheimer's. Our value proposition lies in a standardized EEG analysis pipeline, which allows pharmaceutical companies to accelerate and de-risk their clinical trials. We have a proprietary end-to-end solution that will enhance clinical success rates and shorten the drug to market timeline, ultimately delivering significant cost savings for clients. We've had considerable traction since our launch 2 years ago in March of 2022. We have 8 signed partners and clients with contracts worth over $200,000 USD in revenue. We've secured $250,000 in dilutive funding and additional $250,000 in non-dilutive funding via bootstrapping and additional $700,000 in dilutive funding. We've also published peer-reviewed scientific articles and have another one coming for our validation study for Cove Connect Alzheimer's. In terms of the actual technology, Cove Connect provides valuable quantitative outputs for pharmaceutical clients to accelerate their clinical trials. Cove Connect efficiently processes, analyzes, and interprets data from EEG brain recordings to provide these pharmaceutical clients with essential insights into Alzheimer's clinical trial data in a cost-effective and scalable manner. We help pharmaceutical clients identify disease-related endpoints and characterize subpopulations in often heterozygous patient groups. And this will increase clinical success rates, shorten clinical study timelines, and deliver cost savings. Cove Connect has already demonstrated initial clinical validity in Alzheimer's disease. We have accurate detection with our pipeline and models, 86% disease classification accuracy using supervised machine learning, as well as cross-validation. We're also incorporating AI algorithms. And this is also correlated to clinical rating scales for Alzheimer's disease. In terms of our market size, it's significant and well-established, given we're in an era of advancing neuroscience and precision medicine for brain disorders. We have a large TAM of 116 billion. The actual serviceable addressable market is around 46 billion, and our service obtainable market for clinical trial support and EEG data analytics market is approximately 6.5 billion USD. Cove stands out amongst its competitors, offering advanced signal pre-processing and our application of AI ML methods for precision biomarker discovery. We boast differentiating features such as focusing on dynamic network changes in the brain and leveraging a connectomics approach. And we hope that further investment will be able to help us launch Cove Connect Alzheimer's, which is a disease-specific pipeline. Our revenue model involves B2B SaaS. We're following a hybrid business approach right now, focusing on technology-enabled services, focusing on service-based contracts. This helps fund our Cove Connect R&D and flush out the final product, focusing on partnerships. Next year, we're hoping to move towards a recurring revenue model, subscription fees, and licensing our Cove Connect pipeline. Our team is a powerhouse of experienced doctors, neuroscientists, and software engineers passionate about improving brain data analytics to optimize patient care. As co-founders, Nardine and I have known each other for over 10 years through the MD PhD program at the University of Toronto. We're both clinician scientists, and we're also backed by a world-class advisory board chaired by serial entrepreneur Roger Mahabir. We also have Dr. Lozano on board, famous neurosurgeon, entrepreneur, and longtime mentor for both Nardine and I. We also have Norma Beauchamp and Fanny on our advisory board. These are both experts in the pharmaceutical realm. Our ask is 300,000 Canadian dollars. This will actually help us unlock 500K from the Ontario Brain Institute. We have to date had investment of 250,000. We're looking for an additional 300 to unlock further investment from the OBI. And this will allow us to hire and retain full-time software developers as well as service current contracts. Also further development and deployment of Cove Connect Alzheimer's to really accelerate and de-risk pharmaceutical clinical trials for Alzheimer's. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your attention, both in person and online. I'll be happy to field any questions.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to make sure, can you hear me online as well? I think I'll just stay right here so you can hear me online. A great talk. Any questions from the crowd here? Just wondering, the therapeutic space has been tough in this area. And if we could get better diagnostics to find patients for specific treatments that are in development, that'd be really valuable. How are you partnering with the teams that are developing therapeutics to drive their programs to the right patient population?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for that. So essentially, we are partnering with various institutions. We have a strong connection in Ontario, University of Toronto. That's where both Nardine and I have trained. I'm now at the University of Alberta doing a neurosurgery residency. So a lot of collaborations through partner organizations. In terms of actual getting into the client space, we're using our personal networks, leveraging the networks from both Norma and Fanny, who are on our advisory board, to have engagement with different pharmaceutical companies. And then attending different conferences, both scientific entrepreneurial conferences. There is a very large need for EEG data analytics. As the EEG field is exploding, we're actually left with an unmet need or a gap to be able to efficiently process all this EEG data out there. You and I, we can go on Amazon, buy small EEG headsets. These are kind of the lowest accuracy headsets, if you will. And so moving up from there, there's a lot of need within the pharmaceutical space, larger and more clinical EEG headsets that need a lot of standardized EEG processing and analysis and interpretation. And we're really bridging the gap between data engineering and neuroscience.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions here?
We've got a question here. If you come here and ask the question, that way people in the Zoom room can hear you off of that mic as well. Thanks so much. Just wondering in the meantime, what's it been like to collaborate with people here in neurosciences at U of A or Calgary who are developing novel therapeutics for some of these diseases that you're looking at? Has it been a collaborative community or are they all pretty protective?
No, for sure. It's definitely collaborative. We have some interesting, conversations with some of the University of Alberta Innovation Fund, as well as interaction with Alberta Innovates. We're developing or focusing on Alzheimer's disease now, but we've had a lot of work into some of the other neurologic and psychiatric disorders. Cove Connect we started as a disease agnostic pipeline. We've worked with pharmaceutical company in development of new drugs for schizophrenia, where they're using EEG to determine the change before and after drug intervention. This is just one example. We're also focusing on depression and, the list goes on, Parkinson's. There's so many neurologic and psychiatric disorders.
Great, thank you. We have a question here. Just introduce yourself and just speak here a little closer.
Yeah, just in case. Hello, everybody. My name is Chris Smith. I work with the Government of Alberta's Jobs, Economy and Trade. I work on the international trade team that leads these outbound trade missions. So this isn't so much of a comment, but just a question, but so much a comment. Given that you mentioned that you do attend conferences and trade shows, would love to chat with you a little bit after about some upcoming ones that we have in the pipeline. And that goes with everybody online and also in the room here. Thank you. That was a great presentation. I know we had another question, so I'll hand it over.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And yeah, we do try and push out those messages about those trade shows and export opportunities to develop markets. I think there's one more question here. Anybody? Oh, feel free to come up. We have one more question here. And maybe if we get a few more evaluations online, that would really help the Cove team maybe decide where to focus their energies. And if you're here in person, do fill out these hard copy sheets or online. If you click on the company name on the pitches page, do give them that feedback, because at the end of the day, Irene wants your honest opinions and your feedback and connections. That helps her go ahead with her plans. So here, feel free to introduce yourself and maybe speak a bit towards the mic.
Okay, Jillian McLaren, CSW Accelerator. Just obviously you have a lot of IP probably in place. Could you touch on IP and then also talk about kind of where you are in the process with, obviously this has to be proven valid and statistically significant, and kind of where you guys are in the process with that?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks so much for your question. The first question was regarding IP. Right now, we are focusing on trade secrets and know-how. We are working with IP legal team, looking at what's patentable within our different pipelines. We are also focusing on R&D, and out of this, we expect to have more patents. We're specifically focusing on EEG pre-processing. This is a major component of our Cove Connect pipeline, being able to remove EEG artifacts. There's a lot of signal to noise or a lot of signal artifact in these EEGs, especially if you get into kind of lower quality EEG headsets. So we're focusing on that, and patents IP will come out of that process as well. In terms of your second question, sorry, remind me.
Just obviously when it's medical and you're trying to take
yes.
the market faster, statistics.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. So the second question was in terms of validation of Cove Connect. We are doing validation studies on open source data. Right now, I showed you a slide regarding validity studies that were actually, the paper has been submitted to the scientific review for a publication. And so this is actually for our Cove Connect Alzheimer's pipeline. We've been able to actually have increased accuracy in terms of classifying healthy controls versus Alzheimer's patients. We're going to take the next step as well and be able to classify patients mild, moderate, severe Alzheimer's, or even the clinical status prior to Alzheimer's diagnosis, so a mild cognitive impairment. So we are doing a lot of validation studies on previous data or open source data sets. And we're also working with partner organizations to leverage larger patient data.
Okay, thanks so much. Any last questions, including from the Zoom space? I guess there is a question, maybe indirectly, well, both about the scalability of the product, like where are you finding the biomarkers? How easy is it to scale that? Maybe you can address that briefly.
Yeah, I mean, the scalability is huge for this product. As I mentioned, we started off disease agnostic, Cove Connect. Now focusing specifically into Cove Connect Alzheimer's, just because the market for neuroscience, neurological and psychiatric diseases is so large. You know, millions of people across the world are affected, not only with Alzheimer's, but we have a focus also on depression. We've done work on schizophrenia. We have a large, one of our first clients is actually in the seizure detection epilepsy sphere. Specifically, we're focusing on biomarker discovery based on EEG data for SUDEP. This is sudden death in epilepsy. And so our Cove Connect models were able to detect onset of seizure before it happened based on brain activity and changes in the brain signal that happens before seizure. And then the example would be that you can give a medication, anti-seizure medications, to abort a seizure before it happens. So in terms of scalability is huge. Any neurological or psychiatric disorder, whether that be epilepsy, depression, anxiety, we'll have schizophrenia work that we've done, and now really trying to actually focus on the Alzheimer's market to actually streamline our R&D and our pipeline.
Okay, one more question just in terms of the intellectual property strategy, because that was also a question for some people. How are you securing your know-how, these trade secrets, maybe your patents? How is that working? Are you getting funding to really push that ahead and get a strong position against the competition?
Yeah, so it's a great question regarding our IP. As mentioned, we're following company know-how, trade secrets. We will be using, obviously, the funding that we recently received, $200K in dilutive funding, as well as the funding that we hope to receive from the OBI, Ontario Brain Institute. Once we get that unlocked with an additional ask of the $300,000 here, a portion of that will go towards IP legal services as well to further flush out, you know, what's patentable, what's not within the pipeline. There are governmental funding that we're pursuing as well. As I mentioned, the first 2 years were heavily focused on bootstrapping, grant applications. We have a dedicated business development team working on all sorts of applications in the background for additional funding as well.
Okay, great. That sounds very strong. Thanks so much, Irene, for a great talk and great Q&A as well. Appreciate that. I think we're going to close off this session. Just a couple changes. Our next speaker was unable to make it from Calgary, so sends apologies. And so we are essentially back on schedule. So Neuroscience Technologies will not present. We are going to start with Michael Mengel's talk after a short break and be almost on schedule. Should we do like maybe a 10-minute break? Is that good? And then Michael will present, and then we're back to in-person pitches. So feel free to grab a coffee, network a little, and see you in about maybe let's say 10 minutes. Okay, thanks. Thanks online as well for joining us. You're welcome to stay on board. We're going to continue to try and pitch via this screen so that you can see the speaker slides and the speaker present. I'm just going to try and get Michael Mengel's slides up here.
Should we check? Because
Yeah, I might just double check. Why don't we-
I don't know. if
Hi
I have
there.
all the connectors and everything. I have cables.
Yeah,
so
let me just
it'd be
make
better.
sure.
I uploaded it yesterday.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. What was it called? again?
Northernmost. Northernmost.
Look, I have a PDF.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, so let me just see if I can full screen. How are we doing, Richard?
You can. There's a thing.
I mean, we have.
Page display, we should be able to, well,
There's full screen mode. There we go. Yeah.
okay, so.
Yeah.
Are you okay to present here and then basically use a mic and this picks you up virtually?
Sure.
And this
You don't have a clicker adapter thing?
You just use these buttons here.
Okay, I might switch it the other way so I can face the crowd, but yes.
The problem is that I want your voice to be picked up I want you on the video and the mic on this computer. And so it's better if you can stand here.
I can do that.
Well, like if you stand here, then they can see your face. I mean, the other thing is maybe I should move this computer over there.
I
Would
have
you
my
be
own,
willing-
whatever.
Yeah,
But if it's connected already and we don't want any more trouble.
It's because you're not hearing that through your computer.
no, well, I want to, how is it working right now?
That's the way it's supposed to work.
Is everything working? So the last
You
pitch,
shouldn't need this.
no,
on
no,
this one.
no. So the last one by Irene, she was speaking into her mic
Yeah, correct.
to the audience and through her computer to the virtual room. I don't quite know where the virtual space was picking it up, but that worked.
Well, we should be testing it now. with
Yeah.
That mic, but the problem is that with mic, you can hear the mic either way if it's off or on. That's what I was confused by. That's why we're getting the double before.
Yeah.
Because it was.
Yeah.
Being used twice.
Yeah, I want to capture Michael. Okay, so what do we do to practice this? I think Michael, so let's just do a beta test on this. Okay, so what I don't know is if we have enough cord.
How's this back? How's this back? Was it okay?
Yeah, no, it's not done yet. I go back in May, so
You're just back
it was
in
just too short, yeah. No, I'll be around. It was great talking to your team. We're gonna run an event maybe in Fort Sask, Michelle and I, I think.
Awesome. Okay.
So
good.
on the energy front in
Oh, is that gonna be
March.
energy focused?
Well, that might be. I mean, I think she's working on it. We're happy to do whatever you guys want, but
Hydrogen, clean tech, energy.
Yeah.
Well, Fort
Yeah.
Sask would be a great place to do it.
yeah, we want to
Yeah.
build those bridges across the region as well. So I think, if we can do both energy and build a bridge to the region. St. Albert was great last year.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, we're just, hi Stan, good to see you.
Likewise.
Is your partner here as well?
My wife is.
Leslie?
No,
Okay.
I don't have partners. I've got a couple of guys that work for me.
Okay.
But at any rate, when it comes time to pitching,
Yeah,
I'm not, do you have a camera on it? Sound like
yeah, we do. And
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna try and figure it out now because we're still kind of bootstrapping our way up here. But probably you'll be there on my computer if I get along with cord.
I could actually bring up my computer if you want.
Let me just see if I can do this. I just need to,
Should I throw this away, honey?
no, my power, because I can't go off power.
If you need me to use my computer, I can take it.
It's not good, I think.
Where do I link in? What do I link?
Just go onto the Zoom and share your display in your Zoom link.
So it would be under your name?
No, no, just,
Email? Or
well,
where would I find the link?
it's
Oh, it's on here?
yeah, it's on the top of this.
There she is.
Yeah. If you just click
Oh.
on that.
Okay.
So what do you want to
The
do?
problem is I can't move this computer. As soon as I unplug it,
Yeah.
I'm off. And so I think this computer has to stay here. So either people display on my computer and we'll talk. I can't, none of that stuff can go loose. And so what I want to know is I could move this.
It should be working this way. This is the problem. This mic should work through the meeting, because that's why we're connecting it to the one in the back.
We should have beta tested all this, and I didn't have time. I feel so bad. But I mean, it is a great space. It's just that's off, right?
It is off now, yeah. But I can play with that, but I don't know if that was the thing at all.
We don't get much time. We got a few minutes. The background schedule, that much is good.
We'll see.
What I need to know is from the back end.
Is there anyone, can you hear me online?
I just need to know if the Zoom room can hear me.
Yeah, so somebody in the chat on.
Just want to know, can you hear me online?
And make sure your mic is off.
Yes,
Audio's off.
No, this has to be on.
No, but then this,
Well, that's the thing.
but we were trying to make sure that.
Can you hear me online?
yes, we can.
The people in the Zoom room. Just want to make sure we get the right mic here. There are 17 people online. Oh, great. Thanks, Kwong. I appreciate it. Can you? So you're not getting feedback. That's great.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Just let me know if you can hear me now. So the audio is picking me up. Yeah. So
Of course it would, because you're on your laptop.
yeah. So they're picking me up off of
The
this.
question is, can you mute that and use that, and can I hear you? You see
Yeah.
what I mean? Now ask.
Just want to know, can you hear me now?
Type it in.
Can you hear me now?
Michael, your sound is perfect.
Ah, okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the audience feedback. We're going to have our keynote lecture by Michael Mengel in a minute, but I would like to just make sure that, let me see here. I got this right. Okay. Sheesh. I just want to find out where I am here. Okay. Need to post. I am on video. Why is it?
Yeah, so they can see you, and then the camera can see everything from there,
Yeah.
from the back room.
Okay, so right now the audio is working and I'm getting the feed off of there, off that camera, right?
Yep, that's what you're getting, correct.
So they can't see the speaker. If I move forward a little bit, maybe.
Well, why would they need to if if the mic works?
Well, I want them to see the speaker ideally, and this.
No, I understand that. Why does the speaker need to be here if the mic works? Why would the
Oh.
speaker not go to the podium?
Oh, yeah.
If it works.
That's right.
And then they see that.
Okay, so why don't you take that and go over there? Or I'll go over there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think we're just about ready to roll. I just want to make sure you can still hear me over in the Zoom room. So Kwong or anyone there in the Zoom space, if you could just say, yeah, I can hear Michael, or no.
I can hear
That
Michael.
would be fantastic. All right, can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me online. Okay, great. I think we're ready to go then. So Zach, are you ready to introduce our next speaker? I want to thank you all for your patience as we work out the details here, and pretty much back on schedule. So thanks very much, Zach, for coming down from Calgary and introducing our next speaker.
All right, yeah, I'd like to welcome Dr. Michael Mengel, who's a pathologist at the U of A, here representing Alberta Precision Labs. And yeah, feel free to come on up and talk about the diagnostic innovation in Alberta. Come over here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, we got it figured out. So, that's my banking pin. Okay, my slide, it's our slides, any slides. Okay. So yeah, just for background, I am a pathologist here in Edmonton at the University of Alberta Hospital. I'm specialized in transplantation pathology. That's my academic background, but I've also been involved in academic leadership at the University of Alberta as a department chair, and I'm a medical director for Alberta Precision Laboratories. And I will focus on how the environment of the health system in Alberta can support innovators working in the space of laboratory diagnostics or any diagnostics related to human specimens of any kind. The next slide, I think I'm gonna do. I just took a break. Oh, whatever. Okay, let's try this. Here we go. So Alberta Precision Laboratories is a lab service provider in Alberta, which has over 7,000 staff, does close to 90 million tests every year. And all of you probably encountered a facility, a service of APL probably in your lifetime if you live in Alberta or spend time here in one of our collection centers or whenever you got any laboratory testing done. It runs through our operations, and we have 125 sites across the whole province where we have various levels of activities related to laboratory diagnostics, 60 patient centers, service centers, and also collection centers in hospitals, and staff which does all this transportation logistics between this geographically diverse landscape of Alberta. So when a sample is collected in High Prairie and requires testing done only in Calgary, we are operating how the sample finds its way through the province. And one important strength of APL is that we are built on one health information system. Might sound boring to all of you, but it's the greatest thing in my career, because when I started with APL, we were on 13 different information systems, and information was disconnected and had to be recompiled with different coding in warehouses. But this is now in the past, and we are all operating on one electronic platform, which allows us to find samples, trace samples, compile results, link them to clinical data, or other business and operational indicators. The next slide, please. So APL is committed to support research and innovation in the province of Alberta and beyond. We have many, many ongoing activities and partnerships, and Brad Shopland is here in the audience, who oversees as the director the clinical trial and research operations for APL. At any given time, we're supporting more than 1,500 research and trial activities and projects. In average, over 300 new projects are started every year, so in average one a day coming to APL. And our scope of support is very, very broad. So the research question or the innovation question can be very, very variable, from clearly diagnostic validation or risk stratification or supporting drug trials with the laboratory testing, which are observational or primary or secondary endpoints, which is actually the largest activity is supporting clinical drug trials or interventional trials. But it's also a big part is generating data or providing data through regulatory review processes for new diagnostic devices, which get validated or need data packages for Health Canada approval. And there are also data related to the analytical validity of tests, for example, how they perform in different clinical contexts of use, whether they are operated patient near or in a core lab or at -40 or +40. Various scenarios or questions can be supported and addressed. Next slide, please. And that is great, but it also poses the challenge to innovators to clearly define what their need is. We often meet with innovators and they say, we have a great idea for a diagnostic. How do we sell this? And there's a lot of aspects you need to first look at to answer that question, because you can sell everything. Just look at Amazon, right? Everything can be sold. Whether it's useful or not, and whether it is useful is in the eye of the beholder. Something which might be not useful in the publicly funded healthcare system in Canada or in Alberta in particular is a big selling ticket item in the south of the US. I'm just making that up. But so there are processes depending on what your need in your stage of development is, and I will go into that in detail, which require different agreements and avenues of accessing the resources and assets APL can offer you. And the services we can provide is, of course, access to facilities under certain circumstances where clinical grade testing happens, for validation, so comparing to standard of practice or gold standards, pure research collaborations where we want to invent something together, which is an unmet need in our services, hand over material, there's a process for material transfer agreements. We have an intake to request laboratory data under certain conditions. We can hand over data under certain conditions through data sharing agreements. We are accredited and certified to support regulatory clinical trials. We can just help you and consult you in your questions. We have, as I said, a broad range of expertise and staff we can tap into in giving guidance. And we also do just simple third-party services. You say, I need this, we have a fee schedule, and we do the service, and you take away all your knowledge and data resulting from that. Next slide. Oh, do we have to click for everything? No. So we have various capacities in this, which is we support. We have translational research spaces where we have beta testing capabilities for certain devices. We do this in partnership with multinationals. We have and support the public health lab. So a lot of infectious disease diagnostics point of care is operated in that. We support classical tissue processing and staining, which a lot of academic researchers require for biomarker discovery. We also support the Alberta programs for cell therapy and transfusion medicine, which is a big area in cell and blood products, for example. There is in Calgary in particular, a diagnostic manufacturing prototyping facility directly attached to our operation, which is the ACAT facility at the U of C. Next slide. So we have a website, which is amazing. And there is research and innovation, and you could go there, but you could also just email Brad or myself or anybody you know in the system, and we navigate it through the system and say, I need this or that. And then we will help you guiding and stick handling this. And the better your understanding of what you need, the more efficient that process is. But not uncommon, we get very broad requests, and then we usually set up a meeting and try to understand where you stand and then how we can uplift you to the next stage. Please proceed with the slides. Let's see what there happens then. And Brad's team, which oversees this, has streamlined these intakes depending also on the context. Are you an academic researcher affiliated with a post-secondary institution in Alberta? Is relevant to know because those institutions have an affiliation agreement with APL, and you can access the ethics research boards and submit certain activities which support development of products through academic research. Many grants now are dual, not purely discovery research, but also economic development. Genome Canada and Genome Alberta makes that a requirement, for example. And many are driven by academic PIs, and we have established processes how they access data, samples, core resources at an academic rate of services, for example. So When you're an industry partner in a regulatory clinical trials environment, the relationships look different and contracts are negotiated differently, for example, in the north through NACTRAC. So it really depends in what context you come and what your needs are and what the purpose is and what will be transitioned, purely services, data, material. And there are, for the reference, intake email addresses and the tools how you can access these services. Next slide. So frequent questions we get as an example is, do I need consent? Do I need affix? Do I need certain service agreements? And all this, the answer is, it depends. It depends on your situation, on your scenario, on what you want to do in this next step. Not what your ultimate goal is, because usually the development and the partnership is incremental. First, you need some de-identified samples for proof of principle. Then you need a controlled trial. Then you need a trial meeting regulatory standards. And those are different scopes and relationships where you need different forms of agreement and approval. And we can help you and guide you through this and talk to you. And often we just do it for free. Next slide, please. As an example, do you need consent? Really depends. When you work, for example, with remnant samples, totally de-anonymized, de-identified, consent is frequently waived. And consent and ethics are two different things. You need ethics, but no consent frequently for academic de-identified research. When it is a pure service saying APL for you, you give us a device and we should run 20 samples on it and confirm what your device does. You don't need consent or ethics. It's a pure validation service. When you do an intervention on a patient or you want their data, you may likely need consent. When you want their remnant samples and do with the samples whatever you want to do, you definitely need consent from them. And there is various ways how you can obtain consent, prospectively and retrospectively, right? So obtaining consent is possible, but a complete different level of complexity in certain settings. And there are ways you can talk to ethics board about this question and they can consult you. And there are ways how you can adjust your research design to not requiring consent, for example. Next slide, please. Similar with ethics, and there is, Alberta Innovates has developed a very handy tool for a rapid ethics assessment. Also, the ethics boards have informal intake and say, here's what I want to do. Do you think I need ethics? And frequently, a perception is, oh, only academic researchers need ethics, which is not true. Even if you're a company in the community, there is a community ethics board. You can acquire ethics as a commercial entity without any affiliation to the universities in Alberta. Large companies and organizations often have their own internal ethics boards with external appointed consultants who do ethics reviews and then provide ethics review opinions to whatever stakeholder they work with. AHS has an ethics and medical and clinical ethics team which can do assessments. So there's various avenues to pursue ethics review in Alberta and other jurisdictions. Next slide. And a frequent question is, can I get healthcare data? So Alberta advertises itself as the only province with one health record and an enormous amount of data, which is true. But Alberta also has amongst the strictest health privacy legislation. So accessing identifiable health data has a lot of hurdles to pass, but is also not impossible. The easiest way is you get consent. Right, we consent to Google and Apple all the time that they get everything about us. Have you ever read their consent sheet and then accepted? right? Nobody does that when you update your iPhone. So while they collect consent, which is, I think, not really informed, but so you might run into ethics when you send out something like that and entice people to press just yes, then you might not get ethics. So ethics will review how you collect consent, informed consent. That's where those two then interrelate. But de-identifiable information and remnant samples, which pose minimal risks to patients to use, is relatively easy to facilitate, to access them for your purposes. If you're in the business of tissue brokers who said, we want all your remnant tissue and we sell it on the market, that's not going to go without consent, right? For example. So there are guidance of where you fit in these categories of how sensitive your data are. And when you plan your validation or research work or your development work, think strongly about what data you really need. And when you need identifiable data, like follow up on an individual patient because outcome is your most important endpoint, you need to design research in a prospective manner, likely. Next slide. Okay, so but Alberta is still a very good place to do this for the reasons you're all aware of, and you're likely all here. And we have developed and have been funded by Alberta Innovates to develop a system where we can take in innovators at any stage of your innovation journey. And some of you may know this is your whole life career, 25 years until you launch a product. But our structure is to support you just to get to the next stage. As you all know from business school, 98 of the ideas die, right? 70% of all investments go nowhere. And one of our main purposes is also to make you or give you the information to fail early and quick, to abandon an idea, a context of use for your product quickly before you go down in futile attempts. That's one strength we think we can contribute. And another important point is your value proposition is context dependent. Something which doesn't have any perceived value in the Canadian healthcare system might be really good in a different context. A certain technology initially thought in a great market might be valuable in a smaller market and different context, but have very high value in that. And that is the value framework assessment, which is also part of what we do for diagnostics to help you generate the data to assess the value of what you do in the right context at the time of development. The next slide. And for diagnostics, just as a reminder, ultimately you have to show not only that your diagnostics works and can measure what you say it measures, that's analytical validity, that actually what you measure is associated with something clinical, that's clinical validity, and that actually what you measure clinically triggers an action which has a benefit. That's clinical utility. And there are many, many, many of our tests have analytical validity, most have clinical validity, and few have clinical utility. Many test results are, I make you feel good, right? Some tests even, you know what you have, it gives you peace of mind, but there's nothing it can be done about. So that's low clinical utility at the moment. And ideally, you have a test which is of very high value in all three areas. Precisely measures an analyte in the context of a very relevant clinical problem, like we just heard about Alzheimer's or major infectious diseases or diabetes, unmet needs. And then the test result triggers an action which produces more health. then somebody will pay for it, guaranteed. So we can help you also guiding, finding where your product might fit into this. Next slide. So this has been identified as a gap in the province. As I said, we were funded to do this in partnership between APL, the University of Alberta, and the University of Calgary through the so-called ADAPT program. And everything I talk to you here is the goal to accelerate this journey. And the journey is not a straight line that all of these graphs you see suggest, right? The what, 11, 7, 9, or whatever stages of development is never a straight line. Many people started in cancer and end up in autoimmune disease, vice versa, or had an idea of point of care and then become a small desktop device, or thought it is a kit solution, but it is not a kit solution, it's a software solution which became the product. So it is a meandering journey, and our goal of our services is to just allow you at the next intersection to make the right decision. Next slide, please. So that is the program, and we're really grateful for Alberta Innovates to take the risk to pull off this program. And the goal, as I said, is not really to get you from orange to whatever color that is on the right, to just get you from one box to the other. And you can come to us with in any stage of your development. You can have a marketed product and you want to see what's the right context of use in Alberta. So we have big multinationals who said this sells in the US, but nobody wants to buy it in Alberta. Why is that? And they haven't really found out how it fits into the healthcare delivery model we have. Next slide. And as I said, we were able to bundle processes between the healthcare players and academia to give you the cornerstones in the field of diagnostics for expertise, data, lab access, sample access to execute on your needs. Next slide, please. Oh, what's the asset map? That's the next slide. We can share that here. Yeah, please. So that essentially tries to put this all together, what the province of Alberta has in this partnership. And to unlock this, we built this connecting point through ADAPT. And yeah, I give you a moment to digest that. And then I will read for every partner listed on this. No, I will not do that. Right, but you see there, it is, it's not easy to develop a successful company, believe me. You need some luck, you need expertise, you need the right partners. For example, I could have never, I got involved as a resident in a startup, and it still exists 30 years later, still sells its stuff. But I could have never, ever done the business side. I'm a pathologist, right? For what do you expect? And but the other partners in it were just good at that. And then we had a technical guy who did all the patent filing and the prototype development and everything for that device. So you need the right dose, and you need to know where to find the other guidance and assets in this, because you cannot, as a startup, hire people with all these expertise. And that's where we try to help. And there's a lot of assets in the province. It's all out there, right? It's like Home Depot. You just need to find the right aisle. And we're the guys with the orange apron. Next slide. And we have done over the last 3 years, and here's a list of the various projects we supported. And it really was from 2 researchers and an idea towards working with Thermo Fisher and bioMérieux and Roche Diagnostics, all for similar needs in a different context to a different scale. And it's really very custom. There is not one handbook. Next slide. So the opportunity going forward for all of us is to help you in what you do, and for us just to accelerate what you want to achieve through these services, and accelerate for the reason that you don't waste your time, your money going down a dead end, ideally. And I know it's especially for researchers, it's very emotional when you have made a discovery and you have an idea and you say you want to use it there, and then somebody like me comes and says, well, that's never going to work. Right? And you're primed as a researcher and an innovator to never give up. But that's not giving up, that's just pivoting. So flex on the dime to find the opportunity. That's the goal, to accelerate this through this program. Next slide. And then the last thing where I illustrate this point again, and Brad made this slide, is, so a diagnostic test, you just need to find out in what context somebody's going to pay for it. And everybody cites the diagnostic market is, I don't know, 38 billion globally, 55 billion globally, right? And that is when you add up Quest Laboratories, LabCorp, Sonic, Mayo Laboratories, and probably APL. That's 90% of that. But I can tell you, all that dollar volume is paying staff and sample transportation. It's not testing. So the clinical market, insured services, is a very static market, very hard to penetrate, because there are these massive players with massive discounts, with exciting logistics. When you have a product which makes them more profitable, you have immediately somebody buying it. Then there is this gray zone of innovative tests, like cell-free DNA 10 years ago, right? For cancer biomarkers, the first assays. Nobody pays yet for it, but it's clear it will change how clinical care is done. So that's how Illumina got into the market. Grail, companies like that. And then there is a way bigger market of people, patients paying at Shoppers or wherever for something which you probably also sold on a medieval fair, right? Which has not a lot of, but it's fun, right? 23andMe. I don't want to know who my grandparents are. Why? But some people find it very interesting. And the FBI finds it interesting to trace you when you did some crime as well. So where do you fit in? And these areas are very variable in terms of what payer system you're in. And the lines are very strict. Canada, with its Public Healthcare Act, very restrictive. US, insurance plan dependent. Europe, insurance plan dependent in Germany, but not in France. UK, more like Canada. Really depends on the market. But the data we generate in APL will inform you how you fit in what market, what your value proposition is. Okay, keep that in mind. You might be not viable in one market under one value proposition, but your technology might be very, very profitable under a different value proposition. I think that was it. Now I can say, okay, that we can skip this. This is and that as well. This is how you, when somebody is interested of getting a test adopted in Alberta, there's a process. How we assess value of a test that you become an insured service in Alberta. That's the called Lab Formulary Committee. And if you want to pursue that, there is an intake process on the website, or you can contact me and I can give you guidance how to approach that. Otherwise, I'm happy to take any questions now or later, and I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. I think if people can come talk to you after, that'd be great, just so we can get along with the program. But I am going to be handing out the exam now for everything that you learned in that session, so just be prepared. Just kidding. Okay, so thank you everyone again for your participation today, and sorry about again the technical glitches that we've been seeing. I appreciate your patience, and hopefully you did get some lunch of everyone that was here. So my name is Richard Roy. I'm a associate with DiscoveryLab, and many of you probably know me because I basically show up to every event that I possibly can, whether it's Startup TNT, whether it's the Aztec Awards, whether or not it's Startup Week. So I know many of you in the room, but if I don't know you, come feel free to say hi. my background is in this space, in the med tech precision health space. I've worked for many medical device companies. I've consulted and have got a lot of different kind of regulatory approvals, like medical device license approvals, 510Ks and whatnot. So that's kind of my passion area. So that's why I'm so happy I'm able to present the. Oh, I got Alan here helping out. I want to do a shout out to our friends at Edmonton Unlimited as well. They've been super helpful. The venue is amazing, and of course their help and you know, Alan and I have shared many meals over the years, or you know, just showing up and coming to the events like this. So again, thank you very much. So without further ado, I do want to announce, get back to our presenters. I sometimes call them like pitch people, presenters. The next presenter is someone that I actually met fairly recently. We've become very good friends since then. Every time I see him, big smiles on our faces. So I just want to introduce Irfan and his company, Mediverse AI. So please welcome Irfan.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm Irfan, founder and CEO of Mediverse AI. Our vision at Mediverse AI is to reduce surgical error through the power of data. I start with a personal story. About 5 years ago, before I came to Canada, I had a nose polyp surgery. It is a very simple procedure that takes less than 30 minutes or something. But some errors happened during the surgery. And when I came to Canada,
Sorry, one more second.
no worries.
Unless you want to present this slide instead, you know.
I have no clue.
Why is this?
That's the camera. You know.
That's the camera. So.
Yeah, you need to share yours and you need to share this. Yep.
Okay. I need to share.
Yep.
I need to share this.
Well, where was that one coming from? Where was that one playing from?
Well, that's what I don't know. Where's that?
You can stop it. Yep. Yep. Because somebody else was sharing that one. Yeah. And then try. No, don't pick that one. Pick that one. Yeah. Yeah.
You're sharing? Oh, okay. Yeah, but okay, sorry. We are almost there. Thank you for your patience. And is this maybe just close that off? And then
yeah.
Okay. Am I going to forward for you or can you forward your slides?
I can go. Yeah, I go forward.
You're good?
Yeah, good.
Okay. Apologies for the delay. We're going to start with our next pitch again. And thank you very much, Irfan, for presenting Mediverse AI.
Thank you. Yep. I start again. Yeah, our mission and vision at Mediverse AI is to reduce surgical errors through power of data. 5 years ago, before I came to Canada, I had a surgery, nose polyp surgery. It is a simple procedure, but it didn't go well, and an error happened during the surgery. So when I came to Canada, I had to redo the surgery here for the second time, the same surgery. And I'm not the only victim of surgical errors. About 6 billion years annually, it's the cost burden of financial impact on healthcare when the surgical errors happen. And one of the main issue that this amount of surgical errors happen is the education. When the new surgeons comes out from the university, their error rate is 9 times higher than experienced surgeons. So we need to address that. At Mediverse AI, we use data and AI technology to analyze the video of surgery and let the surgeon know where they have made errors and how they can improve their performance. So far at Mediverse AI, we had collaboration with expert surgeons, more than 500 hours. They help us to create a data set to train our AI model. So we develop a data set for cataract surgery, which is a common surgical procedure in the world, which is 2 times higher than the second largest available data in the market. And we develop a prototype. When we show the prototype to expert surgeons, especially at U of A, we receive feedback that it is phenomenal to have these tools. And it is dream to have such a tool to help new residents improve their performance. Here you can see the prototype of our model. The residents or surgeon can upload their video to the platform, and we analyze those video for them. And we compare their performance to expert surgeon and let them know what they have done wrong or right during the surgery and how they can improve that. About the market opportunity, as I said, we started with cataract surgery. We had planned to expand to other surgical specialties as well. But for the ophthalmology and cataract surgery itself, there are around 100 schools across North America. And ophthalmology residents are around 2,000 residents. So all in all, the surgical training market size is around $708 million, which is expanding so fast during the presence of AI and robotic surgeries. The ophthalmology surgical training market is at $136 million, and our obtainable market is $10 million currently. The business model we are planning to do is B2B2C SaaS model. So we offer this surgical platform, this software to the user, to the residents. They can use for one-time pay-per-use, one-time report, or they can purchase the membership of the software. And also we offer the whole software package to the institutions. So medical institution can have this software as a training tool in their curriculum. About our strategy to go to market. So we started with conversation with doctors and surgeons. And after creating a network of surgeons, we start conversation with medical institution. And we got positive feedback from University of Alberta and University of Toronto. And they said they are willing to pilot our software into their training program. So our next step in the process is to pilot our software and show how effective our software is, and in the meantime, get the regulatory approval needed for our software. Our software is not categorized under medical device, but it's a training device and it's training regulatories for our tool. And after that, we are target the North American market and also European medical school if they are willing to be part of this. Through this market, so far we have developed one IP and we submitted through Canadian IP system. And the data set that we have developed is one of the assets that help us to be differentiated from the competitors in the market. So there are some risks associated with this idea, like acceptance in medical community. And through the conversation that we have with medical students, they was kind of concerned about how their performance will be evaluated. So we are going to address that through the pilot programs. And you maybe said that this is a niche market. We are trying to actually provide a proof for our concept, for our product, and show that it's work, and then expand to other surgical areas as well. As I said, the cataract surgery, which is the most performed surgical procedure, is our entry point. And for our regulatory, we are planning to develop that during the pilot studies. There are other companies in the market that use surgical video data, but not specifically for training new residents. That's what set us apart from competitors in the market. Some of them used for pre-op planning, some of them used for post-procedure, post-operative planning, but we are the only one that do a skill assessment using the software that we have developed. In our team, we bring, to be differentiated from the competitor, we somehow combine the medical perspective and engineering perspective through mathematics. So we combine those perspectives that help us to be different in the market. Currently, we are seeking about funding required for our project to go from pre-seed round to the seed round. And we are seeking both non-dilutive and dilutive funding. Non-dilutive probably through, we have applied for government support, but also we are talking with angel investors and venture capitalists to develop these, to raise this amount of money. But as you know, in Canada, it's probably hard to raise from venture capitalists at this stage. So we more focused on angel and government funding. This funding help us to hire software engineer to develop the front end of our software and develop our AI model to other surgical area as well, and also do marketing efforts. And we believe that by securing this amount of funding, we'll be able to, in 1 year, almost 1 year, reach the seed round funding. And this progress has possible with the combination of young enthusiasts and experts. So I'm the founder of the Mediverse AI. Matin is also co-founder. She's advocate for women health, and she has been in healthcare technology promoting new technologies. We have AI developer, we had a commercialized expert, and also we had a surgeon in our team as a chief medical officer that helped us to make our vision real. And also we get support from Mahdi Tawakkoli. He's a full prof at University of Alberta, and also Hamid. He's also a technology advisor for our project. That's Mediverse AI. Let's help us and join us to make surgery safer for everyone and avoid surgical error during the surgery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irfan. That was great. I've had the pleasure of seeing it before, and I did a review before this as well. So it's always great to see what his company is doing and the potential for the other areas of surgical procedures as well, right? So I'm going to open up to any questions in the room. I'm happy to bring the mic to you. And we'll also look, we do have a question or kind of side question related to Irfan and your involvement with the U of A Office of Global Surgery. So that's kind of the first question I'll ask you.
No, I had connection with Dr. Bin Zheng and Rohan Riaz at University of Alberta, and also head of ophthalmology program at University of Alberta. So we appreciate if Nicola can make those connections possible.
So I think, part of our mandate at DiscoveryLab is to, get these connections in place, right? Find out who's involved, like who's interested, who can get involved, who can help out these entrepreneurs in their journeys. I think that's so important. So even like just a suggestion like this is what I love to see out of these type of events. So sorry, Mike.
Did you reach out to the PGME office at the U of A, where all the surgery residents are? And there's other disciplines, pathology, where you do gross dissection. And those are all in the competencies assessed in so-called EPEs, as you may have heard, right?
Yeah.
So when you can train your model to assess that an EPE is met, you would take a lot of burden off preceptors. Exactly. Right? And you can automatically feed in the competency by design framework of residency training. So I would reach out to the associate dean of postgraduate medical education, whether the U of A can facilitate your trial. So human EPE assessment by preceptor versus your software. And because humans are biased, I assume your software is not biased. It might be the better way to assess residents.
Exactly, yeah. That's why we go with using AI. Exactly. One of the problem in assessment of new surgeon is the bias that each doctor has, and even the feedback you receive from one doctor is different from another doctor if you receive one, actually. And so that's a great point. So we started with cataract, and most our conversation is with ophthalmology department since our prototype is ready for them. But that's a great conversation. I really appreciate that. We can have this conversation later and connect with them also, if you have connection there as well.
Any other questions in the room or introductions, I would say too?
Hi, Brad Shoflin. I'm a director with Alberta Precision Labs. I'm just wondering how your software, which is built to capture like a standardized level of surgical skill, how does it adapt for new methods, as some surgeons might be more innovative and they might actually come up with a better surgical method than what currently exists? How do you adapt that for your software?
I share the pathway that we developed for cataract surgery that might help to answer that question. So for the cataract surgery, we had conversation with ophthalmologists that they share with us the assessment method that they use for assessment of surgeons. One of them is ECO-SCAR. And through the engineering mindset that we had in a team and conversation that we had with surgeons, we drive the mathematical formula for each of those medical concepts. So if we receive new, for example, assessment method, a new conversation with doctor is needed to kind of provide a relation between mathematics and those new concepts that help us to develop new assessment method for each surgery.
Perfect. Any other questions or? All right, perfect. Well, thank you so much, Irfan. That was a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Yep. And scan the QR code if you want to get in contact with Irfan as well.
Thank you so much.
So I know I made the joke about exams, but we do have the physical surveys for the presenters as well as the online survey. So if you can do them a favor and put in your thoughts, because we do accumulate that data and send it back to the presenters so they can get some valuable feedback in their journey, so they can whether improve their pitch or even concepts or things that they may not even thought about in their journey. For example, even markets where the product may be useful in. So please fill those out. We do tabulate the hard copies. So we wanted to have both the hard copies and the digital, depending on what you're comfortable with. So they're just here on the table, and I can bring them to you if you want those as well. Even retrospectively to anything you've heard today, I'm happy to go back and review those as well and provide feedback. That would be much appreciated from the DiscoveryLab team. So now, speaking of people that I've met and whatnot, so Daniel is an interesting one because Daniel and I we see each other at a lot of different events. And then the other day we were walking down the street it was cold at night. We were leaving, I think, the Startup TNT Life Sciences Summit. And he's like, what like we see each other, like, what's your actual name? I was like, oh, I'm Richard. He's like, oh, okay, I'm Daniel. So I'm like, great. So now I know Daniel, right? So I'm really happy to be able to introduce Daniel and Northernmost. Just on the technical side, sorry, Daniel. So there is kind of two screens showing. There's the video camera from the facility that's showing kind of what's happening up here. And then there's actually the slides from the presenter. So just make sure you choose the name of the presenter and you'll be able to see the direct slides, unless you're happy just seeing, the video from the facility.
Good? Good, thank you. My name is Daniel Solomon, and I'm a co-founder and CEO of Northernmost. We make machines for the transportation and preservation of kidneys for kidney transplant. Next slide, please. So kidney care is a big deal. Kidney disease is one of the largest disease states in the world. And at least in kidney transplant, if you ever hear a kidney transplant story, people tend to focus a lot on the waiting list. So there are tens of thousands of people who are waiting for a kidney transplant. But in reality, a lot of people, close to 1 million people in North America, 7 million people in the world, suffer from end-stage renal disease, and the great majority of them are treated on dialysis. Dialysis is generally clinically inferior, it's less desirable, less present, and a lot more expensive than transplant. It's actually so expensive that the United States spends about 1% of their entire budget, not the health budget, entire US budget goes into kidney care. Next slide, please. Thanks, Michael. So I mentioned a few things about kidney transplants, but kidney transplants patients do really well. So they get, in average, about a decade of life. Some people require multiple transplants. And kidney transplant, although initially more expensive, over the long term is actually also a lot cheaper than staying on dialysis. Next slide, please. Because of the need to match the right kidneys with the right recipients, and some issues around the equity of allocation of kidneys in a very restrained supply market, very few kidneys for a lot of people needing them, kidneys travel long distances. In the United States, which is the largest market, kidneys fly about 80% of the time in order to be matched with the right recipient. And kidneys are the only organ that gets shipped unattended. So they actually get shipped in cargo. All the other organs fly on fancy jets and with expensive tools. But kidneys go in cargo. And when they are on airplanes, they are always in an icebox or a static cold storage. Because of that, a lot of the kidneys don't actually make the journey. And about 30% of kidneys end up in the trash. So 30% of kidneys that are recovered from donors are trashed or discarded. On the left there, you'll see a picture of the LifePort kidney transporter. It was our team in a different life 20 years ago who discovered, developed, and commercialized this tool. It is the most used machine preservation tool in the world. It is currently the gold standard in kidney preservation. It's significantly better clinically. It creates more cost-effective outcomes. And top-level evidence, so 20 years of real-life evidence trials have shown, as you can see on the top there, that the benefit of kidney perfusion only takes place when the kidneys are perfused or pumped all the way from the donor to the recipient. And currently, only 30% of those kidneys, and these are out of the kidneys that even make it, get pumped end-to-end. So people, what do? People use static cold storage. An ice box is actually not as fancy as you see it there. It's just a container filled with fluid that the kidneys sit in. And for that reason, more and more get discarded. Next, please. So this is our machine that we're developing. It enables end-to-end machine perfusion, and we're building it in such a way that it can be sent unattended from any donor to any recipient, and all kidneys should be able to benefit from this. It's made up of two basic parts. On the bottom, you'll see a durable base unit that can get used again and again. And the part that the kidney is connected to is a disposable set on the left there. In terms of regulatory approach, we do have an FDA pathway of 510K with predicate. It's an open pathway that other people have gone down on. So it's a low burden of showing the evidence that it's just equivalent to the machine we launched previously. Because our machine is built to be sent unattended, that also means we can innovate in terms of the business model. So rather than selling these machines and creating a very expensive capital purchase, which is usually around $20,000 per machine that these organ procurement organizations need to own. We're going to be offering this machine on a product as a service model, meaning we own the machine, we look after their maintenance, we always keep them ready. Similar to a car rental model, the organ procurement organizations are our customers. There are 56 of them in the United States. They get use of the machine. They can, once they recover the kidneys, they can connect them to a pump and ship them with a regular courier to the kidney transplant center, who will have the comfort of receiving these kidneys in the best possible preservation. And once they're done with the machine, they'll send it back to us. We'll refurbish it and put it back in circulation. Next slide. Our team is unique and highly experienced. So on the right side, you'll see our serial development partners. Some of these folks have been working together for more than 20 years. So the Formation Design Group in Atlanta worked on the initial LifePort container and on a number of other machines. They do a lot of work with companies like Coca-Cola, and they do industrial design for cargo bays for Boeing. John Brassel at Functional Circulation, he's in Wisconsin, and he is the inventor of the LifePort, and he is probably the most patented person in the field of machine preservation. And we have our amazing engineering team here in Edmonton, led by Katie Cameron. They actually have come out of a company that was a University of Alberta spinoff called Tivasol, which created a product that was exciting enough that it got sold twice. And if you want to talk to Tivasol, then you have one Tivasol member over here in the audience, and I can introduce you. And my co-founder and CEO is Ron Mills. So he has been in healthcare for 40 years, launching numerous brands. And he has launched, including the strategic launch and the sales of the LifePort worldwide, taking the entire US market, and a number of other machines that were launched. And lastly, it's myself. So I've been in the innovation space for about 20 years, supporting innovators. And I've been on this journey with this amazing team for 3 years. I really won't bore you with this. This is a strategy, a go-to-market strategy. We've done this before. At the very highest level, because this is a very regulated market, we can create a mandate either commercially or to government that mandates these. Once there is a machine that can travel to where the kidneys go, we can actually create a mandate that forces the organizations to adopt the best possible preservation device, and we will be the only machine that can actually meet this mandate, and therefore it's more of a market pull rather than a push. I mentioned LifePort a number of times. The reason it's so amazing is that it was developed about 20 years ago, and it still holds about 95% of the US market. It's the leader worldwide. There are many machines that have taken a shot at it. Unfortunately, none of them have really advanced on the weaknesses of the LifePort. So there's this long sort of graveyard of machines that have taken a shot at it and have failed. Some are more recent competitors. Our team designed the machine. We're the right people to come back and take it to the next level. Competitively, right now, there are only 2 ways that kidneys really travel, one in an ice box and one in the LifePort. There is a new entrant in Paragonix who just launched their new machine this year. However, we will be the only machine that combines the benefits of ice transportation, which is just easy handling and unattended transport, with the proven clinical benefits of preservation. There are only 56 customers in the only market that matters, which is the United States. They're highly regulated. We have sold to this market before. And our approach to this is to drive usage. So because we are not selling capital equipment, we're using a standard razor blades model. It is that disposable set that gets utilized every time you have a transplant. That is sort of the moneymaker. It's sterile, so you can only use it once. And it's still a high price item. They sell for anywhere from $2,500 to $3,500, and at a high gross margin. And if you do a quick calculation of about 40,000 transplants times $2,500, that's $100 million of potential revenue. We usually don't go into the SAM-TAM SOM kind of approach. This is built all the way from the bottom up by segmenting the market. We know which customers to go after first, and how many disposable they would need, how many machines that we would need to keep them in service, and our business model is built sort of based on those assumptions. Sort of last but not least, this market might explode soon. So this sounded like science fiction a few years ago, but this was the first year when we are getting new sources of kidneys. So we've had first in human, genetically modified kidneys transplanted into a human. The transplants went well, and these very well-funded companies are now going into phase 1 clinical trials. So that might extend the market from, let's say, 90,000 people who are waiting for a transplant to 1 million people who would like a transplant if there was enough supply. All of these kidneys actually need to be transported, and pig kidneys were shown to be actually a lot worse in an ice box, so they need machine perfusion even more. And the market is also very acquisitive. So usually there's all these companies. Some of them we were previously sold to one of them when we took our company back. All of these companies are highly acquisitive, and there's ways in which our technology, so kidney transplant, fits very well into the portfolios of all these different targets for acquisition. This is our path to market. Since we started engineering around August, September, we already had a bench prototype. We submitted a provisional patent. Now we have a handling model that's going in the hands of customers. And by the spring, we're going to have an alpha prototype, and we'll be displaying it at 2 different trade shows in the US, the Organ Procurement Organization and Transplant Congress. We are raising $1.5 million of seed investment. That's US $1.5 million. We have collected in the bank just a little bit more than 1/3 of that. And there are numerous people in our data room looking around. We still have that open, and that will take us all the way into the summer and into the trade shows. Yeah, just quickly to say, we're very, very lean and fast. The great majority of our funding goes into product development. And we're going to have a machine in a booth by the summer, and then go off and raise more money and go along the path towards FDA approval and commercialization. That's about it. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that, Daniel. Very informative and very interesting, all the technology that's coming out for all these different uses, right? So anyway, I'm going to open up the floor to questions, whether virtually or in the room. So please put your hand up if you have any questions for Daniel. Okay.
You say the US market is the only one that matters. Okay. But your competition may emerge from some other corner of the world. And so, you got to watch that space, I guess. What's happening in the other parts of the world where competition could emerge from left field? And what are you doing to prevent that or move into Europe or whatever?
I was trying to be short. And so the United States is the only sort of beachhead market that matters commercially. It is half of the entire global market. If you make it in the States, you'll make it worldwide. That's what we did with the LifePort. There are global competitors. For example, XVivo is a company that's based out of Sweden. They're a global public company. They do have a kidney transporter. They're worth about more than $1 billion. We have been in this space for more than a couple of decades. So we'd like to think that we know most of the research centers and most of the places that organ perfusion does take place, all the way from the UK to parts of Europe. There are many places that, there's Brazil. So we have a good line of sight onto these competitors, and we just keep an eye on them. And we know that so far, for some reason, in the last 20 years, nobody's advanced this. So we're coming back.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, we have a question in the back, so I'm just handing the mic over.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I just have a quick question. If the LifePort only is able to capture about 30% of the market, what differentiates the next generation technology to be able to really push that? And why would the mandates be able to be brought on board at this point?
Yeah, thank you. So if you didn't hear the question, if the LifePort can only do 30% of the kidneys, why could we do more? So one thing is the LifePort doesn't fly. It in 20 years has been sent on an airplane a couple of times, and nowadays kidneys travel by airplane about 80% of the time. So we're creating a machine that flies unattended, and the LifePort or any of the other machines cannot do that. There are many reasons it doesn't fly. One of them is that nobody likes to send their $20,000 piece of capital equipment and not know whether they're going to get it back. There are technical reasons, but we are making a machine that can go literally everywhere a kidney goes. So now we have access to be able to convince people that they should be following the clinical evidence.
Perfect. Thank you. We have another question here from Anne.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. I work in the field of transplant compatibility testing, and I'm a living kidney donor. So I was interested for two reasons in what you were talking about. And I'm just curious, so 30% of kidneys go unused. Maybe not all of those are for transportation reasons though. So could your product and system be combined with, say, other ways of enhancing organ utilization, improving the quality of organs, perfusion, other things? Is that part of your long-term strategy?
Definitely. And our machine is also, I should have mentioned, now that you said so, that it's primarily for deceased organ transports. The living the donor kidneys, usually they don't like to connect them to machines just to save the artery. But in terms of expanding this even further, we can only approach this from a problem that we know, which is the transportation. And we know that transportation, the amount of discard has gone up from about 10% to about 30%, especially since the US created a mandate to impose longer distance sharing of kidneys for equity. So that as a side effect, that increased the distances, they increased the times, and part of that has to do with discards. However, the machine is just a platform. So there's many people working around the world to do all kinds of therapies, testing, RX, DX sort of things to change the fluids that the kidneys are seeing. All those are possible within the machine, and I hope all those people do well because it's severely constrained.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation today. And round of applause. Thank you. So now in the program we have a space for a break. It's supposed to be 10, but I'll lower it to 5 if that's okay, just so we can kind of stay on a little bit on track. Is that okay with everyone? So we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Yeah, and then are you in the Zoom meeting?
I can go on to.
Yeah, we'll get you in the Zoom meeting and then we'll do it. Hello, everyone. We're going to get started fairly shortly here.
We kind of just need to get cracking here.
Yeah, okay.
And there are still, well, there's 8.
Oh, perfect. Now it's running.
Okay, and I'll just
Okay,
switch
good.
because I just think
Okay,
it's.
thank- I didn't want to.
All right, well, I think we're going to get started again just for the sake of time. Hope everyone's enjoying today's sessions. We tried to make sure we had a good variety of companies and hopefully, you found them interesting and you found someone you can engage with either, already or from the speakers that are coming up. So thank you very much. So I'm going to introduce the next speaker. So I had the privilege of actually meeting Rick the other day, who's from the US, the CEO of 48 Hour Discovery, and we had a great chat over, what was it, Desmond? What was it, the chicken something? It was so good. Yeah, a bunch of things. Anyway, we had a great chat, and then also Adam from the team here. And today we have the pleasure of having Ratmir here, who's on the Chief Scientific Officer for 48 Hour Discovery. So he's going to speak about that. So welcome, Ratmir.
Check. Okay. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for the opportunity to share our updates in 48 Hour Discovery. 48 Hour Discovery is a Canadian biotechnology company incorporated in Edmonton 7 years ago in 2017. And our business model is provision of early discovery leads for precision oncology, radiopharmaceuticals, and other classes of peptide therapeutics. How many of you have heard of peptides? Any show of hands? Okay, great. So I can probably skip the introduction about the peptides, but just for clarity, peptides are a unique class of molecules that occupy chemical space between traditional small molecule therapeutics and classical biological therapeutics such as antibodies. And probably one of the most famous peptides today is Ozempic, which is a short peptide equipped with chemical modifications. So there has been in recent decades a surge in interest in drug lead candidates based on peptide modalities. And since 2017, 48 Hour Discovery has been employing its cutting edge peptide discovery platform to provide leads for pharmaceutical companies interested in developing therapeutic entities based on peptides. And our primary interest and primary business model was in enabling the area of so-called targeted radiopharmaceutical drugs. These are the type of drugs that bring radioactive isotopes to the tissues of interest, oftentimes cancerous tissues, and eliminating them by focusing the radiation through delivery. We worked with a number of global biopharmaceutical companies, including top 10 therapeutic and pharmaceutical companies. And last year, we decided to start our own therapeutics portfolio. And in addition to assisting pharmaceutical companies in developing peptide-based therapeutics, we started our own pipeline in internal development. This is a bit of a nominal announcement here, but if this is part of the ongoing effort of 48 Hour Discovery to close the pre-seed round in an amount near $10 million. So it's going to be a very, very non-technical presentation. And if you would like to see a little bit more, we have a fairly well-developed website that goes in the details about how this technology, platform technology works. So I do invite you to visit it. And if there are any inquiries that you have, please leave your comments there. I'll have only one technical slide to describe the process in general, and simply to emphasize that we operate in a drug discovery space, but we are not a virtual screening company. We are a wet lab company, so to say. So we like to handle real molecules in quantities. This is not too many zeros. It's right. It's about the right number of zeros. So our freezer contains about 100 billion chemical compounds, and it's a pretty small freezer. And in fact, only the top shelf of the freezer contains these compounds. These compounds are labeled with DNA tags, and they're effectively stored in about 12 different vials. So 12 different vials contain 100 billion compounds. Each compound is tagged with a unique tag composed of DNA. So rather than storing compounds in flasks with the paper label made with a Sharpie, we store compounds on the surface of bacteriophages with the DNA tag inside of these bacteriophages. And those of you who might have heard of technology called phage display, it's kind of a third generation derivative of the classical Nobel Prize winning phage display technology, in which translationally made peptides are displayed on the surface of bacteriophage, and information about these entities is stored in a DNA bacteriophage. What we add to this field is ability to combine chemical and biological diversity. So chemical diversity comes from our ability to introduce post-translational modifications into translationally made peptides. And hence we can operate with diversities that seem astronomical to chemists, but are fairly easily to handle biologically. And in a way, we take available biological diversity and make it more drug-like. This biological DNA encoded diversity is amenable to very traditional discovery pipeline through selection, affinity maturation, and directed evolution. Very much the same techniques that would be used to develop biological drugs, but in this case, we apply them to discover chemically upgraded peptide modality. And a typical endpoint of such discovery campaign would be provision of a handful between 10 to 100 chemically synthesized compounds to the pharma partners and licensing these compounds for the future preclinical development. So we're not certainly the only company in the world that makes the provision of peptide-based modalities for drug discovery, but we are perhaps the only company in the world that combines all the benefits that chemical and biological diversity has to offer. So again, we're specifically in the area of this so-called radiopharmaceutical technology, where we would like to deliver a radioactive metal such as lutetium encased in a chemical cage called a chelator, and use a peptidic structure to specifically target a unique type of tumor. There are already 2 FDA-approved modalities on the market targeting neuroendocrine tumors and prostate tumors, and they target unique receptor sites, and we would like to address all the remaining tumor modalities by developing specific peptide structures that will be targeted to particular receptors on unique tumor sites. We're the only company in the world that can build these billion-scale complexity with everything already in place. Targeting handle that contains biological diversity, chemical linkers that provide optimal stability and pharmacokinetic properties, and this metal-containing cage that contains the radioactive metal, all built together, attached to a vessel and encoded by DNA. And what I like to call this, it's the one test tube that contains all potential future radiopharmaceutical modalities. They just need to be fished out of this mixture and discovered. So it gives us this benefit over existing companies such as PeptiDream Bicycle Therapeutics, Orbit, created by labs that operate strictly within fairly low diversity molecular complexity that does not contain these chelator entities. This built-in TRP element offering is unique in the world and not available to anybody else. And it has a several layers of patent protection, including some issued patents in ability to synthesize, characterize, and encode these entities by DNA. At least 2 of these patents have been already issued a few years ago. The company has been growing more or less organically in the last 7 years, and the revenue has been steadily doubling every year. This year, we're projecting to have between $4 to $5 million in sales. And in the previous years, we had $3, $2, and $1 million respectively. These are confirmed revenue from the sales to the pharmaceutical clients. The business model is such that we receive a certain amount of money upfront upon signing, and there's a so-called biobucks, as people like to call them, or cumulative milestones for any entities that go into preclinical, clinical, and commercial. And the graph shows the cumulative milestone potential of the company is around $100 million as of December 2024. We have proven track record in dealing with major pharmaceutical companies, but I'm actually very proud of being part of growing ecosystem in targeted radiopharmaceuticals, where we signed several partnerships with companies such as Point, RayzeBio, Fusion, and Oranomed. 3 out of these 4 companies have been acquired for anywhere between $1 to $4 billion. And this happened only within the last 12 months. And all of them have been working with us prior to acquisition. Oranomed, one of our existing clients, has recently announced a very substantial deal with Sanofi and $300 million. So we're proud to be part of this amazing growing ecosystem, and again, facilitate medical advances for companies that pushing forward radiopharmaceuticals as the new modality in oncology management. Oh, here's another technical slide. I'm sorry. I forgot about this one. So this technical slide shows our internal pipeline that discloses second-in-class imaging agents for mapping PD-L1 status in human patients. This is still a preclinical asset. We're planning to push it into IND-enabling studies early next year, but it originates from this vast scatter plot of dots where each dot represents a unique chemical entity, and the blue dots here are the compounds that specifically came from a DNA-encoded discovery against PD-L1 receptor, and other rainbow-colored areas represent other type of compounds from other pipelines that do not bind to PD-L1. Vertical axis here is strength of binding to the PD-L1 on the surface of cells. So the higher it is, the stronger these compounds bind. And kind of a very quick tour de force showing how many compounds we handle in parallel. It's about 12,000 of them at the same time being tested at the same time with live cells expressing PD-L1 receptors. And then within these areas, there's quite a nice structure-activity relationship. So our medicinal chemistry happens all here. We don't have many chemists synthesizing compounds. About a few thousand compounds here contain all the necessary information that allow us to build the initial asset and optimize it from the micromolar to mid-nanomolar to picomolar efficacy. The compounds engage with the cells. They match in preclinical performance to first-in-class PD-L1 imaging agents from BMS. And again, as I said, we're looking forward to pushing them into preclinical studies and hopefully IND-enabling studies somewhere next year. This is part of the internal pipeline. So PD-L1 is kind of nearing the end of the lead optimization. AppCam, yet another one of the radiopharmaceutical targets, is finishing heat to lead and entering lead optimization. And we have a series of yet undisclosed targets in early development, somewhere in the mid to low nanomolar range as confirmed hits. So we're hoping to expand this clinical program to include more assets and prioritize some of the existing assets for aggressive preclinical development. We partner with the number of prominent people on campus in the city, and Greg Chan was former member of RaiseBio, one of the first multi-billion-dollar acquisitions in radiopharmaceuticals. Edmonton is actually an amazing ecosystem for radiopharmaceuticals development. The radio imaging has been here for several decades and was this third or fourth way of target radiopharmaceuticals. We're hoping to maintain Edmonton on the world map of provision of TRPs. So with the help of Frank Woost and Freimet, we're hoping to initiate the clinical program sometime soon. And these are the closing slides showing that I'm a leading peptide scientist. So it's very kind for the business development people to put all these nice compliments for me. Thank you, Adam. I'm very proud to pass the reins to Rick Finnegan. I used to be a CEO of this company for the first 5 years. A year and a half ago, I stepped down and I recruited Rick, and he truly enabled everything, and these multi-million-dollar revenues and clinical programs have been done under his fearless leadership. So I think this is it for today. And again, as I said, if you have any further questions, and if you forgot the email addresses, 48hoursdiscovery.com, contact us, let's get in touch and talk about pretty much anything. Radiopharmaceutical ecosystem, investments, discoveries, any kind of collaborations. Happy to work with you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Ratmir. It's always interesting to see what's going on in our city and the capabilities and just all this amazing science and innovation and discovery that's happening in our city. So we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. Just we're running a little long. So if anybody in the room or virtually has a question, obviously you see this link here as well, so you can ask the questions after as well. So feel free to do that. But is there any questions in the room? Mike.
I'm just wondering, is your primary assay a cell-based assay, and how much do you go back into the biochemical screens and structural biology to do refinement, or are you primarily finding hits and then handing it over?
Great question, Michael. So our initial discovery wave is on purified proteins and model cell lines that overexpress desired target. And then towards the IND enabling studies, we engage in structural biology. So we kind of push classical structural biology all the way to the very end, and pretty much optimization all the way to the low nanomolar picomolar efficacy is performed with purified targets or model cell lines overexpressing these targets, if that's what you're asking. Yes.
Okay, we have a question here, and yeah, maybe can you come down here to ask? I'm just wondering about if you're focusing on this part, there's a ton of data that you're going through. How are you optimizing going through that data? Is IA making the process quicker, or is there any, I mean, it's a lot to do manually.
If we don't use AI, it's just too much scrolling of the Excel and too many meetings. So at this time, we have so much data that not using AI is effectively prohibitive, and it more and more becomes part of our decision making. But it's more of a automated data stratification rather than these cutting edge generative algorithms. So we need to be able to scroll through about 100 million data points and sort the best, and that's where we employ algorithms like XGBoost, et cetera. Yes.
A quick question. Why 48? Are you delivering hits in 48 hours or just?
So 48-hour discovery was, I've been told this is the worst name for the company multiple times. And I like to see this as a vision for diffusion limited discovery. So in the future, what limits the speed of discovery? What limits the speed of travel? It's the speed of light. What limits the lower bound of temperature? It's the 0 Kelvin. What limits the discovery? It's the speed at which molecules can meet, and it's called diffusion. So if we can do discovery at the speed of diffusion, we're pretty close. So 48-hour discovery is diffusion limited discovery plus shipping and handling. 2 business days to perform just enough biochemical tasks to allow for diffusion to process, and then use, let's say, optimization or sequencing to dovetail it all together. We have certain segments in this process which already are 48-hour optimization segments. So we're on our way there. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for your questions, and thank you, Ratmir. And round of applause, please. So our next presenter, Mohammed, we met not long ago, and he was asking me a question, about laboratory equipment. I almost, he basically told me what he does, and I almost bought something. Just kidding. But again, today he's going to talk about his organization and what they do. So I'm just going to let him pull up the slides. Another joke, yeah, exactly. The funny part where the last presentation was, I thought maybe I read all the regulatory, guidance documents wrong. I was like, is it only 48 hours to get a drug approved? I thought it was years. Oops. So kind of going off that last question that we had. That's my clinical regulatory joke of the day.
We might be able to share. I think you gave it to me as well. If I have yours, it's there, right? So
Is that the current one? Does that look right? That one.
Just give your scores to Ratmir. That was a great presentation on 48-hour discovery, and it is a great name. We all like a good challenge. So please give him your feedback, and then I will try and get this sorted. And I apologize that we're running a few minutes behind, but we do have a break coming up shortly. Here we are. Are we good? Is this your screen? I am just a little confused. Okay. Can you speak into the mic? Just make sure we can get your
Hello,
voice.
everyone. Yeah. Yeah, we are good. Yeah. It's open. Yeah, hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed. I'm here representing Kayal Inc. And we are hoping to be your partner in advanced laboratory equipment. So what Kayal Inc? Kayal Inc is a leading provider for innovative laboratory equipment dedicated to enhance scientific research capabilities. So what is our mission? So our mission is to enhance the accuracy, efficiency of your labs. Where we stand in the market. So we represent several brands like InterScience, FDGSI, Kim Kyoto, and Radwag. I'll speak beginning about InterScience, where they are considered as a leader in microbiology analysis. They have a whole line. We have a whole line from sample preparation to plating to colony counting. So this is the whole line from bagging system to sample preparation. So let's consider this sample, either cosmetics or whatever sample. So first, usually in lab, we put it in a bag, and we have some special bags where this bag can filtrate the sample from the bag. So we have an auto diluter, so it will give you the same amount each time, increase the time. We have the mixer, which also come with a light indicator to tell you that your sample is ready and homogenized. So after that, in lab, usually we prepare our Petri dishes. So we have some dedicated pumps to dose your media to your Petri dishes. It increase the efficiency, increase the, and here is our bag system. It's with filters, so you don't need to filtrate the sample. You just leave it out from the bag immediately. Put it in the auto diluter, which can dilute your sample based on your application. And it also have some several pouring method from circle, from exponential, from pouring. Then you take your sample and you tag it, and you can put a barcode in it. And this is a piece of art of equipment. It's a combination between an incubation and colony counter. So what this device do? So usually in lab we put our Petri dishes in an incubator, and after that we took it and we count the colonies on it. So this device, it's at the same chamber where is incubate the sample, and every minute it take the sample and take a picture from it. What is the benefit of that? The benefit of that is instead of getting just a picture and counting your sample, you get a video where you can monitor what is the exact time the first colony appear, how they are growth, when is the first detection. Another benefit is that there is a new software recently with AI. It's usually when we count the colonies, for example, these 2 colonies or these 3 colonies, sometimes we mistakenly count them by 1. With AI technology, it detects the sample from the first detections. So our software will know this is 2 colonies, which increase your accuracy in your lab. Second, we have FDGSI. So most of the lab, they are needing a gas, either nitrogen, hydrogen, or zero air. And some of the lab need like a liquid generator. So always don't buy your gas when you can make it. Why is that? Because there is no cylinder need to be changed. It is much safer. You have the same purity each time, and it is cost effective and green for the environment. So if you have one of these equipments and if you have one of these applications, you can reach us out and we can provide you with a solution. Third, we have a Kyoto, where they are dedicated in analytical instruments. We have a range of titrator, Karl-Fischer titrator in the lab. Also, they have some unique equipment called viscometer, which work in a different principle other than viscometer in the market. So what they do? They have a tube, and in this tube we put aluminum sphere and we apply a magnetic field. Based on that magnetic field and how this sphere rotate, we can know the viscosity, and we have a full control of temperature. We can check the viscosity over a temperature range, and it is more efficient and more cleaner. Next in our line, we have a radwag, where they are, this is like more than a balance. In every lab, in most of the labs, there are a balance. But when you know that your balance is a good balance, when it is robust, I saw some radwag balances work for the past 20 years, and when they are really accurate. So radwag, what they also produce, they produce the calibration weight, where this weight is used to calibrate your balance. And moreover, they produce this instrument, which they call it a comparator. What does this instrument do? It's verify that your standard is meet the specification it need to be, and you can calibrate your balance with it. Also, radwag take it one more step further, introduce digital weighting editor. So this balance can tell you that I am ready for your sample. It detects the ambient conditions like humidity, pressure, vibration, and make the adjustment. And it give you by the light indication that the balance either it is ready or not. So we offer a wide range from analytical balances, moisture titrator, medical balances, and if you are running a factory and you need to check the weight of your sample, and also if you have a pipette which need to be calibrated, we can offer you a solution. So my presentation is very fast. I'm so sorry. So the conclusion. So if you need your lab or if you need an advice or if there is any application from that we show previously, you can contact us. We can work together. We can assure the quality and tailor solution for you and give you the required support. Regarding the laboratory market, so in 2023, the market size is 1.8 billion, and with expected growth to be 2.8 billion by 2030. So you can scan this code if you wish to contact us, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to open up for questions, either virtual or in-house. Anyone? Oh, we got one in the back.
Hi.
Hi.
Just a quick question about your gas generators. Since these brands are, I don't know if they're local, but do they have local capability for installation?
So I can't hear.
Do the brand for the gas generators have capability for installation, validation, and facility connections?
Yes, you mean to connect,
Locally.
yes, we have
So
that.
there are local suppliers that can support that and to support the routine maintenance as well.
Yes, we are local here, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Perfect. Anyone else have a question? Okay, great. Anything? Oh, no, okay. Perfect. Well, thank you so much again, and a round of applause for.
Well, actually, I did want to ask a question, just
Oh,
a very
sorry.
impressive range of technology and expertise. I'm just wondering, in terms of ownership of the intellectual property, could you just clarify what parts of it you have developed yourself and you own, and what parts you contract out or buy in?
So we represent these brands. I didn't develop this technology by myself. There is a huge number of patents on these brands. And we represent here this brand here in Alberta. And some of these brands we represented all over Canada. Yeah. Thank you.
That's impressive work. And I think we'll just keep rolling, but thanks so much for a great talk and impressive technology. So we have one more presentation this session, and that's Colin. So if you could just pull your computer off, and Roger, I should say, if you could share your screen, and we'll try and get this ready to roll here.
Perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm going to just hand the.
You can.
Okay, so Roger has pitched before. He's got a great story. And this is Clinisonics, which has been a long-term development of some great technology at U of A. And we look forward to hearing how it's going. Roger, thanks. Just push the button up by the neck.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. Hi there, my name is Roger Zemp. I am Chief Scientific Officer at Clinisonics and a professor at the University of Alberta. And I'm going to be talking about our ultrasound technology, which we feel will reimagine medical imaging. So some of you might be aware that medical ultrasound technology really hasn't changed that much in the last few decades. So Clinisonics is about to change this. We have some technology that we think will be really next generation type technology that just doesn't exist right now. So we develop and commercialize novel transducer systems for automated 2D and 3D ultra-fast micro ultrasound imaging. And we believe we have quantum leap improvements in resolution, sensitivity, speed, field of view, and AI field intelligence. So we have a new system architecture involving a new transducer technology called electrostrictive row column transducers. They're ultra thin. They contain no electronics in the probe. There are some additional biasing electronics that can be added on to existing ultrasound platforms. And then we have software-defined reconstruction on massive volumetric data, and then GPUs, graphical processing units, to unleash AI. So our vision is to develop and market a platform technology with many preclinical and clinical applications. And we're aiming to start with modest but achievable research ultrasound markets and partner with research ultrasound companies as we build capacity for beachhead clinical markets and aim to become a massively scalable company. So our technology involves a novel type of material. Let's just check here. Who here has actually had an ultrasound scan before? Okay, quite a few people, right? That tells you how pervasive the market is. So most of those transducers that you get scanned with are piezoelectric materials. These are different. They're based on something called an electrostrictive relaxer. There's some technical details here, like they have huge dielectric constants. But we make these from scratch, ground up in our nanofabrication facility at the University of Alberta. And what's interesting is that normally these two-dimensional arrays would require a wire to come out from every little element of the probe. But we have a row column architecture. So there's top contacts in rows and bottom contacts in columns. So we can read out from every element of this with addressing only the rows and columns. These are some pictures of the arrays that Mohammed here, our Chief Technology Officer, has built. They're ultra thin. Our first generation probes are comparable in size to commercial probes, but we get better resolution. And because of this row column architecture, we can scale these up to very large probes to image whole organs in a way that's never been done before. So our first generation product is for the ultrasound research market. So it involves a box of electronics and an adapter plate that connects to a research ultrasound platform. We don't make the ultrasound platform. Lots of other people have these. There's about There's thousands of these out there. And then we make the transducer and the electronics. These are some images of the transducers that we make, including some that are getting to be very large and unprecedented in size. And these things just don't exist on the market right now. These are just a sneak glance of what are some of the electronics that are inside the boxes. So there's a lot of intellectual property that we have about the electronics and the way that we use the electronics, as well as the arrays and the architecture and the way we use the arrays. So the current technology involves a lot of user-dependent two-dimensional scanning, as a lot of you have experienced. Our vision is to have automated 3D scanning of massive volumes, as well as longitudinal imaging with wearables, because we can do that. Current technology is handheld. We have the option of handheld, flat panel, or wearable transducers. Current technology has poor resolution. We can get about 10 times better volumetric resolution for the same operating frequency because of the way we do things. Currently, you get real-time 2D images. We can do volumetric imaging at up to thousands of volumes per second, which means you can track things like blood flow everywhere in a volume, which is some of those cool images I showed you at the beginning. Current technology has poor sensitivity to flow, especially weak flow in microvessels. We have about 50 times improved flow sensitivity. And currently you have to do different scans for different modalities. And because of what we can do, we can co-register and co-combine scans, like combining X-ray mammography with ultrasound. So we can go ultra-fast 3D volumes at tens to up to 1,000 volumes per second. These are pictures of like cysts with some of the current technology that's quite blurry, all the way up to our new technology, which is much more clear, better resolution and clearer images. These are scans, volumetric scans of mouse brains. So we're at the micro scale to be able to scan really tiny structures. We have the potential to massively use AI, whereas current technology is limited in that. Again, we can go really fast, automated scanning with automated biometrics. Potential for longitudinal imaging, like if you want to track someone's heart over time, you'd have to stand there with a probe. It's just too expensive to have a sonographer or a doctor to do that. All right, and currently you just get a single view at a time, whereas we can potentially get multiple views, multiple patches all at the same time. So we are competitive. There are other volumetric probes in the research ultrasound market. There are other row column arrays. They can only image directly beneath the shadow of the aperture. We can image beyond, and our image quality is much better than theirs. This is another type of volumetric probe in the research ultrasound market. It has 32 elements by 32 elements, and it has very bad resolution. That's them compared to us, so much better resolution. Now this is us compared to commercial probes and systems like from GE and Philips. This is our resolution, this is their resolution. Our resolution, their resolution. Our image quality, their image quality. These are high frequency probes meant for small animal imaging. Our resolution beats theirs and can go a lot deeper. So we can do micro ultrasound at clinical depths. More examples of this. Current probes are limited in footprint. Sometimes that's needed, like to get through acoustic windows in the ribs, but other times when you can have a bigger probe getting to really big volumes. Plus, we have much better resolution in deeper tissue. So our technology enables advanced imaging modes and AI developed in the research ultrasound community. These are some images from our partner groups and some from us. And to be scaled, most of them were developed in 2D. We can scale to 3D and 4D in clinical volumes like we've never been able to do before. I'm not going to go through all this SWOT analysis, but basically we have a competitive technology that we think can beat some top tier ultrasound companies. You know, we're still very new though. Some of our IP is still pending. There's a lot of opportunity to scale this massively, but this is not my first rodeo. I have done different startups before, and I have some wisdom in the importance of getting as far as you can before raising money. So we have a large number of patents, some granted, some pending, in different stages. Years 1 to 3, we aim to make these minimum viable products in the research ultrasound market and small animal imaging markets, where there's less clinical barriers to translation, and partner with research ultrasound companies and get as far as we can. So some of the companies we're aiming to partner with that we're in discussions with, Verisonics. They are a leader in research ultrasound platforms. They have about 45 million per year revenue. They have about 1,000 systems worldwide, and about 1/3 of those customers would want stuff that we have, that we can provide. There's another such company, S-Sharp, that we're working with, that we've started building interfaces for. And there's, you might have heard of Visual Sonics that builds small animal imaging platforms. So I was on the scientific advisory board for them. And so we're in discussions for developing preclinical products for them to improve their way of doing volume imaging. So the first few years will be this preclinical markets where we develop these bits and pieces for that market on our way to developing a clinical platform. And we have different clinical things in the pipeline. We have Innovate funding to look at atherosclerotic plaques. So if you can sense if a plaque grows more than about 10% in volume from the last scan, it's a vulnerable plaque and you got to do something about it. But current technology can't do it. So we think ours can. We're working on these wearable patches for multiple views of the heart. We're also working on tumor margin imaging. So 20 to 60% of surgeries need a repeat surgery because they don't get all the cancer out. And ultrasound's been shown to reduce the number of repeat surgeries by about a factor of 5. But clinicians just don't have the patience to use it. So if we can develop this as an automated way, it's a big deal. And then we're working on combining ultrasound with mammography to get the same co-registered scan with ultrasound at the same time with mammography. And then we're also working on, this is not my work, but it's amazing. You can get coronary vasculature in a beating heart, and people have only been able to do it in preclinical models. So we think our technology can take this to humans. And then we also have, so a few of those are multi-million-dollar kind of projects. This one's there's a new US funding agency called ARPA-H. We're shortlisted for a project to image lymphatics. So Clinisonics would have a $2 million subcontract if that's awarded. So this is our team. There's me, Will Gibson. He's done, this is his 4th startup. Mohammed, our chief technology officer, the transducer technology is his baby. Afshin developed all the electronics. And then we have 6 MyTax interns, and we're just getting started. So our ask, we're looking for pre-seed investors who can act like a bank with some reimbursable investment, because we have a few reimbursement programs. We can spend up to $1.2 million and get it all back in the next year or so. And then an investor that could bring more than money. We're also looking for a new CEO. Will be our interim CEO. So we'll look for a CEO to help grow us further. And angel investors to raise about $1.6 million in the next few years. So I'll stop there.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Roger. Okay, so we have time for a couple of questions. We're just running a little late again, but if anybody has any questions in the audience or virtually, please let us know. One, okay.
Just in terms of the data flow, like you're obviously producing a ton of data now that the current end users aren't, or the hospitals, doctors, whatever, aren't used to dealing with that volume. What are you going to do on the data side? Because that's frankly where a lot of the value is in the diagnosis, and that includes data analysis of some of these tissue samples. Are you looking for AI collaborators or or is that something you're doing already in-house?
We have a lot of expertise on AI already in-house, but I'm always willing to talk with people and see what could happen.
Yeah, we're gonna take a short break.
Okay, you good? Oh. We're good.
I like the idea of working with just a few of the companies rather than 1,001 hospitals that already are in the market with 1,000 or so units. I think that's a smart idea. How do you make the right choice? Because once you commit, I guess it's non-exclusive licenses of your technology to these current players in the market.
We have legal agreements for our customers. So we do have first customers. There's a legal agreement to make sure that our technology is protected, to work with these with the research ultrasound market. And they so far have an agreement to share what they do with us.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Roger. Another round of applause. Okay, so we have it scheduled for a 10-minute break. We're going to squish it to 5 if that's okay. Just a little bio break. So then we'll resume as we get into our last section, which is going to be biotech and ag tech.
Okay, and if you could still continue to fill out the forms, your feedback is really great. Also do network and chat with the presenters. If you can either do the Zoom poll that has just been launched. I think people are kind of tailing off online. I know it's been a long day, but if you could either fill that out or the paper copy, or it's also available by clicking on the company under the pitches.html form, I would really appreciate it. And again, really impressive technology. So grab a coffee. We're going to get there with one more session, 3 more pitches. I do appreciate your time.
Okay, well, we're getting close to the finish line, so we should probably start again. You want to do?
No, we really need two people because this.
Okay. Because oh, okay. Sure.
Maybe we can look out.
Okay, so if you don't mind making your way back to your seats, and everyone virtually, you can join in again if you had to go get a coffee or whatnot.
The Zoom recording is going to have the screen. I just don't know. I might need your help with video editing.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's going to be like a couple of or two videos.
Okay, so are you running her slides? Yeah, you're running her.
I'm going to run her slides. So I know people are getting a little tired, so hopefully they got a copy.
Correct. Yeah. Well, we got it. Hopefully this won't go on.
I need to run up and watch in 2 seconds. Sorry.
Oh, that was pretty.
How is it best to pronounce your name?
Oh, just Jemai is fine.
Jemai,
It's
okay.
very hard.
Richard's going to do that.
Yeah. Okay. So are you good? Yeah. All right, so I'm going to present the next presenter. That's using the same word twice. That's all good. Anyway, so this next presenter I met at, she pitched actually one of our last events, AgSmart, and it was another small world moment. Her company, which she'll talk about, obviously, PanAxis, is working out of the Life Sciences Innovation Hub down in Calgary. So again, looking at the ecosystem in Alberta and how they support entrepreneurs and the growing companies. And the funny part is that the space that she's working at in the Life Sciences Innovation Hub was a lab area that I used to kind of oversee as well in one of my previous roles. So again, a super small world moment. It was a pleasure meeting Jemai, and now we're going to hear about PanAxis. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you. My name is Jemai Abioye, and I'm the founder and CEO of PanAxis Innovations. We can go to the next slide. PanAxis is pretty much my brainchild or a baby in a sense that I decided to start last year when I decided to quit my job or leave my other baby that I was building, not an RNA, because I got to the point where I realized I was building a lot of technology that my parents would never be able to afford. I constantly am looking at avenues to get more medication, more therapeutics, more diagnostics to more people globally. So PanAxis is focused more on how do we develop with a larger set of people in mind and with markets that we wouldn't normally consider as beachhead markets or markets that we wouldn't even think about for commercialization in mind. So we can go to the next slide. We have a small team in Calgary and are supported by a wide range of supporters, including the ADEPT program, which we've been very, very fortunate to have access to, and other players and stakeholders within Alberta and across Canada. Next slide, please. The key context to keep in mind here is that about 85% of people globally live on less than $30 a day. That's a huge amount of money, but that includes your house, car, feeding, every single piece is what that $30 a day means. And that's 85% of the world. So they would not be able to afford tens to hundreds of dollars of tests, which is why they tend to be excluded from the market segmentation that we tend to present. So what does our TAM look like? What does our SAM and SUM look like? We can go through the numbers of people in the world, but actually 85% of those people would never be able to touch this diagnostics or therapeutics. Also, most of these people are of this 6.7 billion people that live in low and middle income countries. There are people in this room who are related to those 6.7 billion people and whose hearts are always pulled towards those 6.7 billion people because Canada is diverse. Last year, after quitting my job and spending a lot of time in economic development data, I realized that the difference between the life expectancy of someone born in Nigeria and someone born in Canada is about 30 years. And so that means 53 years versus 83 years. So when my uncle died earlier this year of sepsis, which still no cause for, at close to 60, it made me reflect that, oh, he was already past his life expectancy. That is not okay. One of the things that can really help in solving this and addressing this is diagnostics. So next slide, please. So there is an affordability gap as we think about the tools that we're building, as we think about the products that we're developing. But we also have issues with overuse of antimicrobials and antibiotics in the agri-food industry. That's where most of our antibiotics go to. So when we think about antimicrobial resistance and solving that, we should be thinking about how do we help guide the usage of these tools. Testing can help with that. We also have health inequities, even in Canada here with rural and indigenous communities that struggle to be able to access testing, or families that have to drive really long distances to come to major cities to get tested. And so being able to have access to home testing is a pretty critical piece. Yeah, that's a lot of the context, a lot of the information around the problem, and then we can move forward to what does a solution look like, or what are we trying to achieve. Next slide. So the opportunity really is that Canadians and their loved ones need fast, accurate, and reliable tests, whether it's at home, on farms, in schools. We need simple tests that we can use, and usually a platform really lends itself to that. Next slide. So we, to be able to address this and pick something very, very simple that has the impact to the possibility or the potential to have a significant impact, we decided to marry two basic technologies: nucleic acid amplification, which most people are used to with PCR. So if you keep in mind your COVID testing lingo, PCR, and then your classic lateral flow tests, again, the ones you do at home versus the ones that are done in the labs. What if we can bring the precision of PCR to lateral flow tests, and then we can develop really, really cheap tests that can be used at point of need. And this technology is not novel. These tools are not novel. They have been published a lot of times. So what is a challenge in commercialization? It tends to be that you have antibodies from Abcam or from Thermo Fisher or from some of the other bigger players, and you have polymerases from NAB or from other players. And so that lends itself to licensing challenges, IP issues, supply chain issues. And then you also have the question that Michael was speaking about earlier, analytical utility, analytical validity. What exactly is the purpose of this test? So there is a need. There is a technology that can address that really easily, that is a platform. We know that in times of trouble, we've been able to deploy lateral flow testing in really, really large amounts. We know that we've been able to deploy PCR type tests in really, really large amounts. So we should be able to use this for a lot of at-home tests. Our technology is versatile. You can use it for different applications, single temperature operation, so isothermal amplification instead of PCR that requires really expensive equipment. And then a broader detection capability. A lot of nucleic acid lateral flow assays have actually been validated at greater than 95% sensitivity and specificity. So there is a lot of information about the use case for this test. And so the approach that we've taken is to look at the supply chain and go, how do we actually drive this into practical use? Next slide. So the goal is to have a Canadian innovation with a global impact. We produce all of our critical raw materials in-house, our antibodies, our polymerases, all the different components that enable us to be able to integrate or consolidate the supply chain for these tests. And then we eliminate supply chain, regulatory, and IP bottlenecks and reduce the costs to ensure affordability globally and in Canada. And the goal with this is to be able to have a distributed manufacturing model where we can out-license this technology to the low and middle income countries in the future so that they can produce locally and even drive the costs down, but also have their own regional targets and then modify this test to what they need to test. And so you have affordable distributed model and it's scalable and versatile. Next slide. To date, we've completed a lot of the key pieces for making our kits, our devices. We've completed our enzyme engineering and production. We've completed our antibody design and manufacturing, our strips and cassettes to be able to reduce plastic usage and ensure sustainability as you start thinking about increased testing. Consolidation of supply chain on consumables that will go into the kit. So we've developed the core components of our kit so that we can actually validate with the materials that will go into the kit itself, as opposed to showing you validation data on things that we've purchased. We've actually made all of ours. Next slide. And then we've done laboratory evaluation on a range of applications. And these applications are to demonstrate the platform nature of these tools. And so a lot of these laboratory evaluations are done with simulated samples, especially looking at just the region of the genomic DNA that we want to target, and then show we can target that. Our primers work, they're efficient. In silico designs for a number of tools that we need to use. And the broad range of that goes from non-invasive prenatal testing for baby gender to testing for avian influenza or gonorrhea in humans. And so we can also do customizations and partner with people who want to develop their own point of care tests. Next slide. And so when it comes to our intellectual property, it's always very simple for us. It is patent products, protect processes. And so our own in-house produced antibodies and polymerases and the kits are our intellectual property. We own them, we design them to match against markets. So we have our antibody fragments that we're able to produce recombinantly and eliminate the expensive production processes that will classically be used for antibody manufacturing. And then we have our manufacturing processes and product workflows that we own, and those will be protected as trade secrets. And then there are designs, engineering designs on things like cassettes that are going to be protected as designs. And so we've secured our funding with Elevate IP Alberta to be able to implement our IP strategy and work with law firms that support that. Next slide. Market and competitive landscape. These are all the major players, big billion-dollar market that Michael dispelled a little bit of earlier, but there is a billion-dollar market. We're looking at about an $83 million market in the agri-food industry for the total obtainable market for ourselves, or serviceable obtainable market. Next slide, please. So what are we looking for as an ask? We've built all the critical assets that would go into products. This company is a private company funded through myself and grants. And we're finally getting to the end of our runway. And so we're looking for anchor partners. It's a social impact company. And so it's not lending itself to a classic venture model in terms of the revenue generation. Of course, nobody wants to go to the 84% that has the pennies to spend. And so this is a critical piece where we're looking for anchor partners who are interested in any of these tests that we can either co-develop or develop for them and help them generate tests that can be used on site using our kits. We're looking at collaborations as well as just expanding our IP assets. The joy of this is that now we can out license to low and middle income countries, and they can own their own IP and not need to license anything to be able to produce these types of tests. And so the goal would be to extend this model to other things under the Panaxis umbrella in the long run. Next slide. So we're excited about opportunities. Our initial goal would really be to initiate product delivery to an anchor partner. So that's the I guess the battle cry or the hard cry here, which is if you're interested, if you have a test that needs to be developed that has any DNA or RNA target, we can do that. Our platform can do that. We can design the target components, and you can have your strips and your tests, your classic lateral flow tests to be able to deliver that. Next slide, please. And so last slide, which the QR code for contact. Please reach out, get in touch if this is of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Jermaine. Very interesting like last time as well. So I'm going to open up the floor to any questions and virtually, if you're still on, feel free to put one in the chat.
Just wondering about feedback. I know it's been very busy developing the assays and the system, but talking to possible customers, what kind of feedback are you talking about getting from possible partners about the technology? Any kind of testimonials, or is it clear what they really are looking for in terms of throughput or cost or?
Yeah, I think what we're looking at is more their food, agricultural, water, environmental manufacturers or providers that need tests for certain things. Say, for example, you need salmonella testing in your food, and we can develop that and be able to actually take a product through the validation pipeline and get it into the hands of functional users so that we can move on to the next product to develop. I hope I'm answering your question.
I'm just wondering also about the sector, whether agri-food or agribusiness in general, or the biotech space is also pretty busy. So
Yes.
I'm just wondering where your ideal customer is.
Yes. So the strategy that I took in the beginning was to go through agri-food into humans, right? That has forced us to go, does a farmer want to buy this test? That constrains you to make sure that the pricing of the test is very, 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 very cheap. In which case, when we get to humans, it would still retain that price savings. And so that was the original strategy, agri-food into humans. But now with looking at the next phase of we need an anchor customer or we need an anchor partner, there is openness to be able to go directly to the human health sector if that demand comes in. Yeah.
Great. Thanks so much. Any other questions? I think we better move on just because we're running a little late, but thanks so much for a great talk.
And okay, so there's only 2 left. So we're getting close to the end of the day. We can do some networking after this, but I'm very happy that we have another alumni from the DiscoveryLab presentations, another AgSmart participant, like just before with Pan Access. Now we have Rainforest Algae. So I'd like to introduce Stan and what they do at Rainforest.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. The name is Stan Pankratz. I'm the president and CEO of Rainforest Algae. I'm also a shred consultant and have been bootstrapping my company from the get-go. I'm here to talk about a very unique opportunity at Clarisome to launch a large algae project, a $30 million project with a projected 20% ROI. Next slide, please. Thank you. What you see in front of you is a cannabis operation that didn't make it, which is going up at auction in about a week. And so we've got a very short fuse in terms of trying to put a project together. It would represent, this would be a $30 million project. The facility probably was about a $15 million investment. It has a clean lab and it's very well suited for what we'd be doing to cultivate algae. Next slide, please. I'm going to back up the story back to 2011 when I met with the Alberta government, with the key greenhouse gas person, the government had just spent $2 billion on carbon capture and storage. And I said, brilliant. I said, how are you going to get your money back out of the hole? I said, if you spent a fraction of that on the algae industry, maybe in 10, 20 years, we could look after all of your GHG emissions for Alberta. Now that's a big ask or a big bold statement, but I've come to the position where I actually believe the algae industry is parked on the horizon and could eclipse our oil and gas industry as we've known it in our generation. That's how big it is. Anything you can do with petroleum products, you can do with algae. And our petroleum products likely came from algae. So the interest here of the government was the GHG emissions. And so when I had stated that, the pushback was, well, where's your formal report? That triggered me entering a PhD program to be part of an analytical modeling group to simulate this, to see, would this actually be viable? Does this have legs? Could it be done in a very sustainable way, an economically stable, sustainable way? The answer was yes. And I was modeling the production of 2,000 tons of biomass every day. Now, algae is not your typical plant. It can double its mass in 24 to 48 hours. So that's where the excitement is. And anywhere from 30 to 70% of that biomass can actually be lipids, which can be converted to fuels quite readily. There's an ERA report that came out. However, after coming out of the PhD program in 2020, I decided to move into an applied research project to see whether I could actually prove in reality that this could work. And so since that time, we've been developing a new technology. One of the key points for getting to algae to go mainstream is the cost of production. And in Alberta, we've got a bit of a challenge to compete with other jurisdictions where the weather is more favorable on a day like today to grow any kind of plant outside. And so for me, the development was we needed to have an indoor type of facility, and we called them photobioreactors. So that's what we've been developing, and we're ready to go to scale now. Next slide, please. So we've developed a patented system that is best in class. We are now at about a TRL 6. It's highly automated, and it's been developed over the last 4 years. And we believe we're ready to test this out as a pilot plant, which would give an indication to the likes of our energy giants here in Alberta, and you'd be familiar with most of the names, that they might actually choose to scale this up to industrial levels. At a prototype scale, next slide, please. Where we are today is if we take the technology that we've scaled up to its current size and put it into this facility, we would be starting off in the first 3 years, probably getting it to about 50 tons of CO2 that we would sequester. But that would rapidly, well, before we go there, let's talk about the financial side of the equation. You've got capital cost of $30 million, and there would be already a revenue stream of 3.1 million, with an operating cost of around $1 million and profit of 2.1. And so we believe we could easily offer at least a 5% ROI. If after 3 years, we believe we would have the system dialed in. Next slide, please. To where it would now be taking down 500 tons of CO2, and we would have 280 tons of crop yield. And what I'm showing here is actually a revenue from the lipid portion of the biomass, which we can easily convert into fuels, low carbon fuels. We would use half of it for the fuels, for the economic return, and for the remainder of the biomass, we would use it for carbon capture purposes. So we get both sides. It's sustainable and it's still giving us some leverage. And the competing technology really are amine types of solutions where it'll likely cost you about $200 per ton capital cost, and then over $1,000 per ton operating cost. And when you're looking here, they're actually getting money back. If we can demonstrate that they're getting money back instead of having to spend it on taking down CO2, there's a good chance some of the big companies would say, let's scale this thing up to industrial levels. And for those of you that are familiar with what's happening up at Fort Mac, everything is supersized there. Yes, there are some huge challenges, but again, it's pointing the direction as to where we hope this will go. Next slide, please. So our ask here is for 15 million, half of the project value, because we believe that if we get industry to come up with the first 15 million, the government's going to come in on the other side. I've been in contact with them right from that early conversation with the key greenhouse gas person, and we believe this is quite doable. And if any of you have contacts that would be interested, be pleased to talk with them. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Great talk. And any questions from the audience?
Great talk, Stan. A question and comment. Are you aware of the program that feds had launched many years ago? It's called National Bioproduct Program, and that's exactly what you're doing. We're doing in Halifax. It converted, we changed to a flagships when the government changed. But exactly what it is you're doing, they were trying to initiate. Perhaps you and I can connect and get off exactly what you're doing from biomass. This is a win-win situation. But as you know, timing is very important. If the timing is not there, even though I have a beautiful novel idea, unfortunately not going to get off the ground. Let me know how we can help, how we can help, because I used to work for feds and I'm very aware of that project that was going on. So I'm going to connect with you.
I will enjoy connecting with you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Any other thoughts? Where are you going to put all this biomass? Like, do you bury this in the ground or?
Okay, the biomass that you want to use for capturing the carbon, because your plants are all carbon based, that would essentially be going back into some of your wells, your disposal wells that they're already using and pumping water down. The story is actually much, much bigger than what I've just talked about here. Algae is actually clean air, clean water, fuel, energy, pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, anything along that line. It's a very broad topic, much more.
And the high value product is, I guess, energy that could be used like a fuel, basically. And so won't the market pull you towards selling this biomass as fuel?
Okay, this all has to do with, because of the target being energy companies. They know energy. Now, if you take some of that biomass and you put it into low carbon fuels, there's a company called Expander Energy that's looking at actually going to synthetic aviation fuel. they've been somebody that have actually given us an endorsement with a letter of support. They could take all of our biomass. They would want to buy it for about $1 a liter for the lipid portion that I've just mentioned. So that would give them credibility. There are much higher value options for that half of the crop that we want to use for converting to dollars and cents to make it really spin up much higher. But just for attracting energy companies, they don't know much about agriculture, whatever. I'm not sure that I answered your question.
Sure, that's great. Any other questions here? Just wondering also about scaling, like if you do want to scale to the global level to address, let's say, climate change kind of issues, what kind of scale do you really need to execute this for carbon capture at an effective level?
What we're trying to do here is going to still only be a drop in the bucket. We need everything that we can do to drop the GHG emissions, period. And it's going to be combined effort. At the scale that I'm talking about, even for, let's say, well, you saw the 500 tons. That's barely a drop in the bucket. That would have to be supersized. And that means we have to enlarge our reactors much, much larger and really, it'll be a multi-billion-dollar investment once it's proven out at a pilot plant.
Hi, I'm just wondering if you have considered a two-stage production process. First, you create the biomass, and then secondly, grow something else on it, like genetically engineered E. coli that could create a higher value molecule. I'm sure there's people in this crowd that could help you do that. I'd like interested in your thoughts on that.
Thank you. I don't have a comment. I'd like to pick up that conversation with you, though.
Well, good, because we're going to be the networking soon. Stan, thank you very much for a great talk. Unless there are any further questions, we're going to ask Benji to give our last talk of the day. But thanks again. That was inspiring, and I really do wish you all the best with the timing and the connectivity. It sounds like you need a big Christmas present. So.
Is this working? Yeah, great. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just introduce myself while the presentation is being uploaded. My name is Benji. I'm a research associate at the University of Alberta. I had the pleasure to work with a number of organizations, feds and provincial. Grew up in Quebec. I'm originally from Iran. I grew up in Canada. And my intention is, what I don't like is waste. I just don't like waste. I like to upcycle and find a good home for them. So we cannot continue the practices we've been doing for past so many years. So I do relate, Stan, with exactly what it is you're doing, getting the fuel and of course, clean up the carbon dioxide out of the unnecessary pollution and reduce the GHG gas emission. I'm going to talk about the company, so-called Zafa, that was developed or perhaps was actually founded by Professor Amanullah. It's a spin-off company from University of Alberta. And the intention is to, again, find a good home for some of the biomass material that is out there. And we are taking the low-hanging fruits, which often are the rotten ones. So if we can add more value to it, so be it. That's exactly what we would like to do. So Aman was unable to make it, so he asked me if I could help present the work that we are doing it together. So next slide, please. The technology was developed by the University of Alberta. Obviously, it's a novel knowledge-based, which likes to deliver green technology with keeping in mind that there's a value proposition for circular bioeconomy. The idea was focused on 3 different yet important topics. First, we want to touch on environmental aspects. If we can shift away from harmful chemicals, reducing the GHG gas emission, meanwhile provide some diversification on bioproduct. We're not saying we do not like Alberta oil and gas. We do love them. Don't take us wrong. But if we could shift to the bioresources, biomass that are sustainable and renewable materials, so be it. As long as the performance of the final product is equal or better, that's even an extra bonus for us. So it is this what the technology is based on. And of course, we would like to create jobs and on top of everything else, monetize the technology and generate revenue. Next slide, please. Needless to say, Canada produces so many, of course, fatty-based canola oils. Japan is one of the largest consumers of the Canadian canola oil. And when that's used at home for cooking and different purposes, in North America, there's also 2.2 million tons is also being produced. What do we do with these oils and fatty-based material? The easy way out is a system in chemistry called we use sodium hydroxide, trans-esterification. So we use sodium hydroxide to convert the waste cooking oil into biodiesels. Easy. But net plus is not there. And if it's there, you're making money because you're taking the waste away from the producers, upstream producers. That's how people stay afloat in terms of economics. We would like to propose something new, something that we could use it and apply it in different products, from cosmetic all the way to food packaging. Next slide, please. So what do? Zafa uses simple microwave that you use at home. Your feedstock is going to be any lipid-based material. Could be hen fat, could be cooked, wasted, cooking oil that is wasted, has already been used. It could be any fatty-based material. We put this in the microwave through a simple process. Under 5 minutes at 50 degrees Celsius, we break down all the different bio-constituents or biocomponents, and we create monomeric or dimeric polymers that could be applied in lieu as a substitute for petroleum-based polymers. That's basically the principle behind this technology. So the energy would be 15 to 20 times lower than the conventional practices. There is no carbon dioxide, reduction of GHG gas emission, and is well-rounded in terms of the money that is required to produce these materials. Next slide, please. The research has gone to the level, I would call it between 4 and 5, in which now we shifted from 10 milliliter all the way to 1 liter digester that is based, this digester is based at the University of Alberta on the Sutter campus. And we do break down all the fatty acids, and we do apply it into different bio-based material as a precursors. Next one, please. Number of publication has been done already, which is great. Next one, please. And we have 5 patents behind this. As I said, it's a small R, but a capital D that we are focusing right. We'd like to take it to the next level. Up until last week, we were at the point of where we're going to be established. We have over $175,000 of equipment that's sitting in a pharmaceutical company right now as we speak on the southern part of Edmonton. However, we would like to take it to a next level. Next one, please. Right now, we'd like to focus on this specific application, how we develop it to monetize it. About 2 months ago, a large manufacturing company in US, namely General Mills, that is well known in making different food, has contacted us, and we are being heavily involved in developing some novel product for them. In addition, a few days ago, somebody from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has contacted us, and they showed interest of employing this technology in Middle East, where the money is. Next one, please. So why? What is it they need? One of the components called lysine is an isomer that everybody, industry is interested to receive it, but they like to shift away or shy away from petroleum-based materials. Diesters are easily extracted, and they can be applicable as a polyamides or elastomers in different applications. I'm not gonna go through them, but you're most welcome to have a copy of this if you wish. It's a wide arrays and variety of bio-based precursors that could be used out of this process as a substitute for petroleum-based polymers. Next one, please.
We are quite flexible to work with upstream producers such as farmers. We have livestock here, in addition to oil and gas in Alberta, huge agricultural growth, and of course, farmers that do live here. We can work with them to take away that so-called waste, and we can also work at the end users and provide for them the materials in lieu of what it is they use. One of the applications being considered as we speak is to replace paraffin wax that is used for the interior boxes when the seedlings are transported from BC to Alberta. They don't know what to do with these boxes. There are millions of them even stacked up. They cannot combust them, recycle them, or treat them. The cost is just not there. So they walk away. It be just landfilling more and more, materials that shouldn't be done in the first place. So if we can replace the paraffin wax with this material, is a huge bonus for all of us, for our next generation. Next one, please. Market opportunity right now, thanks to the IRAP, Diana Harms, who has provided some money, and there's a law firm that help us to do the landscaping, what it is we need to be doing moving forward without infringing or competing with existing technology. Next one, please. Our model is very honest, quite transparent to work whomever is interested to work with us. We'd like to move or transfer this knowledge into the market and provide, of course, services in which is a win-win situation for end users and us as a team who provide that technology. Next one, please. I am writing the business plan as we speak. I'm waiting for a little bit of funding from my former colleagues, Alberta Innovates. I used to be a team lead for a group. So hopefully by their support, we can get this off the ground, because this is one of the requirements for any funding agencies. As soon as you knock on their door, they're asking for a business plan. We need to provide that as well. And we have to do our studies really, really well in terms of business, so we can get going forward with a project. Next one, please. This shows the company traction, what has been going on. So since 2020, Zafanab has been independently owning all those technology from U of A. Some of you that might already work with university, you know how difficult that is to take away the IP and own it exclusively. Next one, please. The team is composed of 6 PhDs. We have George Harvey that hopefully going to help us on the business part of it. And we have an admin, Tammy, that is going to help us as well. So overall, the team is about 8 people. Next one, please. We would like to get this amount of money for getting that development part, be able to create 50 kg of this material, at least for one specific application, in order to start prove the concept that yes, this can be done in terms of who's knocking on my door, who's pulling the chain. So we are asking for 300K, 140 goes for a PhD, salary scientist, R&D, 30K for the, of course, rentals and expenses that is incurred, and 130 for the operational cost. Next one, please. I want to thank all the organizers. By the way, there are many things happens behind the door that these people, some of them sitting here, are so instrumental to our success that often they don't get the knowledge. I want to thank all of you folks on behalf of everybody here and appreciate all your effort and support. That is IRAP, Alberta Innovates, Aaron, you, Michael, and your team. I want to thank all of you as well for your attention. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. That was a fantastic talk, and you've given so much, so many great talks today, but that was, thanks so much for your gratitude. And just wondering about the costs of scaling, because you've got a great technology and the potential to scale is huge, but the cost of the infrastructure, for example, from Standstock can be monumental. How are you going to manage the cost of upscaling, or will you be licensing primarily to General Mills or what have you?
That's a great question. It's something that either gets you going out the door or actually maybe crush you. And you got to be very careful what it is to make the next step that is strategically well established and you have the education behind it. Right now, we are hoping if we get some funding, and this funding is not going to come until the business plans is completed. In my past experience, I managed to receive over $800,000 from ACT, Agriculture Clean Technology. Right now, we composed over 2 different proposals for RDAR. I don't know if anybody knows about RDAR, RDAR. They've been great as well to help support us. And our vision is not just to grab money and run. because at some point I used to sit behind the other table at AITF where we just write checks. We're looking for building a cluster, help the economy, truly help the economy. And of course, by doing so, we're going to create job for your children, for our colleague, and for many people who would like to proceed. So we're thinking about doing it right. Right now, the equipment is sitting null, but the intention, if we can secure some money behind this and get the, not the proof of concept, but rather the prototype that yes, we can make 50 kg. The next step is go to 100 or 200 kg. So we look forward to get some funding.
Great, thanks so much. Any questions from the audience?
En français, s'il vous plaît.
As the processing of a lot of these materials increase, the safety requirements also increase, which drive up the costs classically for synthesis. And so in a previous life, up until last year, I was doing lipid synthesis more for the mRNA vaccine space. What does that look like, or how does that factor into your cost evaluation that is needed as you start going to kilogram scale? And then the second piece was around purity of feedstock. Would it need some processing in the beginning to create some homogeneity before you go into the microwave assisted process?
So let me see if I get this question right. First is about the safety of the operation.
Safety of operations increases pricing, fire department gets involved. There is a lot that needs to be done for the facility to be able to actually do the processing as the volumes increase. How does that factor into the costs needed? And then the second piece is around the feedstock that goes into the processes. What does that look like if you don't have an homogeneous mixture, since you're looking at multiple sources?
So you're forcing me to divulge some secret information, which I will. Right now, it's okay because knowledge has to be shared as long as we don't infringe something. Right now, what ZAFA is doing is we're trying to utilize every bit of the feedstock that comes our way. As you know, when you break down the feedstock, you're going to end up with soup that contains all different types of materials. We have managed actually to scratch the surface of the trouble. Now we are learning how to modify these diesters in terms of the chain, the length of the chain, and where that unsaturated double bond is going to be. These are trade secrets that we learn. The chemistry that is involved is quite simple, but the way we tune it is very unique. Let me be the first to say, working with fat, which is non-polar materials, is very difficult. Just to change the column for GC mass spec is a nightmare because you have to ionize it in order to get the fat contents, the SN1, SN2, SN3 substitution on the chain. You don't want to deal with this. Somehow we manage. As I mentioned, the beauty of this, which I have nothing to do with any of this knowledge, by the way, I don't want to get any credit, is the team that you saw that have done all the work. Many, many years behind this, they managed to control all that, and they keep going at it in terms of lab scale. So we need to increase it to the higher level, and that requires money. Of course, safety is a number one issue in terms of operation. To do this, unfortunately, the engine is money. If we don't have the money, we cannot move. Right now, I've been tasked, Benji's been tasked to write that business proposal, and I need some money, and I'm waiting for the team to process this material so we can receive this to finish a business plan. So if the money is not there, if I cannot generate revenue externally, internally, I need to take the first step. That's number one. Number two, we hope by fractionation, which is a bit costly. I'm not talking about chromatography. Fractionating at different maybe temperature, or that's the higher cost part of it, is how we can diversify different products. So right now, ZAFA is looking at 4 different areas because the TDA will tell you, stay focused, stay focused. We are focused. There are 4 different areas: packaging, food packaging, because that controls the amount of oxygen permeability and preserves food, especially areas like Middle East. This is why we've been contacted by Middle Easterns. CNC is not working, cellulose nanocrystals. CNF, the nanofibrils are not working. So this is a solution. 2, we're gonna and also the paraffin wax, that one we're dealing with BC governments right now. Number 2 would be bio-automotive. So polyurethane, the little seat that you're sitting on, the flexible, and of course aerospace. These are guys, we just start to talk with them. They realize what it is we're doing. Because if they don't know what you do, they will not be approaching you. Three is biomedical application, of course, as you know, self-healing polymers that we are working for. And the fourth one is a remediation or reclamation for tailing ponds, because this type of material can create a little cake that you can step on it without your feet going through it, so you can landfill it. So these are the oil and gas. These are the 4 areas we're focusing on.
Okay.
But safety is important as well.
Yeah, I think that's great. And I think it's a great answer. And we could probably talk for a bit longer. So what I'm going to encourage people to do is network, enjoy a drink. It's been a long day. You've been an amazing audience. The presenters have been fantastic. Thank you so much to the sponsors, Adept and Eben Unlimited and ERIN, and all of you for coming and spending the day hearing these great stories. And do reach out and connect. I will send around the email addresses. Do follow up and connect. And you have shown that collaborative spirit so wonderfully. I want to thank my team over here. They've helped make this event, including Miriam, who's ducking for cover, and Richard and Marcella and Rakesh. And again, all of you for coming here and spending your time today with us. Have a great weekend as well. Yep, please do enjoy the reception, which is being served in the back that Miriam has organized for us today.